Chapter 801 Conquer Azkaban, the Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. So after this operation, not only will you not be hunted down, you will also become one of the heroes in repelling the Dark Lord as an undercover agent in the Ministry of Magic. Is there anything else I want to ask, Lucius? Marks asked, looking at several people. No, Sir McClown, we have nothing to ask. Lucius Malfoy shook his head quickly and said with a wry smile, it seems that we are too ignorant to understand your deep meaning. Gore and Crabbe also showed shame on their faces. They thought that Marks McClown was trying to squeeze their use value, and then forced them to die, but they did not expect that the other party had already arranged it. Everything, by the way, gave them a credit. Of course, danger is still inevitable. They need to save their lives in this super melee. Only the living are eligible to enjoy the glory. Since you all understand your mission, let's take action. Marks took out a few bottles of improved compound decoction and threw them to the law enforcement officers. During the summer vacation, he caught a lot of Death Eaters. This action just happened. It worked. The law enforcement officer who received the bottle drank the potion without hesitation, and then his body changed for a while, becoming the appearance of a corresponding Death Eater. With the addition of Lucius, they have 11 former Death Eaters here, with so many old faces in the past, which can greatly reduce the possibility of their exposure. Marks was pretty sure that the Death Eaters imprisoned in Azkaban probably didn't know the news of Voldemort's fiasco. After all, Voldemort is very face-saving. It is impossible to tell Bella and others this embarrassment specifically, which means that they did not know that a group of Death Eaters had been captured by themselves. This opportunity was very rare. Thinking of this, Marks took out the last modified compound decoction and drank it. His body became taller in a while, his eyes became narrow and long, his nose was flat, and the top of his head was even more smooth. Very uncomfortable. Sure enough, it's not an ordinary ugly. Marks waved his magic wand into a mirror, looked at this strange body, and couldn't help but spit out in his heart. Tom Riddle is really cruel to himself. Lucius. Marks suddenly turned his head and greeted him. Your Excellency McClown, do you have any more orders? Lucius asked cautiously. Marks didn't reply, but his gaze became sharper and sharper. Lucius immediately realized the mistake in his name, and quickly corrected it. The Dark Lord ... No, Master. Do you have any orders? From now on, I will remember who I am. Marks gave Lucius a stern look, then looked around, looking at everyone below. Wait, if anyone has a mistake, don't blame me for being unsympathetic. The wizards present nodded all together, and Lucius and others were even more trembling. Looking at Marks in the black robe in front of them, they even felt like they were facing Voldemort directly. So, start acting. After Marks reminded him, he waved his magic wand and disappeared in place first. McNeil, Lucius and others also quickly apparated. On an isolated island in the North Sea, accompanied by a violent spatial fluctuation, more than 24 figures appeared out of thin air in front of the prison. The Seveners who were in charge of the guards found out what was wrong at the first time, but before they sounded the alarm, they were hit by a large number of spells and passed out. Azkaban is such an important place. There are only so few people guarding it. Marks looked at the Aurors who fell underground, and felt a little strange. The real guards here are the Dementors. The Ministry of Magic has sent a few Aurors to supervise these monsters, so that they don't get messed up again. McNeil explained. Had it not been for a few riots by the Dementors before, there would have been fewer Aurors stationed here, because not many people liked such drudgery. Marks nodded, then looked up at the sky. The dark clouds in the sky got closer and closer, and something tangled and surging inside. From time to time, I could see a few weird figures in black cloaks floating from the prison windows and out, gradually converge and gather together. It's the Dementors. They're here. Lucius squinted and pulled out the wand from his waist. According to intelligence, there are nearly 200 Dementors guards in Azkaban. Once these disgusting and illusory monsters launch a large-scale attack, it will be very troublesome. McNeil and others are also very uncomfortable. It feels uncomfortable to be surrounded by Dementors, and a gloomy chill seems to take away their vitality. Even Marx frowned, looked at the restless Dementors, and snapped. "What are you doing all around here? Forgot the agreement between us. Do what you should do." The Dementors wandered around for a few laps. Until novel.com, drawing on the emotion called happiness, and seemed to be reluctant to give up, but a group of light formed by white mist quickly smashed into midair. It exploded suddenly. When the dazzling white light touched the Dementors, it corroded their bodies as quickly as sulfuric acid. The frightened Dementors seemed to remember something, and quickly scattered and disappeared into the little ones on the island. Marx didn't bother to pay attention to the whereabouts of these Dementors. Their brains were a bit awkward, so even if he had some combat power, he didn't plan to take the Dementors to attack the Ministry of Magic, in case something bad happened. "Let's go." Confringo. Thunderbolt explosion. Marx raised his hand, and a crimson flame floated out, swelled into a formata-sized fireball against the wind, and blasted on the solid iron gate in front. The fire blazed into the sky, and a violent roar immediately sounded. The entire island shook violently. The gate of Azkaban was blown open instantly, and Marx took McNeil and others directly into it. Stepping into it, Marx suddenly found that the entire interior of Azkaban was very dilapidated. It was dark and damp, exuding an unpleasant stench. The poorly maintained earth walls were pitted, and the pillars of the cell were rusty. The prisoners, who were awakened by the explosion, dragged their tired bodies to help the iron door of the cage to probe outwards, crying for help continuously. But after seeing the appearance of Marx clearly, the wizards who wanted to be rescued looked as if death were pinched in their throats. Panic and fear appeared on their faces, and only one messed up wizard laughed wildly. I got up, hit the door hard, and screamed loudly, "Master, I knew ... you will definitely come to save us." Chapter 802. Now is the best time to attack the Ministry of Magic. The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. Marx followed the sound and looked over. In a prison on the right, a middle-aged wizard in ragged clothes was poking his head out of the ventilated window. The hair that had not been washed in 10 years looked messy, and his face was full of his stains and dried blood. August. Marx compared the intelligence in his mind. From the eye-catching pockmarked face, he quickly confirmed the identity of the wizard, and even reached out to cast a spell and blasted the door lock. The wizard named August was very excited to open the door, and rushed forward to Marx's body, kissed his robe, raised his head and said tremblingly, 15 years ... 15 years ... Master, you still remember me? Of course, August, I will never forget anyone who is loyal to me. Marx didn't dislike August's filthy pit and looked like he hadn't bathed in more than 10 years, so he enthusiastically helped him. Got up, then asked again, Bella and the others? August was moved to tears, and hurriedly responded, Master, Bella and Dolohov are locked up in a deeper place. Marx nodded. He had also learned some information from Azkaban before. The most vicious prisoners are usually held in the deepest part of the prison. August was an official of the Ministry of Magic before he went to jail. He was imprisoned on the charge of leaking information from the Ministry of Magic to facilitate the Death Eaters. It was probably because the threat was not high that he was kept in a cage near the entrance. In thinking of this, Marx ordered Malfoy, McNeil and others to act separately and rescue all the Death Eaters who were imprisoned as soon as possible. As for the ordinary prisoners, as long as they are willing to join their team, Marx will also amnesty, and increase his power to attack the Ministry of Magic as much as possible. Lucius and others were very efficient in doing things. In just 3 minutes, more than 100 prisoners gathered together. In addition to the 71 Death Eaters, there were more than 50 strangers willing to take refuge in the Dark Lord. Face. My most loyal friends, congratulations on regaining your freedom. Marx greeted warmly with a smile on a pale snake face. I knew you would be back one day, Master. Antonin Dolohov said excitedly. 2 years ago, I expected today. Bellatrix screamed with loose hair. asking for credit. "It's me. I helped Wormtail escape Azkaban, forcing him to find you anyway, Master." "It's me." While talking, Bella moved a few steps closer, like a female beast seeking praise from her master, her eyes full of obsessiveness when she looked at Marx. "It turns out that you helped Peter escape." Marx's mouth twitched slightly, wishing to slap the mad woman to death. However, due to his current identity, Marx had to hold down this thought temporarily, and in accordance with the feedback from sensation, stretched out his hand and gently stroked Bella's face, and said in a voice with a trace of magnetism, "You did a great job, Bella." "Of course, you too." Marx turned his head to look at those Death Eaters who were sluggish, but their expressions became more and more crazy, and said again, "The Dark Lord will not let go of any enemy, nor will he treat any hero. I have already felt your loyalty, and it is different from those who need atonement," Marx added pointedly. Bella and Auguste showed triumphant expressions on their faces, and the other Death Eaters stared at Lucius and others with contempt and resentment, feeling unwilling to betray the Dark Lord. Shame. The trembling bodies of McNeil and Lucius, who were full of acting skills, lowered their heads in fear. In the crowd, Gore and Crabbe almost didn't laugh, until they saw Marx's sullen gaze. They had to secretly twist their thighs to make the expression on their faces a little ugly. Marx withdrew his gaze from the faces of Gore and others, turned to those Death Eaters again, and continued to speak. "Perhaps, some of you will wonder, I have recovered my strength more than half a year ago, but I haven't been able to save my most loyal servants and friends in the first time. No, we all believe that you didn't come to rescue us until now. There must be a reason." Rodolphe Lestrange shouted enthusiastically, not caring that Marx was slightly close to Bella before. Contact. "Yes, you are very smart, Lestrange. The reason why I postponed my plan to rescue you is because I am waiting." Marx's tone became high. "Waiting for a wonderful opportunity. An opportunity to avenge your suffering thousands of times." "The time has come, right, Master?" Bella asked impatiently. Auguste, Lestrange and others also looked at Marx expectantly. 15 years of suffering did not obliterate their will. On the contrary, the hatred in their hearts became stronger and stronger, and they wished to retaliate immediately for the arrest. "On his own. This is natural. The destruction of the Ministry of Magic is today," Marx said fiercely, and then looked at McNeil and others, asking them to distribute the wands. "These unknown wands are all prepared in advance, and thanks to the illegal wand sales business in the wizard market, so many can be gathered in a short time." "Too bad." Bella took a U-wand from McNeil's hand, waved it vigorously a few times, frowning involuntarily. "Your wands are all confiscated in the Ministry of Magic, and you can get them by yourself later." McNeil shrugged and explained, "Master, let's attack the Ministry of Magic now." "Wouldn't it be too risky?" Auguste held the wand in his hand. Novel.com, after hesitating for a while, and finally couldn't help speaking, asked. Although he wanted to kill everyone in the Ministry of Magic, he was not completely dazzled by the hatred. They had just left the cage, in an unprecedented state, and holding a magic wand that was not worthy of their hands. Their combat power was greatly reduced. With such a team to attack the heavily guarded Ministry of Magic, there is no doubt that you will die. Hearing Auguste's words, the energetic Lestrange and the Carlo brothers and sisters also hesitated. Marx opened his mouth and wanted to answer, but before he could speak, Bella rushed up and grabbed Auguste's collar, poked his face with the wand, and said viciously, "Are you questioning the order of the Dark Lord, Auguste?" "No, Bella, you misunderstood." Auguste shook his head in horror, and hurriedly defended. "I didn't question the Master's meaning, but I just don't understand." There was a smile at the corner of Lucius' mouth. Knowing that his opportunity to behave had arrived, he took 2 steps forward and said sarcastically, "Ignorance. Do you think the Master is as stupid as you, Auguste? May I tell you that Wormtail and Snape have taken the Dementors of Azkaban to attract the attention of those Auras. Now that the Ministry of Magic has an unprecedented emptiness, They would never think of the master will take us on a raid. Besides, we have also wooed Mrs. Ekmo of the Flu Network Management Bureau, and our people are also in the Department of Mystery Affairs. Today, the Ministry of Magic will not receive any external support, and all defense circles will be invalidated. Now is indeed the best time to break the Ministry of Magic. McNeil also hurriedly stood up and added, Chapter 803. It's impossible for the mysterious man to bring in Death Eaters, right? The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. The words of Lucius and McNeil made August awake. No wonder they didn't see Wormtail and others. It turned out to be a decoy mission. The rest of the Death Eaters also praised the Dark Lord's wonderful plan. In this way, the errors guarding the Ministry of Magic will definitely be greatly reduced. In addition, those annoying protective arrays cannot be opened. Their advantage is great, and the Ministry of Magic will be destroyed today. Master, when do we start to act? Amicus Carlo asked eagerly. He could not wait to enter the Ministry of Magic to vent his quiet anger for more than a decade. Of course it is now, Marx said without hesitation, then looked at the group of high morale Death Eaters in front of him, and spoke gloomily again. All take the wand. Let's go to the Minister of Magic. A special Halloween gift. I think Fudge will like it. Bella laughed wildly. August, Dolohov and others also laughed at the same time. They can't wait to make a big fuss. England, at 9:40 in the morning. With a burst of space replacement, hundreds of figures appeared out of thin air on a dilapidated and abandoned street in London. Directly in front of them, an old red telephone booth stood quietly on the right side of the road. Marx, who had been there twice, knew that this was the entrance to the Ministry of Magic. Should you say hello to the Ministry first, Master? McNeil asked jokingly, looking at the phone booth. Of course. A smile was drawn from the corner of Marx's mouth, and he raised a finger at random. But without chanting, the red telephone booth suddenly burst into fiery fire, turning into a deep red fireball toward the bottom of the earth. Fell everywhere. About 10 seconds later, a violent impact and explosion came up from the ground. After a simple greeting, Marx took the lead to jump into the bottomless tunnel. Under the action of the floating curse, the black outer robe was propped up, like a batwing with his body to fall quickly, and outsiders looked like it's like flying. In order to simulate the signature skill of the Dark Lord, Marx spent a full week trying it out, and now it is finally decent. The rest of the Death Eaters turned into a cloud of black smoke and plunged into the ground with Marx. At the same time, the originally orderly Ministry of Magic was plunged into chaos due to the sudden fall of the phone booth, and the harsh explosion attracted a large number of errors and curious clerks. What happened? Gadvin, who was the deputy director of the Error Command at the time, rushed here quickly and frowned at the fire rising from the entrance of the tunnel. It's an attack, Captain. Someone has blown up the phone booth. A young Error waved his wand to disperse the smoke and fire. He looked at the phone booth that was almost melted into iron and replied with a solemn expression. Attack? How is this possible? Gadvin's mind was dumbfounded. Who would dare to attack the Ministry of Magic? Compared to this, he would rather believe that the phone booth was out of repair and malfunctioned, so he fell. It's impossible that the mysterious man brought in Death Eaters. Right? Just as he was thinking about it, Gadvin's expression suddenly became dull, his eyes staring straight ahead, his eyes wide open. In the deep tunnel, a figure dressed in a black robe flew down quickly. The wizards present were like a group cast a silent curse. All the words were blocked, and only the scarlet ones were left in their eyes. Eyes and snake-like terrible faces. God. Mysterious man? Gadvin swallowed hard. His body trembled, and his brain went blank. Didn't the Daily Prophet say that the resurrection of the mysterious man was fabricated? But now the other party is standing in front of his eyes with good grace, and Gadvin can't wait to give the editor of the Daily Prophet to the editor. Hurry up and inform the minister. It's a mysterious man. A screaming scream suddenly broke the short silence on the court. The wizards surrounding the hall fled in panic, and the harsh screams continued. Marx looked around, his eyes quickly locked on a wizard, and then he waved their wand hidden in his sleeve and shouted fiercely, "Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra!" The dark green light beam flashed in midair, and the locked wizard showed a look of horror on his face, and couldn't help shouting loudly, "No, the Dark Lord, you shouldn't kill me!" Before the words fell, the green light had already hit him. The hapless wizard was instantly taken away from his life, and fell to the ground unconsciously, with an incomprehensible color in his eyes before he died. He wondered if the Dark Lord had hit the wrong person. He clearly became one of the Death Eaters 3 months ago. After clearing a residue, Marx continued to cast the spell without stopping, trying to cause greater chaos. After the first deceased appeared, the hall of the Ministry of Magic had become a mess, and countless clerks screamed and wanted to escape from the hall. However, the surrounding fireplaces lost their proper function for some reason. Flu fans can send them away. mtlnovel.com. What makes everyone feel desperate is that a large amount of black fog is pouring in from the deep tunnel above, and after landing, it will turn into a bite to die. They fought against the Urras who had plucked up their courage to resist. Heart-cutting. As soon as the crazy Bella landed, she immediately waved her wand to the nearest Urra. Compared to killing them directly, she preferred to torture the opponent fiercely. Brothers and sisters Carlo, Auguste and others did not have the interest of Bella. They attacked fiercely one by one, venting their anger recklessly. 20 Urras who dared to resist quickly lost their combat power or simply lost their strength. Dead on the spot. But this is the Ministry of Magic, after all. More and more Urras gathered here, and many clerks who had no hope of fleeing also took out their wands and joined the resistance camp. Even though the time of this raid was perfect, everyone was caught off guard, but after all, the Death Eaters had just taken out of the prison and were in a surprisingly poor state. After a large number of reinforcements arrived, they soon lost their early advantage and fell into a bitter battle. In addition, over the years, the Urra's equipment has been greatly updated, and the strikers are all wearing protective rings. Unsuspecting this, Bella and others quickly suffered a big loss. More than 10 people in a row. The Death Eaters were knocked to the ground by the curse that bounced back. Serpensortia the oolong out of the hole. Of course, Marx would not let the form become so eroded. He whispered sharply, his wand shook slightly, and a tens of meters long terrifying python rushed out of the floating black smoke. Rampaged in the already chaotic hall. After consuming 2 full scales of magic power, this low-level black magic was more than 100 times stronger in Marx's hands. The giant python's thick tail flicked and flew several Urras away. Chapter 804. Fudge. What? Did the Dark Lord come in? The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. The sudden appearance of the black giant python greatly exceeded the expectations of the Urras, but after a brief surprise, dozens of wizards soon united, and a large number of spells flew out and hit the giant. On the hard scales of the python, the black giant python suddenly roared. The skin was pitted by magic, and the smaller half of his head was blown to pieces under the action of the blasting curse. However, what they did not expect was that after suffering an almost fatal injury, the black giant python did not disappear. A puff of black smoke soon emerged from the flesh and blood that was turned out, quickly filling in the bombed body. This is a summoned creature composed purely of magic power. Before the magic power is completely consumed, the black giant python is almost immortal. While the black giant python was causing chaos in the crowd, Marx was not idle either. After putting down a few Urras who were trying to join forces with him, Marx waved his magic wand vigorously, and a group of pure gold statues erected in the middle of the hall exploded, and countless human head-sized metal blocks seemed to be affected. Like the guide, it burned with fire, and bombarded wildly in the magic hall like a cannonball. Several supporting pillars as a shelter collapsed under such firepower, and the huge high-altitude bulletin board soon fell to the ground swayingly. Numerous Urras and batters regarded it as a protection ring that was a life-saving artifact. This time failed to protect their safety. They were easily exploded by the burning rubble. After a round of blows, nearly half of the resistance in the magic hall fell to the ground unconscious. or was simply buried in the ruins. The remaining Aurors were all wounded. The line of defense that could barely block a large number of Death Eaters was originally broken in an instant. In the almost desperate atmosphere, more and more people choose to put down their magic wands and kneel to beg for mercy. In contrast, the Death Eaters were morale boosted, and the Aurors fought by black magic one after another were defeated, and under the leadership of Marx, they had penetrated the core area of the Ministry of Magic in just 3 minutes. At the same time, in the conference hall on the second basement floor, Fudge, who temporarily interrupted the meeting, pulled the Auror who had come to inform him, and yelled angrily, "What did you just say? The mysterious man came in with Death Eaters? Nonsense. This is absolutely impossible. You are lying. All the Death Eaters are locked in Azkaban, guarded by 200 Dementors. The mysterious man has been dead for more than 10 years. He will not come back. Never." Fudge shouted with red eyes and gritted teeth. "But this is the truth, Mr. Minister. Obviously, the Dementors of Azkaban have betrayed us and released all the Death Eaters." Kingsley Shackleford broke free of Fudge very bluntly, restrained, and then said coldly again, "In addition, I have to remind you, Minister Fudge, according to the report, the mysterious man has now breached the defense of the atrium and is rushing over here. In other words, they will be there soon." Kingsley Shaker's words were full of sarcasm, and Fudge was annoyed when he looked at Fudge, who was still trying to deny the facts. He had long reminded Fudge that the Dementors were unreliable, but the other party was stubborn and repeatedly ignored the abnormalities of the Dementors. In the end, Voldemort brought the prisoners of Azkaban to the door, and they were right. "I don't know anything about it." Hearing that the mysterious man would arrive immediately, Fudge was completely stunned, and the senior officials of the Ministry of Magic were all panicked, or shouted in annoyance or horror, "Are you kidding? There are more than 100 Aurors in the Ministry of Magic. Where did they go? And why didn't they stop the Death Eaters? What about those protective circles? Why are they not activated now? By the way, Dumbledore, where's Dumbledore? Maybe it's too late. Find someone to tell him to come." The director of the International Magic Cooperation Department shouted loudly. The entire conference hall suddenly became messy. Everyone talked about the plan to deal with it. In the end, it was unanimously decided to withdraw for the time being and save as much energy as possible. As long as they are still alive, there is hope in the magic world. But we have no retreat, gentlemen. All the fireplaces have been sealed, and the Antiphantom shifting circle enveloped the entire Ministry of Magic. I'm afraid we can't get out, and we can't wait for any support. Kingsley Shacklebolt ruthlessly shattered the fantasy of Fudge and others running away. Now everyone is trapped in the Ministry of Magic. According to Kingsley Shaker, if you want to survive, you can only fight to the death and storm the Department of Mystery Affairs on the 9th floor of the basement to clean up the traitors. Then turn on the protective circle and gather all the wizards who are still resisting, so that there is hope that the mysterious people can be driven out of the Ministry of Magic. Damn it, Ekmore must have betrayed us. No wonder she didn't come to the Parliament today. Rufus Scrimgeour said angrily. And Pierce, I didn't see him today. Fudge added angrily. Okay, now is not the time to discuss this, we must start acting as soon as possible. Arthur Weasley hurriedly interrupted the conversation of several people, looking a little worried. www.mtlnovel.com Voldemort's action to attack the Ministry of Magic is too suddenly. He had a very bad premonition. You must know that the Order of the Phoenix was undercover by the mysterious people, but Snape didn't give them any notice for such a big action, which was obviously extremely unreasonable. Could it be that Snape's undercover identity has been discovered? It was said that Snape had betrayed them, so he didn't report Voldemort's big action to them. Arthur Weasley became more frightened as he thought about it. They have not been able to contact Dumbledore in the past few months. If Snape is a traitor, then Sirius's guess would be true. Dumbledore has now been murdered by Snape. In that case but even the hope of the final counterattack is gone. After venting, Fudge finally recovered some sanity and said calmly, No, you don't need to go to the Department of Mystery Affairs. you can go directly to my minister's office. The fireplace is connected to the outside world alone and cannot be blocked. We can go to London through there. Well, and then gather forces to counterattack. Although the recapture of the Department of Mysteries can remove the anti-phantom shifting circle that is shrouded in the Ministry of Magic, the place is on the 9th floor underground, which is too far apart. They went straight in this way, and in all likelihood they would run into Death Eaters or even mysterious people, so it is safer to go to the Minister's office, which is only 1 floor away. The senior officials of the Ministry of Magic breathed a sigh of relief. Kingsley Shacklebolt almost died of anger. He didn't expect such a critical moment. Fudge and the Minister of Magic thought for the first time how to run. If they just ran away like this, what should the Errors who are still desperately resisting do? There are more than 300 wizards in the Ministry of Magic. Isn't it possible to give up all of them? Chapter 805 Death of Fudge the Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. Kingsley Shaker glanced coldly at Fudge, who was about to run away, and then his eyes were intertwined with Arthur and other members of the Order of the Phoenix. Everyone's eyes were firm, and they unanimously decided to stay and organize. The power of resistance. The Ministry of Magic is too important to give up so easily. Just as Kingsley made up his mind, a violent roar suddenly came from outside the door, and then an unknown object galloped past everyone's head and hit the wall behind. The originally noisy conference room suddenly became a lot quieter, and the frightened officials of the Ministry of Magic looked back and found that the door of the conference room that had just flown over their heads was just twisted. It's out of shape. Impossible. How could they come so fast? Arthur Weasley's pupils tightened, muttering to himself in disbelief. It has only been 8 or 9 minutes since they received the notification of the invasion. Could it be that the guards of the Errors are all in paper? However, no matter how unwilling to believe it, it is impossible to change the facts. Soon after the explosion sounded, a large number of ragged, crazy-looking Death Eaters poured in from the door. Bella, Lucius, August, Antonin, McNeil. Fudge looked at the familiar faces and couldn't help taking a breath, cursing the group of people who were eating inside and out. Dementor. Obviously it was the Ministry of Magic that gave them the soil to survive, allowing them to wantonly devour the happiness of the prisoners and even take away the souls of the wicked ones, but these monsters avenged one by one, releasing the prisoners of Azkaban. Thinking of this, Fudge can't wait to issue an order to strangle all the Dementors. Arthur, Kingsley, and others held their wands tightly. With a cursory sweep, they could see that there were at least hundreds of Death Eaters blocking the door, and all of them had only 30 wizards. The probability of winning is infinitely close to 0. What made everyone feel desperate more was the figure surrounded by a group of Death Eaters. Many wizards present had participated in the battle 15 years ago. Naturally, they are no strangers to this red-eyed, snake-faced face, and they are also deeply aware of the power of the Black Devil. Marks strode to the center of the conference hall, raised his hand to signal the Death Eaters not to attack for now, then looked at Fudge and others, and said, "Long time no see, Connery." Fudge, who was in despair and fear, couldn't help but froze after hearing Marks's words. Have they seen it before? To say that it must have existed 20 years ago, but he was not the Minister of Magic at the time, and he was mixed in a bunch of errors. Fudge didn't think that a small role like himself could be remembered by the Dark Lord. Before Fudge could understand, Marks continued to speak. "I have to say that the proposal you give me before is very good, but unfortunately I prefer to control the magical world myself. But Connery, I can give you a chance to survive. Now, prove to me your loyalty." Proposal? Proof of loyalty? The huge amount of information contained in Marks's words made Fudge's brain a little bit overwhelmed. He almost doubted whether the Dark Lord had admitted the wrong person, but he soon discovered that the wizards who had gathered around him had stepped back. His eyes were full of doubts. Listening to the words of the Dark Lord, Arthur suddenly recalled the frenzied suppression of Dumbledore by Fudge over the past few months, and firmly denied the resurrection of the mysterious man and the Dementor's riots. At first, he thought that the Minister of Magic had a pure IQ problem, and was stupid enough to politicize a thing that would harm the entire magical world, and attributed it to the rumors that political opponents used to suppress him. It seems that things may not be so simple now. Fudge may have reached some kind of agreement with the Dark Lord secretly, such as jointly removing Dumbledore, to be so aggressive. However, it is clear that Fudge is seeking skin with a tiger, and Voldemort's outrageous attack on the Ministry of Magic is enough to prove that Fudge has played off and seriously underestimated Voldemort's power and ambition. Kingsley Shacklor felt that something was wrong. No matter how stupid he was, Fudge couldn't choose to cooperate with the mysterious person. When he heard that the mysterious person attacked, Fudge's expression of shock and fear did not seem to be pretending. Under the gaze of doubtful eyes, Fudge finally awakened in hindsight, and hurriedly said in defense, "No, it's not true. Don't listen to his nonsense. There is no agreement at all. He must be trying to divide us." Yes, it must be so. However, Fudge's excuse was ignored by many people. After all, the Dark Lord had already captured the entire Ministry of Magic and could kill everyone here at any time. There was no need to deceive them. "It seems that you are ready to disobey what I mean, Connery," Marks interrupted Fudge, who wanted to continue his defense. "You reading www.uukanzu.com couldn't help accentuating the tone a little, and at the same time raised it impatiently, raising his right hand. A faint green light flashed. Fudge's face changed suddenly, and his hair exploded. Under the threat of death, all rights and face were thrown aside, and he shouted loudly, "No, no. Stop, I'm willing to." Before Fudge had finished speaking, Marks waved his wand fiercely, and a green light beam shot out from the tip of the wand. Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra. The next moment, Fudge's body fell limply on the ground. His eyes were rounded, and there was still a look of panic and incomprehension on his face. The entire conference hall fell into deathly silence. Looking at Fudge's body, Arthur and the others were chilly and swallowed hard. The Minister of Magic died just like that, dead in front of them. Kingsley Shacklor looked away from Fudge's corpse and looked at the Dark Lord standing in the middle of the hall. Some wondered why Fudge had already expressed his willingness to surrender, but the Dark Lord still mercilessly killed him. "It's too late. I prefer people who know current affairs." Marxio put down the wand in his hand, said with regret, then looked at the remaining wizards and asked casually, "So, it's your turn. Who else wants to disobey me?" Under Marx's gaze, the officials of the Ministry of Magic trembled one by one, and the Dark Lord's fierceness was beyond their imagination. Just because Fudge thought about it for a while and went on a slaughter, it was a lunatic at all. However, Marx's moody performance has further aggravated the fear in their hearts. In just a few seconds, nearly a third of the senior officials of the Ministry of Magic fell to the ground with awareness of the current affairs, humbly praying for the Dark Lord's forgiveness. Chapter 806 Abandoned Death Eater. The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. Seeing the Ministry of Magic officials kneeling and begging for mercy, the Death Eaters onlookers laughed happily. Kingsley Shacklor and others flushed their cheeks and felt shameful for those colleagues who abandoned their dignity. "My patience is limited. I will only wait for the last minute." "There is no need to live for those who are still standing at that time," Marks said casually, looking at the 10 people who were still standing at the end. A little hesitation appeared on the faces of the wizards who were still firm in their beliefs, considering whether to choose to sacrifice fearlessly here, or to compromise to save their lives for the time being, and then plan a counter-attack in the future. If there is still a chance of victory, they will definitely fight for it without hesitation, but it is a pity that they are bound to die in their current form, and it is meaningless to die. As time passed bit by bit, just as Arthur and the others were preparing to compromise, the wall behind them suddenly burst open, and the flying debris fell like an arrow toward the Death Eaters. The sudden attack surpassed everyone's expectations, and only a few powerful Death Eaters could react to it, constructing a protective barrier to block the sky full of rubble. In the smoke and dust from the explosion, more than 24 Ras and a large number of unfamiliar faces emerged from the tunnel. At the same time, There was a loud noise from the entrance of the meeting room. Under the attention of everyone, the executive director Pierce, who had been missing for a whole morning, strode forward with hundreds of wizards and surrounded the Death Eaters from all directions. When he got up, he shouted righteously, "Your end is here, the Dark Lord." Arthur and others, who had fallen into despair, were shocked when they looked at Pston, who seemed to have fallen from the sky. Although they still don't understand where Pierce went this morning, and why he suddenly appeared here with so many people, those are not important. What is important is that the time to fight back has arrived. Reductor Bone-Torn Kingsley Shaker seized the opportunity and took the lead in provoking the battle. The spell beam instantly hit a Death Eater who hadn't reacted, knocking him to the bottom. As soon as the war was about to start, the Death Eaters who had reacted launched their counterattacks, but the Death Eaters who had just escaped from prison and experienced a fierce battle were not the opponents of the law enforcement and the Eras at all. Not to mention Pierce's manpower. They are more. Within a few moments of the battle, more than a dozen Death Eaters died one after another. However, the besieged Death Eaters quickly regained their composure after the initial chaos, because everyone knew that the Dark Lord was powerful, and his combat power alone was enough to make up for the difference in numbers. The fact is exactly the same. Marx waved his wand vigorously, and the wall on one side was violently pulled over, blocking the attack of dozens of law enforcers. Then, with another wave of the wand, several Eras fell to the ground. Sorry. Just as the battle was relapsed into anxiety, Pierce shouted loudly again, "What are you waiting for? Don't hurry up." Pierce's heartbreaking shouts stunned the Death Eaters who didn't know the truth, Kingsley and others. Could there be an ambush? As the shouting sounded, 20 wizards including Malfoy, McNeil, Crabbe, etc., turned their wands at almost the same moment and pointed them at the Death Eaters beside them. Defindo. Torn apart. Petrificus all petrochemicals. Avada Kedavra Avada Kedavra. A large number of spell beams hit the unsuspecting Death Eaters, and in that instant nearly a quarter of the Death Eaters fell on the spot. Arthur and Kingsley were stunned when they watched this scene. They never expected that Lucius Malfoy and others would suddenly turn back and attack the Death Eaters. Could it be that these people are the undercover agents that Pierce sent to Voldemort? No wonder the executive director came here with a lot of manpower as if he had already prepared. The rebellion of McNeil and others completely changed the situation of the battle. The Death Eaters became a mess and their morale plummeted. Only Bella reluctantly dodged the first wave of sneak attacks, and turned her head to look at Malfoy and others who were madly killing her colleagues. Their whole popularity went crazy. "How dare you? Dare to betray us, Lucius?" Bella didn't know who attacked herself, so she pointed her wand directly at the most familiar Lucius Malfoy, and roared in anger. Avada Kedavra. Lucius Tun, who had just killed a Death Eater, felt a palpitation. When he saw the green light on Bella's wand, it was even more unforgettable, but he found it too late. The green beam had already flown towards him. "Come here." Fortunately, one foot kicked over and kicked Lucius to the ground. The green light beam drew across Lucius' head in a thrilling manner and hit the wall behind. At this time, Bella, who was distracted by the rage, was quickly blasted away by the spell beam from the side. Lucius rolled on the ground twice in embarrassment, with a cold sweat on his forehead, and blessed himself with an iron armor curse before he got up again with lingering fears. Until this time, Lucius unexpectedly discovered that it was Arthur Weasley who had saved him for many years. "I've always hated you, Malfoy, but I have to say, you finally did something right this time." Arthur Weasley waved his wand and knocked down a Death Eater, turning his head to look at Lucius, said with emotion, "Ha, Binozi, don't need your help. Mentalnovel.com I can avoid it myself." Lucius defended very stiffly, but he couldn't help leaning against Arthur so as not to be singled out by others. Arthur Weasley didn't say much, and devoted himself entirely to the battle. The sudden change of the situation on the court made the Dark Lord furious, and the one waved one after another, and bursts of explosions sounded in the conference room. But at this time, the balance of power between the enemy and ours has been completely out of balance. Under the joint control of dozens of law enforcement officers, Even if it is as strong as the Dark Lord, it will not be able to recover, and a large number of Death Eaters have fallen under the encirclement. I beg you to find a way, Master. Help me. August and the others wailed bitterly, and under everyone's attention, the Dark Lord seemed to be extremely angry. Enough, all die for me. Marx furiously waved his magic wand, and in an instant he blew up 30 law enforcement agents around him. However, before the Death Eaters felt happy, Marx suddenly turned around, stretched out his black robe like a black lightning, and was blown out of the hole in the wall and flew out. The Dark Lord escaped! Everyone present was stunned, but after thinking about it, there seemed to be no surprises. Once all the Death Eaters here were defeated, facing the siege of more than 200 wizards, even the famous Dark Lord would do it. Die here. No, Master. You can't abandon us. August looked at Voldemort, who was fleeing in a hurry, and shouted in despair. Take me away, Master, please, take me away. Carlos' brothers and sisters lay on the waste rock, their heads covered with blood. They could not accept the fact that they were ruthlessly abandoned by the Dark Lord. The rest of the Death Eaters also cried and cried, completely lost their fighting spirit, and fell into endless despair. Chapter 807. They are all righteous men who came to help the boxing. The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. The Death Eaters who had lost their fighting spirit were quickly wiped out one after another. In order to prevent the next large-scale escape from prison, the law enforcement officers took fierce measures. Except for a dozen Death Eaters who had lost their combat effectiveness, the rest of the prisoners were killed on the spot. After a simple cleaning of the battlefield, Arthur Weasley and others gratefully stepped forward and gave Pierce a hug. Thank you so much, Pierce, you saved us. Yeah? If you come later, I'm afraid you can only collect the bodies for us, Rufus Scrimgeour said with lingering fear. The rest of the Ministry of Magic officials also stepped forward to express their gratitude, and some of the thoughtful wizards were even more enthusiastic. After all, the current Minister of Magic Fudge died under the mysterious man's Life King curse, and the Ministry of Magic will officially launch the election of the next minister at the latest tomorrow morning. Pierce was originally a popular candidate for the ministerial election, and now he has made great achievements in this battle, leading people to fight off the Dark Lord, and rescued more than 30 high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Magic. Anyone with the discerning eye can see the next one. The Minister of Magic has no more suspense. In the midst of the praise, Rufus Scrimgeour asked about the whole incident in a somewhat disappointing manner. He was very curious about how Pierce learned about the mysterious plan in advance, and why Lucius and others did it. Suddenly rebelled. Under the inquisitive gaze of Rufus Scrimgeour and others, Pierce was very calm, repeating the words that he had thought up a long time ago. That's it. A week ago, McNeil suddenly found me, explained the mysterious man's plan to attack the Ministry of Magic, and provided some memories as evidence. At that time I realized the seriousness of the matter and called some trustworthy people started investigating secretly. The wizards on the field turned their heads to look at McNeil. Many of them participated in the trial more than 10 years ago. Of course, they know the identity of McNeil's former Death Eater. Dissatisfied with the tyranny of the mysterious man, he chose to resist and revealed the news of the attack on the Ministry of Magic to Pierce. Kingsley Shacklebolt still felt a little strange, and asked nonchalantly, "Since you have evidence in your hands, why don't you tell us in advance? This can avoid a lot of unnecessary casualties." "Excuse me for being cautious, Kingsley. I couldn't be sure at that time whether you were the undercover of mysterious people," Pierce said solemnly, then turned to look at Lucius, and continued to speak. "After all, Mr. Malfoy told me that Secretary Fudge might have some kind of obscure deal with the mysterious man, so it's best not to believe it." Seeing Pierce suddenly throw the pot to himself, Lucius couldn't help but was stunned, but he quickly reacted and nodded. "Ah, yes, that's it. I heard this news from the Dark Lord by chance, but the Dark Lord doesn't trust me much, so I don't know what kind of agreement he and Minister Fudge have reached." Hearing this, Arthur and the others looked down at Fudge, who fell on the ground. They understood Pierce's caution. Even the Minister of Magic had problems, and it was someone else. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Pierce understood that they probably believed their words and continued to explain. In view of this, I can only start from the outside. Just in recent months, Minister Fudge asked me to be responsible for investigating the affairs of Knockover Alley. By chance, I met Mr. Dougat and Miss Aya there, and learned from them about the changes in the alley. Pierce babbled the good things of the two and tried to prove that the residents living in Knockdown Alley had expelled the vicious dark wizards and achieved true democratic autonomy. These righteous men who enthusiastically came to help were the most good proof. Listening to Pierce's words, Kingsley Shaker and others' expressions were more weird. No one in the entire magic world knew that Knockdown Alley was the gathering place for dark wizards. For hundreds of years, there was chaos and disorder, full of killings, and conspiracy is not a place for normal people at all. Counting on these dark wizards to suddenly wake up and change their past. The sudden death of mysterious people is more reliable than this. In contrast, Kingsley Shackler is more willing to believe that Pierce has reached an agreement with these people, promising a lot of benefits in order to summon so many people to work for him in a short period of time. But Kingsley Shaker didn't make this point publicly. After all, it's a special time, and all the forces that can be united need to be united. He has witnessed the combat power of those dark wizards with his own eyes. Compared with the era, he has not made any difference, and even shot more fiercely. If some prejudice forces them to the mysterious side, it will be over. After spending more than 10 minutes explaining the whole story, Pierce gathered all the people who were not seriously injured into the hall and started the post-war reorganization. The battle just now caused extremely serious damage and a large number of casualties. MTLnovel.com. There are hundreds of people who just need to be sent to the medical room for first aid. Coupled with the need to arrange a place to detain the Death Eaters, a meeting was held to discuss how to repair the badly damaged building. At the end of the day, Pierce was so busy that he did not catch a free time until about 4 p.m., and was able to spare half an hour to go there. Take a break in the office. Despite being exhausted physically and mentally, Pierce particularly enjoys this feeling of being in power, not to mention that everyone now regards him as a hero who drives away mysterious people. Even Rufus, who has not dealt with much in the past, treats him thankful. Thinking of this, Pierce felt a little airy. Click. Just as Pierce was thinking about it, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open. Pierce's face appeared a little unpleasant. He looked up as if to see who was not long-eyed and walked away without knocking on the door. However, after seeing the incoming person clearly, Pilston shuddered and the arrogant expression on his face immediately became extremely humble. He hurriedly stood up, stepped aside, and greeted very respectfully. "Your Excellency McClown." Marks locked the door with his backhand and sat on the main seat without any notice. He tapped on the table with his right hand and asked casually, "How are things going, Pierce? Does anyone doubt us?" "No. Your plan is seamless." Now everyone believes that a mysterious person has attacked the Ministry of Magic. No one would have thought of the second possibility. Pierce shook his head quickly and said excitedly. Pierce was very fortunate that he had chosen to take refuge in the other side wisely half a month ago. Otherwise, this would either be as deadly as Fudge, or be played around like the group of fools outside who don't know the truth. Chapter 808. Marks. Although I am kind by nature, I am by no means gentle. The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. Pierce's praise of Marks was all deaf ears. Although the plan this time was perfect enough, it was at best able to hide it from some outsiders. For example, the Dark Lord will definitely find something wrong, and Not, who mysteriously disappeared before the war, is also a hidden danger. Fortunately, now the most dangerous time has passed. After this war, the entire Ministry of Magic is in his grasp. In addition, the newspaper's voice channels have been controlled in advance, so even if someone sees something and chooses to stand up and expose the truth, it's impossible to make waves. Thinking of this, Marks's tense expression relaxed a bit, looking at Pierce, who was still trying to flatter shook his head, and interrupted. Don't talk about the useless casualties and losses. Are they all counted? I want all the data. I've already asked. About 600 wizards participated in this battle. Of these, 127 wizards were slightly injured, 94 were seriously injured, and 245 wizards died. In addition, some of the ruins are still there. We are cleaning up, so there may be some omissions. At this point, Pierce's face became serious. Such a large casualty is an extremely headache for him, the incoming Minister of Magic. So many people died? Marx was somewhat surprised. Before the war, he did a lot of measures to reduce casualties. For example, the protection ring sold to the Aurors before, or ordering the Death Eaters not to fall in love with each other, and directly kill Fudge and implement the beheading operation. This way, the process of making a knife is eliminated, and it should be able to save many people. Life. And he himself, although he released a lot of powerful magic in the battle, he was just pretending to look at the grand scene, but he kept his hands just looking at killing traitors and destroying buildings. He couldn't kill a few people. Seeing Marx's doubts about this, Pierce immediately explained it. Most of the 245 wizards who died were prisoners of Azkaban. Aurors and Ministry of Magic clerks accounted for only a small part of them. A total of 67 were unfortunate in the fight against the Death Eaters. In the deaths, the law enforcement officers suffered even fewer injuries, and only 21 people died from beginning to end. Marx then understood that the cruel order to the Death Eaters was personally issued to prevent Voldemort from robbing the prison again to rescue people, destroying the results of this operation, and also saving a lot for the Ministry of Magic by the way. Expenses. As for the deaths and injuries of more than 80 friendly wizards, Marx's heartache is still acceptable. Although he is kind by nature, he is by no means indecisive. To defeat Voldemort and reverse the current disadvantages, some sacrifices are necessary, and this plan has the smallest casualties of all the actions he can think of. Marx is very clear that if he continues to be negative as he did in previous years, Voldemort will definitely increase the penetration of the Ministry of Magic and use official power to deal with himself. Unless he is willing to dissolve the law enforcement officers and prove his innocence, it will be 100% longer. New contradictions will break out. At that time, it will not be solved by the death of 1 or 200 wizards. The Second British Wizarding War will break out immediately, and the entire magical world will be charred. As the culprit, Voldemort was able to hide in the dark and reap the benefits of the fisherman. This is something Marx said could not accept, so he finally decided to attack the opponent first, and in turn cheated the opponent. Thinking of this, Marx sighed, and then continued to speak. All the people who died in this battle were heroes of the magical world. They were given 3 times the pension. In addition, all wizards who were injured or participated in the battle were given an additional 3 months' salary as comfort and reward. For the dead, Marx couldn't bring them back to life, but paying more pensions would give the families of the deceased a guarantee, which was the only thing he could do. Pierce naturally had no opinion. After such a big battle, the people in the Ministry of Magic were panicked, and raising a little bit of welfare would help unite people's hearts. Even if Marx didn't order, he planned to do so, but Pierce couldn't help but think of the news he had received from the logistics office, and his face suddenly became a little sad. What's the matter? Marx keenly noticed the change in Pierce's face, and asked strangely, Your Excellency McClown, the Ministry of Magic was badly damaged in this war, and coupled with the plan to pay the pension, I am afraid it will take about 600,000 gallons. But Pierce hesitated for a long time until Marx's face appeared. He was obviously impatient, and he continued quietly. But there are less than 300,000 gallons in the vault of the Ministry of Magic. What? Is the Ministry of Magic so poor? Marx looked at Pierce with weird eyes. He couldn't imagine that as the official institution of the magic world, the Ministry of Magic's treasury only had so little money. In the face of Marx's questioning gaze, Pilston was very bitter and condemned the former Minister Fudge for perverse actions and would not increase revenue and reduce expenditure at all. Despite the fact that the Ministry of Magic collects a lot of taxes each year, the various expenses are equally astonishing, especially in recent years. The annual fiscal deficit has forced them to borrow a large amount of money from the fairies of Gringotts. The reason why Fudge insists that the mysterious person does not exist may also have this reason. www.mentalnovel.com. After all, the Ministry of Magic is too poor to fight a war. Your Excellency McClown, I can take out 100,000 gallons personally, but it's still a lot worse. Pierce gritted his teeth and took out all his savings. Singleys is not a pure-blooded family with a long heritage. 100,000 gallons was saved by his hard work. I will give you 400,000 gallons as a reserve fund. Recently, the Ministry of Magic has a lot of money to spend. Marx readily agreed to Pierce's request. Now it is not the time to save money, but to control it smoothly. In the magical world, Jin Jialong doesn't need as many as there are. By the way, I remember that among the dead Death Eaters, some were members of the Pure Blood family, right? Marx suddenly thought of this, and was shocked that he didn't have to pay, but he could make a fortune instead. Then he spoke and suggested, you can consider confiscating their property to make up for the financial shortcomings. Others don't know it, but Bella's vault has a lot of good things. Her husband Rodolphe Lestrange is the patriarch of the ancient Pure Blood family. His family is also rich. It's enough to copy this one. Fill this vacancy. This is probably difficult to do, Your Excellency McClown. These people's property and land deeds are basically stored in Gringotts. Those goblins always only accept contracts to do things. Even if I become the Minister of Magic, I am afraid I can't force it. Collect it, Pierce said helplessly. Gringotts again? Marx's face showed a bit of unpleasantness. He has never understood why the wizard who dominates the entire magical world can tolerate such an important place as a bank to a group of greedy goblins. In hand. If you know that fiscal power is the lifeblood of a country, you can't be too careful. Chapter 809. One cut to defeat the Dark Lord. The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. Do you have a way to put those fairies in peace? Pierce, Marx groaned. If he remembers correctly, Voldemort's other Horcrux Hufflepuff's gold cup is now in Bayer's vault, and it is better to take it out and destroy it as soon as possible to be on the safe side. Your Excellency McClown, fairies are different from other magical creatures. They are surprisingly united and very difficult to deal with. They also operate multiple banks and almost control the entire European finances. But I will find a way to give them as soon as possible. It's crushing. It may take some time. Pierce wiped the cold sweat from his head and said with an embarrassed expression. Marx shook his head helplessly. Use your mind, Pierce. From another angle, this matter is actually very easy to solve. Don't forget, this is a very time, and an important place like Gringotts must be protected by the Ministry of Magic. Marx reminded. But these greedy goblins will never give the Ministry of Magic a chance to intervene in Gringotts, unless they are in a life-and-death crisis. Pierce frowned and wanted to retort, but after thinking about it, he quickly broke through the thinking trap of using his power to suppress people in the past. It doesn't matter if there is no life and death crisis, they can create one. For example, find a group of fierce Death Eaters to make trouble, and beat those greedy goblins. Only by letting them recognize their own weaknesses will they need the help of the Ministry of Magic. I understand what to do, Sir McClown, Pierce said very excitedly. As the incoming Minister of Magic, he certainly hopes to take the financial power back from the goblin. Out of the trust of Pierce's ability, Marx did not ask the details of the plan. If he can figure out even this little thing and needs to ask himself for help, the other party doesn't need to be the Minister of Magic. Work hard, Pierce. Oh, no, I mean Mr. Minister. Everything is to defeat the Dark Lord as soon as possible. Marx stood up, patted Pierce on the shoulder, and walked to the fireplace in the minister's office. Grabbing a handful of flue powder was thrown out. The faint blue flame rose up, and Marx's figure quickly disappeared into the flame. Pierce, who watched Marx leave, slowly breathed a sigh of relief, and the whole person directly slumped on the chair in order to defeat the mysterious man as soon as possible. Are you kidding me? It's almost the same if you want to hold the devil's own weight. The Dark Lord is miserable enough, Pierce kept complaining in his heart, picked up the communicator placed on the table, and said, "Let the editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet come over." The next day, early in the morning, in the premises of the Daily Prophet, thousands of owls carrying envelopes spread the news of the mysterious man attacking the Ministry of Magic throughout the magic world. All the wizards who got the newspaper were shocked by the shocking news and almost regarded it as a bad Halloween joke. After all, the Daily Prophet has been telling them that the magic world is very peaceful for more than half a year. Mysterious people do not exist at all. Everything is a joke made by Dumbledore, who took Harry Potter's dream seriously. After more than half a year of constant brainwashing, this concept has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. But today's news of the Daily Prophet has undergone a 180-degree reversal, suddenly telling them that what Dumbledore said is true and mysterious people actually exist. Not only that, but the cunning Dark Lord also brought a large number of Death Eaters into a surprise attack on the Ministry of Magic, causing hundreds of casualties, and even killing the Minister of Magic in public. When seeing this news, most people's first reaction was that they couldn't believe it. However, the 4 pages of the Daily Prophet listed a large number of pictures as evidence. Fragmented statues of wizard brothers, dilapidated conference halls, and atriums full of rubble remains and corpses. These pictures of truth and fiction convey the feeling of despair to everyone who reads the newspaper. In the wizard's heart, the fear in their hearts was connected. 15 years ago, the mysterious man who made everyone in the magical world afraid to call his name, really returned. At the same time, in Riddle's mansion, Voldemort looked at the 20 Death Eaters standing in front of him and asked angrily, "Can anyone tell me what is going on?" The Death Eaters tremblingly did not dare to reply, and looked at the Daily Prophet placed in the center of the wooden table from time to time. Snape was even more frightened in a cold sweat. Voldemort did not inform him of such an important plan in advance. This was an extremely dangerous signal. Has his identity as an undercover agent been discovered? Master, a momentary defeat is nothing. In fact, the plan you specified is perfect. If it weren't for a traitor, the Ministry of Magic would have been in your bag. Fenrir Greyback cautiously replied. The rest of the Death Eaters also hurriedly followed to praise a few words, and by the way they scolded Lucius Malfoy and the others who were screaming. However, what they didn't expect was that Voldemort's face became more and more gloomy under the crowd of praise. www.mentalnovel.com and soon became intolerable, and he sternly said, "Enough. Just shut up." The noisy hall became silent in an instant, and the scorching black mark of the Dark Lord accompanied by the anger of the Dark Lord sticks to their arms like a soldering iron. The pain caused the Death Eaters to inevitably give birth to a little bit of resentment. What is this? The Dark Lord had lost the battle this time, and he wanted to cast all his anger on their heads. Voldemort could of course see the minds of these people under the perception of sensation. He turned his head to look aside Peter and asked sternly as he became more annoyed in his heart, "Wormtail, tell them, what was the task I assigned to you yesterday?" "Master, you asked me to sneak into the jail while the Azkaban guards were changing shifts to rescue Bella and the others," Peter stubbornly said, his small eyes filled with horror. "The color. What then? Did you save the man back?" Voldemort's tone became more and more severe. "I reported to you. By the time I got there, Bella was gone. I thought it was the Dementors who left the job without permission, so they found the chance to escape in advance. Antonin has always been very smart." Peter knelt down slightly trembling, and quickly climbed up to Voldemort, pleading, "Master, I don't know, Master." "So not only did you fail to complete the task, you also brought back a false message, right?" Voldemort's face was distorted to the extreme. He looked at Peter coldly, and waved his wand without hesitation. "Drill my heart and cut my bones." "Ah!" Peter curled up in pain, rolling on the ground non-stop. shouting loudly, "Master, I don't know anything, it's Malfoy." He must have revealed our news. Master. Chapter 810 Voldemort. 1. It must be that the way I was resurrected is wrong. The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. Peter's sorrowful cry reverberated in the hall. However, no matter how he defended it, Voldemort didn't waver at all, but he was even more cruel when he started, and he was kind of trying to find someone to vent his anger. The screams continued for more than 5 minutes, until Peter was tortured and almost unconscious. Voldemort seemed to be bored, and he raised his wand and stopped casting the spell. Looking at Peter, who was lying on the ground, his body still twitching unconsciously, the Death Eaters in the hall shuddered together, and there was a surge of fear in their hearts, and they all took away the thoughts that had risen in their hearts. Go back. Even if the mysterious people are down, they are also vicious and vicious black demon, who can easily take their lives. After venting the anger accumulated in his heart fiercely, Voldemort also regained his composure, and finally opened his mouth to answer everyone's questions. I was not the one who led the attack on the Ministry of Magic to kill Fudge yesterday morning. All of us were fooled. What? Voldemort's words stunned the Death Eaters present. Fenrir looked down at the Daily Prophet on the table. On the cover of the newspaper, Voldemort led Bella, August and others into the atrium. Photo. The red eyes, the weird snake face, the cruel methods, and the unmatched power were all signs of the Dark Lord, and Fenrir couldn't believe that it was someone else posing. Not to mention, Voldemort once said that he would rescue Bella and others imprisoned one Halloween, so when he received the news this morning, Fenrir had no doubts at all. On the side, Snape understood the meaning of Voldemort's words, and immediately guessed. Master, are you saying that someone pretended to be you, rescued the Death Eaters in Azkaban ahead of time, and then took them to attack the Ministry of Magic? But besides the Dark Lord, who can have such a powerful force? Fenrir was a little puzzled, and then asked cautiously, could it be Dumbledore who used the compound decoction to become the Master? Fenrir had just joined the Death Eaters shortly, and the information he knew was limited. In his mind, the only person who could contend with the Dark Lord was Dumbledore. The thought of the famous White Wizard in the magical world transforming into Voldemort's appearance, and the scene of killing at the Ministry of Magic, Fenrir felt that goosebumps all over his body were about to rise. And if he remembers correctly, the compound decoction can't be boiled at will, it needs to be added to the deformed hair or body tissue. Fenrir glanced at Voldemort's bald, hairless top of his head, thinking it was definitely not an easy task. The eyes of the rest of the Death Eaters kept flickering. They knew more than Fenrir, so they quickly thought of the rumor in the magic world a few months ago. In addition to Dumbledore, there was another person in the magical world who could rival or even surpass the Dark Lord. But watching Voldemort's gradually gloomy face, everyone wisely remained silent and did not call out that forbidden name. Seeing that the crowd hadn't answered for a long time, Fenrir became more and more weird, and when the atmosphere gradually condensed, Snape suddenly spoke. Marks McClown did it. I think he should have bought a lot of errors to act with him in order to conquer the Ministry of Magic so easily. As for the compound decoction, you may not know that Marks McClown improved this potion when he was in the 3rd grade, so he must have mastered how to make potions without specific body tissues. Snape casually made up nonsense, almost perfectly covering up this embarrassing topic for the Dark Lord. Looking at Snape who was lying for him, Voldemort couldn't help feeling a little moved. For a while, and when he was so down, only Snape was as caring as before. This is the truly competent Death Eater. Voldemort looked at Snape and then at the thoughtful Death Eaters, becoming more and more disgusted with them. Under Voldemort's blade-like gaze, Fenrir and others shuddered one after another, and one of the Death Eaters hurriedly said flatteringly, Master, no matter why Marks McClown attacked the Ministry of Magic, in their current form, they have obviously failed. Failed? Voldemort sneered, and the anger that had been suppressed rose again, saying word by word, no, I'm afraid they have succeeded. Success? Snape's heart moved. Is the other party's purpose to kill all the Death Eaters? No, It can't be that simple. If you want to kill someone, you can do it in Azkaban. There is no need to go to the Ministry of Magic and add unnecessary risks. Thinking of this, Snape couldn't help but turn his gaze to the Daily Prophet. He thought of the reports above several times. When the Dark Lord was about to conquer the Ministry of Magic, the current executive director Pierce was like a savior. A large number of people arrived and rescued more than 30 high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Magic. According to the Prophet's Daily, the executive director was notified by Lucius Malfoy before he made full preparations. But now I think about this incident is a bit too coincidental. Coincidentally, like a grand stage play. Someone plays the devil deliberately to create panic and disaster, only to pave the way for the last brave to appear. Could it be that Pierce is theirs? Marks McClown's purpose is to control the entire Ministry of Magic. Snape realized this immediately, and a chill came from the soles of his feet and said with a shocked expression, "All this is a game. No wonder the opponent wants to take someone to attack the Ministry of Magic. No wonder Minister Fudge will die tragically on the spot, because the opponent's initial plan is to recommend Pierce to the stage. Only this is possible." Voldemort's eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth and said, his body faintly exuded a terrifying pressure, and his whole body was going to explode. He couldn't accept his most loyal 7 subordinates, so all of them were in the Ministry of Magic. Not only that, but the other party also controlled the Ministry of Magic backhand, and by the way exposed his existence. It directly destroyed all his plans in advance. According to his expectation, www.mentalnovel.com does not intend to reveal his whereabouts in the near future. Because of this, he did not commit suicide in Azkaban to rescue Bella and others. Instead, he asked Peter Pettigrew to take advantage of the change of guards, and Azkaban's defense was the most empty. The Magus form sneaked in and then led people to kill from the inside. With so much effort, I hope that the Ministry of Magic can attribute this large-scale escape to the negligence of the guards and the riots of the Dementors. Only in this way can he sit firmly behind the scenes, hide his whereabouts, provoke the Ministry of Magic and Marks McClown to fight against each other, and reap the benefits of the fisherman. However, when he woke up this morning, he found that everything had changed. From a conspirator behind the scenes, he was reduced to a rat hiding in the ground. Now that the entire magical world knew of his existence, maybe the Ministry of Magic had sent people around to search for him. Although those Aurors weren't dangerous to him, these people were Marks McClown eyes. If the Aurors found out when they were out, they would definitely kill them as soon as possible. Voldemort thought about the battle a few months ago, and there was a trace of fear and confusion in his eyes. He didn't understand why things suddenly became like this. I have endured humiliation for more than a decade, and spent all my hardships to return to the world. I should have shown my ambitions to dominate the magical world. It was definitely not the only way. I could only shrink in this room like I am now. Could it be that there was a problem with the way he was resurrected, and he was beaten up by an imp if he could not restore his full strength? Voldemort deceived himself and thought, but he was very clear in his heart that he will only be stronger now than he was 15 years ago. Chapter 811. All the information is in his brain. The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. Lucius, Gore, Crabbe, Gargson. In fear of someone, Voldemort had to transfer all his anger to the betrayers, wishing to smash them into pieces at once. The Death Eaters present looked at the list of heroes listed in the Daily Prophet, and they were also resentful. This is not only because they were implicated for no reason, but more importantly, when the Malfoy defected, he would rather take 2 fools, Gore and Crabbe, than to inform himself. This looks down on them too. Fenrir was even more upset on the side. When he joined the Death Eaters last month, he thought he had found a great backer, and from then on, he could lead his werewolf wizards in the magic world. However, this wonderful dream had not yet begun. It was pierced by the cold reality. The seemingly powerful Dark Lord was restrained everywhere, and was calculated to death. The wolf poison potion originally promised to him had also become a low-quality version, which made Fenrir's accumulated dissatisfaction almost reached a critical point. If it hadn't been for the strong power of the other party, he would have been picking things up a long time ago. "Master, what should we do now? Shall we bring Lucius and the others back?" Snape asked with a solemn expression. Unlike the other Death Eaters, Snape did not feel contemptuous because of Voldemort's successive failures. He knew very well that now was the most dangerous time for the Dark Lord. If Voldemort is so angry that he kills indiscriminately and targets the civilian wizards, then the magic world will definitely usher in a catastrophe. The wandering minds of a group of Death Eaters were immediately pulled back by Snape's words. Everyone looked at Voldemort eagerly, hoping that the Dark Lord would not take them directly to the Ministry of Magic when his brain heated up. No doubt with death, if they want to relieve their anger, they can grab a few moles and torture them severely. However, Voldemort's next words were beyond everyone's expectations. "No, we don't do anything now." A stern grin appeared on Voldemort's face. "Aren't you going to punish those traitors and take revenge on Marks McClown?" Snape asked in confusion. He didn't believe that the Dark Lord could swallow this breath. Voldemort's face twitched. Of course, he thought, if he could, he would like to kill the Ministry of Magic right now. But Voldemort also knew that he was not an opponent of Marks McClown. As for Malfoy, Gore and others, this morning, he discovered that several of the dark marks he had printed had been cracked. In other words, Lucius Malfoy and others had completely got rid of his control, and this would have been hidden in all likelihood. It was not an easy task to find them in the safe house in Turnover Alley. However, in order to increase the confidence of the Death Eaters, Voldemort did not express these concerns in public, but said with a sneer, "Even if we don't do it, they won't be happy for long. Marks McClown is too arrogant. He thinks that he can control the Ministry of Magic and fool the foolish people, and he can sit back and relax. But it is a pity that he has forgotten an important thing. It is not these wastes that can determine the outcome of the war." Having said this, Voldemort suddenly turned his head to look at Snape and asked, "Severus, how did you do when I made things happen?" "Master, I have told Dumbledore the true face of Marks McClown according to your instructions, but the principal doesn't really believe my words," Snape said with a calm expression, and then seemed to think again. Like something, he continued to speak. "In addition, Dumbledore has rarely returned to Hogwarts in recent months. No one knows where he went, and even I can't find him. But you definitely have a way to inform him, right, Severus?" Voldemort stared at Snape, his tone a little harder. He knew that Snape was the undercover Dumbledore sent to him, and because of this, the other party must have the means to contact the strongest white wizard. Only in this way, in the event of an emergency, Snape could accurately convey the news to Dumbledore in time. Under Voldemort's scrutiny gaze, Snape nodded hesitantly. "Master, you are right. I do have a way to contact him, but it is only a new-way contact. I can't guarantee that he will respond to me. Dumbledore will never sit back and watch such a big thing in the magic world. I want you to truthfully report to him the news that Marks McClown set up the Ministry of Magic. I believe he will be very interested." "Yes," Voldemort said gloomily. In his opinion, Dumbledore is a hypocritical wizard, the guardian of mudbloods and moles, who obviously has superhuman power but is willing to curl up in a small Hogwarts, a so-called by the weak. Order is firmly bound. This is tantamount to the tigers restraining themselves in order to please a group of lambs. Until novel.com. I don't know what to say. However, Dumbledore's inexplicable sense of justice and responsibility also destined that he could not tolerate Marks McClown's use of conspiracy and force to rule the entire magical world. The fierce contradiction between the two sides can hardly be eliminated. As long as someone gently pushes it, it will immediately burst out. "But we didn't have the evidence to report Marks McClown," Snape said cautiously. "Now the outside world believes that the person who captured the Ministry of Magic is the famous Dark Lord, and has nothing to do with a 5th grade student relationship." "Who said we didn't?" Voldemort smiled coldly. "I will provide you with a very reliable testimony that proves Marks McClown's wolf ambition." "Witness?" Snape was stunned. and then a slight neighing sound rang from the entrance of the hall. Everyone turned their heads to look at it. But a long snake crawled in from the gate, and a comatose wizard was still entwined on the tail of the snake. Not. Snape squinted, searching the memory in his mind, and quickly figured out the identity of the other party. They were colleagues 15 years ago, but after the resurrection of the Dark Lord, Not did not return. He originally thought Not was dead. Severus, all you need to do is bring him to Dumbledore. All the information is in his brain. Voldemort pointed at Not, who was unconscious on the ground, and ordered. Although the memory of a wizard can be modified, a mind-trapping master like Dumbledore can easily distinguish the true and false of a memory, plus Snape's testimony, enough for Dumbledore to understand his mind. What kind of face does the good student in the middle school have behind his back? P.S. Happy New Year's Day everyone. Chapter 812 Acting Minister Pierce the Blood Wizard of Hogwarts. Master did not also take refuge in Marks McClown like Lucius. Snape couldn't help but ask if he looked at Not, who was ignorant of his life and death surrounded by a serpent. No, when I found him, he was already controlled by the Imperius Curse. Voldemort replied in a daze. During the months of fleeing Knockout Alley, he had sneaked into Knockout Alley many times, with the intention of arresting a few single law enforcement officers for interrogation and snooping on Marks McClown intelligence. But what he didn't expect was that these people seemed to be prepared for a long time. The wizards on duty are always a team of 7, and they never separate. Everyone has a unique fire dragon mark printed on their wrists, and there is no way to start. Chance. Fortunately, the effort paid off. After a few months of staying here, Voldemort also found out the details of Knockout Alley and the personnel situation, and guessed that there is a safe house nearby, but could not find the specific location. But Not was his biggest gain in the past few months. The opponent didn't have that special magic mark on his body, and there were a lot of key information in his memory. It contains images of Marks McClown leading the law enforcement officers to slaughter in the wizarding market, and intimidating and luring the 6 pure-blooded families such as Ibo and Parkinson to surrender. When Marks McClown spoke at the wizarding market last time, the other party was there. These 2 decisive memories are enough for Dumbledore to see the threat posed by the other party. If Marks McClown is allowed to grow like this, there will be an uncontrollable monster in the magic world. This is undoubtedly what he and Dumbledore didn't want to see. Since they have a common goal, maybe there will be cooperation between them, such as exchanging some information through Snape. No matter how badly they can change the current unfavorable situation, the battle between the 2 tigers can be turned into a 3-way battle. I understand, Master. I will faithfully tell Dumbledore what Marks McClown has done according to your instructions. Snape replied respectfully. Very well, I hope you can give me good news within 3 days. Voldemort nodded, with a little smile on his face, very satisfied with Snape's respectful attitude. Considering that the other party had done a lot of things for himself during this time, and he was so loyal, Voldemort asked again. You have done a good job recently? Do you want any rewards? Severus. Reward? Snape's face became a little weird, and the Dark Lord was so down, he didn't think the other party could bring out anything valuable. But Snape also knew that he must not want nothing, otherwise it would easily cause the Dark Lord's dissatisfaction. A few thoughts flashed through his mind, and Snape quickly made a decision, with a somewhat enthusiastic expression on his face just right, looked at Voldemort, and said carefully, Master, I want to learn more advanced black magic and gain more powerful power, just like ... just like you. Voldemort squinted slightly, looked at Snape carefully, and suddenly laughed. You are very ambitious, Severus, but I can satisfy your wish. Starting today, if you don't understand anything about dark arts research, you can come to Riddle's mansion and ask me at any time. Voldemort agreed very readily. Although Snape's talent was good, it was only that, no matter how advanced and deep black magic he was learned, it was impossible to pose a substantial threat to him, so he was happy to take it as an incentive. Neps means. After arranging the task of this loyal man, Voldemort turned his attention to the remaining Death Eaters, and indifferently ordered them not to have any trouble in the near future and pay attention to hiding their body. Erifan and the others nodded in pleasing eyebrows, but secretly made up other calculations in their hearts. Voldemort saw the thoughts in their minds clearly and sneered, but he didn't pay attention to the careful thoughts of these people. If it weren't for the fact that sometimes some people are needed to support the scene, one of these people will have to be dragged down to feed Nagini. The wandering snake seemed to sense Voldemort's thoughts, propped up the snake's body high, and scanned the Death Eaters present with eager eyes, as if watching a plate of delicious meals. 2 days passed in a flash, and after an overwhelming propaganda offensive, the news of the mysterious man's aggressive attack on the Ministry of Magic was already known to everyone. Fudge, the former Minister of Magic, was unsurprisingly the first person to be the first person to hold the pot. A large amount of black material was dug up by the Daily Prophet, and a day later it was revealed that there was some kind of obscure deal with the mysterious man. The entire magical world was in an uproar, and there were endless verbal abuses. Only Mrs. Ekmo, who claimed to be a friend of the Minister of Magic, and a small number of Fudge's supporters came out to defend the former Minister of Magic, claiming that Fudge was deceived by a mysterious man, doing so many wrong things. www.mentalnovel.com. But anyway, Fudge neglected his duty, helped cover up the mysterious person's whereabouts, and turned a blind eye to the abnormality of the Dementors, resulting in a large number of Death Eaters escaped from prison and other crimes were stone-hammered. With such a night's effort, Fudge's reputation has become stinky, and he is hailed as the most incompetent Minister of Magic in history. Thousands of insulting letters were sent to the minister's office every day, but it was a pity that Fudge's body was cold long ago, and he couldn't come out to face everyone's doubts. These letters also put a lot of burden on the Ministry of Magic that is still being rebuilt. Every day, several employees must be specially assigned to intercept the roaring letters to the ministry. In this kind of atmosphere where all the staff were tense and everyone was in danger, a hero of the Salvation stepped on Fudge's corpse and showed his face fiercely. Pierce, the executive director at the time, demonstrated thunderous methods in the battle to defend the Ministry of Magic, leading a large number of wizards to kill and capture 71 Death Eaters, and dozens of Azkaban repeat offenders. Sweeping out all the invading enemies except the mysterious man has greatly boosted the morale of the Ministry of Magic, which can be described as turning the mansion into full swing. Even in the inauguration speech of the acting minister the next day, Pierce publicly announced that the Second Wizarding War had officially started, and then a large number of Aurors would be sent to search and apprehend Voldemort at all costs. Such a tough attitude immediately won the support of countless civilian wizards, and no one hopes to return to the era when the Dark Lord was raging and thugs were rampant more than 10 years ago. Every wizard who has experienced a dark period cherishes this hard-won peace and hopes that the mysterious person will be arrested and brought to justice as soon as possible. However, some people think that Pierce is too big. After all, everyone knows how powerful the Dark Lord is. No amount of Auror can be the opponent of the mysterious man. This will only increase casualties. Chapter 813 Umbridge. The news of the mysterious man's return set off a huge wave in Hogwarts. Although Marks had been vaccinated beforehand, allowing most people to agree with the fact that the Dark Lord was resurrected, this time it was an official stone hammer after all. Not to mention that the mysterious man just attacked the Ministry of Magic and killed dozens of wizards including the Minister of Magic. For a while, the students in the castle were tense, no longer the easy and free attitude of the past. They can hear the voice of the attack wherever they go, and some people even worry that the mysterious person will bring Death Eaters to Hogwarts. Here comes Hogwarts. Harry and Ron were shocked the moment they got the Daily Prophet the next morning. Merlin's beard. How is this possible? Malfoy's father turned out to be an undercover agent sent by Secretary Pierce to Voldemort. Ron couldn't believe that this turned out to be true, but it did appear on the cover of the secondary page of the Daily Prophet. Photos of Lucius, Gore and others. Because the information provided by these people and their defiance before the war provided a great help to the final defeat of the mysterious people, the Daily Prophet did not hesitate to give them the name of an anti-magic hero when propagating. This made Harry and Ron, who had great opinions on Lucius and others, found it a little unacceptable. Why is it impossible? Maybe it's because he suddenly figured it out. Marx shrugged and yawned casually. Of course, this honor is not for nothing. Lucius and others have now become Voldemort's thorns. Once they are caught by the Dark Lord alone, they will definitely die. However, Lucius himself obviously understood this truth, so on the night of the interview with the Daily Prophet, he wept bitterly and begged himself to allow him and Narcissa to move into the safe house in Knockdown Alley. For the sake of that 1,000,000 gallons, he still readily agreed. Marx, you must know something, right? Hermione on the side was not surprised when Marx saw the newspaper, and asked curiously. Harry and Ron also looked over. They all remembered that on Halloween, the day before yesterday, Marx somehow disappeared for a day, and his figure could not be seen in the entire castle. Umbridge was furious when he was in the defense against the dark arts class. They threatened to wait for Marx to be found. His hands and hung him on the roof and used a whip to slap him fiercely. For this, they worried all day. Didn't I say that there was an emergency at home that day, so I needed to go back, and I didn't have time to notify you? Marx casually explained, watching Harry and the others look apologetic. The battle 2 days ago was too important. They had been preparing for more than half a year, and they had leaked the news. Marx didn't dare to mention it to anyone. After all, Harry's occlumency is nothing but a silly. If Voldemort searches for the memory, it will be all over. Listening to Marx's words, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were all dubious. If they were not mistaken, the day Marx's disappearance happened to be when the mysterious man attacked the Ministry of Magic, so they agreed that there must be some of them. What is the connection? Otherwise, how can there be such a coincidence? Seeing that Harry and the others had a lot of inquiries, Marx sighed helplessly, only to speak. Okay, let's not hide it from you. Originally this matter was to be kept secret. In fact, in order to thwart the mysterious man's conspiracy to capture the Ministry of Magic, Minister Pierce privately invited many wizards from Knockdown Alley to help, including my mother Aya. Of course I am no exception. In other words, you rescued the Ministry of Magic with Minister Pierce that day? Harry was surprised. Hermione and Ron also asked excitedly. Marx had no choice but to talk nonsense that he had defeated several Death Eaters that day, and had a few tricks against Voldemort, but the Ministry of Magic patronized Pierce, who was going to be acting minister, and Lucius, McNeil, and others who had fallen in battle, so I completely ignored my merits. Harry and the others were full of enthusiasm. They all knew that Marx had the ability to fight Voldemort, so they didn't have any doubts. They just wished they could join the battle and compete with the Death Eaters. No money to read novels, give you cash or points, and receive it in one day within a limited time. Follow the public middle. Number book friends base camp. Get it for free. The few people who yelled in the lounge quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding students. In addition, Harry and Ron didn't even realize they had to keep their voices down when they were talking, so within a few minutes, Marx everyone knows about participating in that battle and making great achievements. Marx rolled his eyes speechlessly. Originally, he had done such a big event behind the scenes. He was planning to keep a low profile in the near future, so as not to be suspected, and unexpectedly he would become the focus of everyone's attention. However, it is not a big problem to put on the name of a war hero. As long as he unifies his testimony at Knockdown Alley, no one can break him down, and he can also explain his sudden disappearance that day. It was so noisy and spent all morning in the lounge. Just as Marx and others were about to go to the auditorium for lunch, another shocking news came. Umbridge, a senior investigator of the Ministry of Magic and a professor of defense against the dark arts class, was arrested on suspicion of collaborating with demons. The era who came to arrest people has entered Hogwarts. Hundreds of little wizards who received the news gathered excitedly around the auditorium to watch the excitement. Umbridge, who was originally arrogant, has now changed his appearance. Mentalnovel.com. The round and flat face resembling a toad is full of horror, and the big red robe is torn. But even with this downfall, Umbridge still didn't mean to accept his fate. Let go of me. I am a senior investigator who the Minister of Magic personally confessed. You have no right to arrest me, Miss Umbridge. In fact, you are no longer a high-level investigator, and the order to arrest you was signed by the Minister himself. Lex put on an official business appearance, with a faint sarcasm in the corners of his mouth. Look. Oh, yes, by the way, the current acting minister is Mr. Pierce. The expression on Umbridge's face suddenly froze. Of course, she had read the Daily Prophet this morning, and it was also clear that Fudge was hit by a mysterious man's killing curse in the battle to defend the Ministry of Magic and was killed on the spot. But she couldn't accept the fact that she lost power overnight and was even slandered as a mysterious person with the party. In contrast, Umbridge prefers to believe that these are all fake news fabricated by the Daily Prophet. Minister Fudge is still safe, waiting for him to report on his work in the Ministry of Magic, and the two Dumbledore bought it and wanted to forcibly seize himself. Chapter 814. The so-called acting minister is. It's a pity that no matter how much Umbridge's brain supplements, it can't change the reality. Dawlish is fed up with her unreasonable troubles, and even winks at Ellison and Sunny. After several years of tempering, Ellison is no longer the adorable Newera he used to be, and he looks very capable in his dark standard robe. After seeing Dawlish's suggestion, Ellison immediately understood, and with a straight face, he and Sunny set up Umbridge and forcibly dragged away Umbridge. You Aslander, I didn't take refuge in a mysterious person. I'm innocent. Let go of me. I want to see Minister Fudge. Umbridge's roar continued to echo in the hall. Seeing Umbridge being forcibly dragged away by the era, the little wizards present all sighed. George and Fred took the lead in cheering and set off fireworks in the auditorium, suggesting that everyone be well tonight. Celebrate. Several professors rarely stopped George and the others from making mischief. Although they didn't say anything on the surface, everyone could tell that they were in a good mood, but because of the status of the professor, they couldn't applaud him in person. Richie saw him off. Trelawney cried with excitement. Umbridge's arrest meant that the previous review was invalid. She could finally return to her post without worrying about being kicked out of Hogwarts. Standing in the crowd, Marks was very calm, because the arrest of Umbridge was ordered by him personally. So there is no surprise. Now it seems that Pierce's reaction was fairly quick. He removed the positions of Deputy Minister and Senior Investigator of Umbridge so quickly, and he also gave the other party a demon hat. It is foreseeable that Umbridge's future can only be spent in Azkaban. After watching this good show, the little wizards gathered in the foyer returned to the auditorium to enjoy today's lunch. During the meal, Harry and the others were still talking about Umbridge's embarrassed appearance when he was taken away, and they had more confidence in the reorganized Ministry of Magic. After all, Pierce, the new Minister of Magic, has a completely different attitude towards Voldemort from Fudge. He behaves very tough, saying that he will start a war. He looks like he will fight the Dark Lord to the end, and even shouted out who can catch it. The Dark Lord is the slogan of the next Minister of Magic. It would be great if the Eras could catch the mysterious man sooner. My mother has always been worried about my safety and is not at ease letting me stay in school. Seamus complained while cutting a steak. You should tell your mother that Hogwarts is the safest place in the world of magic. With Professor Dumbledore, the mysterious people would not dare to come in. Ron vowed to say. Then his eyes turned to the prophet. In the daily newspaper, said with a sigh. It's a pity that we don't know where the mysterious man is hiding now. If we can provide information, the Ministry of Magic will reward us with a full 10,000 gallons. Ron looked at the huge rewards posted in the newspapers with enthusiasm, which was enough for him to buy a firebolt to shine in this year's Quidditch competition. Hermione on the side glanced at him and said angrily, "Don't think about it, Ron. The mysterious person is not so easy to deal with. We better not expect to meet him." Harry also nodded. The last meeting with Voldemort in the cemetery left him with lingering fears, and the power displayed by the other party was simply beyond their reach. Ron also knew that he couldn't be the opponent of the mysterious man, and he couldn't help being a little frustrated, then turned his head to look at Marks, and offered to say, "By the way, Marks, you might try. If you help the Auror catch the mysterious person, you will be the next Minister of Magic." Bookfriendswelfare.mentalnovel.com. You can get cashier points, as well as iPhone 12 and Switch waiting for you. Follow the VX public account BookFriends Basecamp to get it. Not interested? You might as well worry about this year's OWL exam if you have this leisurely mind. Marks waved his hand short of interest. And being a Minister of Magic is not necessarily a good thing. Dealing with trivial things every day, it's boring. As for why he knew so clearly, of course it was because he had seen the documents that Fudge had left in the office and the minutes of recent meetings. Because of this, Marks lost the last bit of interest in the post of Minister of Magic. But what he should have thought of is that there are only a few thousand wizards in England, even if the total number of magical creatures with wisdom, such as fairies and horsemen, is less than 10,000. It is not even comparable to a mole town. There are not so many on weekdays. Big things need to be dealt with. If it weren't for the resurrection of the Dark Lord, the most important thing the Minister of Magic would do every week would be a meeting at the Ministry of Magic, and the discussion would be whether it is necessary to legislate against humanoids. After arguing for hundreds of years, there is no clear deterministic issue. No wonder the former Minister Fudge was all about fighting for power, but he was all idle. Marks shook his head. In his opinion, being Minister of Magic is a waste of his precious time, so he might as well give it to Pierce, who is also keen on power. At least the other party is doing pretty well now. After being beaten by himself, the whole person is even more honest. Otherwise he would not take the initiative to give up the opportunity to directly serve as Minister of Magic and instead use the name of an acting minister. Pierce's meaning couldn't be more obvious. The translation is to manage the Ministry of Magic instead of himself. In view of this, Marks was naturally reciprocated, and let the Prophet's daily hype for Pierce, blowing the newly appointed acting minister into the anti-magic hero, the hope of the magic world. I just don't know how Voldemort would react when he saw this newspaper. Marks picked up the Daily Prophet on the table and muttered to himself, with a smile on his lips, "I even want to go to Snape and ask. I believe it will be very interesting." But curiosity goes to curiosity.mentalnovel.com. Marks did not develop complacency because of this successful calculation of Voldemort. After all, the threat posed by the Dark Lord has not disappeared, and he stimulates the opponent so frequently. It may also cause some unexpected consequences. No one can predict what kind of revenge Voldemort, who is caught in rage, will take next. Thinking of this, Marks inevitably has a headache. A powerful wizard like Voldemort is hardly bound by anything. Even if he happens to set up a situation to trap the opponent in a certain place, he can win with his current strength. Not to mention killing Voldemort completely. These questions should have been Dumbledore's troubles, but it was his turn to think of a solution. Marks kept complaining in his heart, but he also understood that Dumbledore hadn't shown up for a long time, and he was afraid that it would be too bad for him to devote his life to the cause of the anti-Dark Devil. Just as Marks was thinking this way, a voice suddenly rang behind him. "McClown, Principal Dumbledore asked you to wait for a visit to the office." Chapter 815. Dumbledore returning. Marks was taken aback by the sudden sound, turned around and looked over, only to find that Snape had been standing behind him for some time. What made him even more concerned was what Snape had just said. "Professor Dumbledore is back?" Marks asked suspiciously. "Yes, he is waiting for you in the principal's office." Snape nodded and responded, looking at Marks with a complex look. If he hadn't seen Voldemort's desperate appearance, he couldn't believe that the young wizard in front of him had been secretly trying to control the British magical world, and he had successfully done it. Snape took a deep look at Marks. Even the Dark Lord in his youth couldn't have such a courage. He couldn't imagine what height the opponent would grow to in a few years. In terms of blessing or curse. While Snape kept thinking about it, Marks also fell into deep thought. Dumbledore hasn't shown up much since the school banquet this semester. He has been missing for more than half a year, but now he suddenly appeared, and named himself to go to the principal's office. The timing was a bit too coincidental. Professor Snape, do you know what President Dumbledore asked me for? Marks asked. Snape shook his head and replied, I just follow the command line. Marks raised his eyebrows. He didn't believe that Snape was really as ignorant as he said. The only person in the entire Order of the Phoenix who could guess his plan and relay it to Dumbledore was Snape. Marks's scrutiny gaze made Snape very uncomfortable. He only felt like he was being stared at by a fierce fire dragon. That terrifying dragon's breath could take his life at any time, as if his breathing became less smooth. But after all, he had been a double-sided undercover agent. Under the pressure of the faint aura, Snape's face remained calm and continued to remind him. The password of the principal's office is lemon ice cream. Understood. I'm going now. Seeing that Snape couldn't ask anything, Marks didn't mean to embarrass him anymore. After saying hello to Harry and the others, he got up and left the university hall. On the way to the headmaster's office, Marks's frowning brows were never loosened. Dumbledore looked for himself at this point in time, probably because he led an attack on the Ministry of Magic 2 days ago. With a Snape like Snape by Voldemort's side, Marks didn't feel that he could fool the strongest white wizard. The more I think about it, the more bored Marks's mood becomes. He keeps thinking about the solution in his mind, but unfortunately he has no clue. I can't say that I attacked the magic and killed the Minister of Magic to avoid internal friction, integrate all the resistance forces, and fight against Voldemort together, right? Although this is true, Dumbledore may not be able to accept this kind of justice. It's really troublesome. Marks sighed helplessly. Dumbledore's sudden return was something he hadn't expected before. Otherwise he would definitely modify the plan to be more complete and concealed. It's a pity that it's too late to say anything. For Marks, he was not willing to be hostile to Dumbledore if he could. Even though the White Wizard had a big gap with his mother Raya, in all fairness, Dumbledore has indeed provided him with a lot of help in the past few years. As he thought about it, the huge stone beast in front of him had already come into view. Marks closed his mind and shouted out the password. Lemon ice cream. The huge stone beast immediately shook violently, making a dull sound, and slowly rotating upwards. After a while, the stairs leading to the principal's office appeared in front of his eyes. Marks hesitated and stepped on it, feeling a little nervous. In a daze, he couldn't help but think of Halloween that year when he enrolled in school. He also went to the principal's office with a similar mentality, thinking about how to defend Dumbledore in front of Dumbledore. This feeling of losing the initiative makes Marks very uncomfortable. He has always been hungry for strength, to a certain extent, to avoid such a dilemma. Stepping on the last step, Marks's left hand unconsciously stroked the alchemy device on his wrist. But the huge magic power in the Philosopher's Stone did not make him feel at ease. He knew very well that with his current strength, he didn't have full confidence in Voldemort, let alone Dumbledore, who could suppress the Dark Lord and Eonon. The worst thing is that in Hogwarts, he can't use Phantom Shift, but Dumbledore can use the power of Phoenix to teleport. If he loses, it may be difficult to escape. Marks took a deep breath, opened the door and entered, and a slightly hoarse voice rang. "You are here, McClown." Marks turned his eyes away. Dumbledore, who hadn't seen him for half a year, was sitting on the table and chair behind the office, but he looked very different from the last time he met. His eyes were deeply sunken, his beard and hair were messy, right. A piece of scorched black skin was faintly visible on his neck. He is dying. The first time I saw Dumbledore, this thought came to Marks's mind. But after meeting those azure blue eyes, Marks put the thought behind. The eyes are the window to the soul. After mastering the mind of the goddess, Marx can easily see the other side's thoughts and mental state from the eyes of a wizard. And Dumbledore's situation was very strange. His body was withered and decayed, his mood was low, but his mental state was better than ever. Just looking at each other made him feel trembling. Marx has a hunch that if he fights now, he will definitely be the one who will die. Back to the light, Marx was thinking silently in his heart, walking on the bright side without stopping, walked straight to the desk, and asked, "Long time no see, President Dumbledore, did you ask Professor Snape to come to me? Also, your physical condition doesn't seem to be very good. Do you need me to inform Madame Pomfrey?" Marx added tentatively. No, although it is offensive to say that, I am afraid that Mrs. Pomfrey can't help me, Dumbledore said briskly, seemingly not worried about his body at all. He stretched out the intact left hand. Mentalnovel.com motioned Marx to sit down, and then made a gentle suggestion. "Would you like a cup of hot coffee?" After Dumbledore's voice fell, 2 cups appeared in front of them out of thin air, filled with hot coffee. In such a cold winter, it is undoubtedly a pleasure to be able to sit in front of a roaring fireplace and drink a warm cup of coffee. But Marx didn't have that thought at all. But he was a little surprised by Dumbledore's attitude. Before entering the principal's office, he had anticipated how Dumbledore would view himself. Probably anger, disgust, and disappointment. However, Marx can't see the slightest similar emotion on the opponent's face now. Dumbledore's face is very peaceful, and his azure blue eyes are like the black lake outside the school, and there is a deep calm in the calm. Terror. End of this chapter. TXT download address, Fonia Reading, Chapter 816. The contradiction that can't be resolved. After a brief distraction, Marx picked up the cup on the table and took a sip. The hot liquid went straight down the throat and quickly poured into his stomach. The rising heat gradually dissipated the winter cold, slightly bitter taste still on the tip of the tongue. Marx's spirit was refreshed. Dumbledore, who was directly opposite, also took a sip while holding the cup, and then suddenly asked, "What do you think of the magic world now, McClown?" Dumbledore's words made Marx stunned. He didn't quite understand why the old professor suddenly turned the topic here, but after thinking about it, he still replied, "Professor, I think the current political system of the British magical world is too rotten and backward. Some laws were even formulated hundreds of years ago. They have long been unable to adapt to the current era and urgently need to make changes. You may not know it, but I met many poor wizards in Nocturne Alley. Some of them don't even earn 10 gallons a month. Even basic living is a problem. This is obviously unreasonable." Marx talked freely. "Muggles are rich and poor, and so are wizards," Dumbledore said non-committal. "But wizards are different from muggles. The magic they master can be used in more important places. They can also live a better life with their own abilities, instead of being a handyman or a handyman in a place like Knockdown Alley." "It's a thief," Marx retorted seriously. He did not agree with Dumbledore's statement. In Marx's opinion, any wizard who knows magic can create value far beyond ordinary muggles. They can use magic to make an object magnify, shrink, float, deform according to their own minds. A clever wizard can even create an independent space. Such power can play an important role in many places. If it can be combined with the power of muggle technology, it will be enough to trigger the next work revolution and greatly improve the living standards of all mankind. As for the conflict between industrial objects and magic, in Marx's opinion, it is not impossible to solve. In fact, many wizards have made similar attempts, such as the flying motorcycle of Sirius and Hagrid, and the magic car modified by Arthur Weasley. All this shows that it is absolutely feasible to combine magic and technology. The only problem is that these creations are powered by the magic power of the driver. Muggles cannot be used and it is difficult to popularize. However, most wizards use fireplaces and phantom shifts, and there is no need for so-called vehicles. This may also be the reason why the crystallization of technology and magic is so brilliant, but few people choose to conduct in-depth research in this area. But this happens to be a topic that Nicole Liam has been studying in his later years. The solution is the magic storage device, or a degraded version of the Philosopher's Stone. According to the Alchemy Notes, if you continue to study the improvement of the Philosopher's Stone, reduce the cost, and mass-produce it into a battery-like existence, then the magic will become a brand new energy source. Even moles can experience the joy of magic. A new civilization combining magic and technology will also be born from this. These thoughts in his mind, Marx didn't mean to conceal Dumbledore, and he spoke out generously. He also wanted to know how the strongest man in the magical world would think of his plan in front of him. Listening to Marx's narration, Dumbledore groaned for a long time, without any change in expression on his face, and then said slowly, "So you want to make the wizard's existence public?" "Yes." Marx nodded without hesitation. He had read the Ministry of Magic's document report. It was clear that Dumbledore was one of the biggest supporters of the International Wizarding Secrecy Act, but Marx would not do this either. Lie, because he was convinced that his actions were correct. "Then have you thought about how to resolve the conflict between Mule and Wizard?" Dumbledore didn't mean to be angry at Marx's answer, but continued to ask. "Or to put it another way, in what capacity do wizards live in the Mule world in your imagination?" "Probably wizards will become a very special high-paying profession based on talent." Marx was a little unsure. He hadn't thought about this question beforehand, so he had to bite the bullet and answer. "It's probably hard to do." Dumbledore smiled and shook his head, took another sip from the cup, and said with emotion, "They won't be satisfied with this." Marx fell silent immediately. Of course he knew what Dumbledore was talking about. Most wizards were arrogant or even contemptuous towards mules. They usually felt that they were superior. This can be seen from the name. Moreover, the contrast between the strengths of the two parties will further expand this psychology. After all, a wizard who graduated from a regular school, if he wants to, can completely turn the mules around, just buy a bottle of ecstasy, and make the beauties and handsome guys he loves crazy in love with him, and use magic to create an accident easily kill people you hate. Not to mention that a small number of wizards also master evil magic such as forgetting spells and dementing minds. They can delete and tamper with mules' memories at will. It is not too much to describe them as they please. It can be said that mule laws and regulations do not have any binding force on a wizard. If the other party is smart enough to commit crimes without being discovered by anyone, this temptation is probably something that few people can resist. What if we register all wizards and manage their spellcasting behavior? Marx said unwillingly. No wizard will give up the right to cast spells freely, and the Ministry of Magic has no ability to manage those adult wizards. Dumbledore put down his teacup www.mtlnovel.com and looked at Marx and said seriously, "In fact, every once in a while, there will be some wizards who cannot bear the temptation and act recklessly in the mule world. The Ministry of Magic has to make great efforts to deal with these vicious events every year. If you can't guarantee that all wizards are willing to abide by order, then publicizing the existence of the magic world will only intensify the contradiction between wizards and mules, and ultimately evolve into war." Dumbledore's words are very sharp. He has experienced the catastrophe decades ago. He knows the thoughts of most wizards and understands that many mules are very afraid of the power of wizards and are hostile to it. Attitude. It is not so easy to eliminate this contradiction. This can be analogized to the problem of immigration between different races, but it is 100 times more complicated and intense. As long as a few wizards are hostile to mules' wanton crimes and cause chaos, the conflict between the two sides will intensify. According to the lessons of history, there is a high probability that it will evolve into war or massacre. Whether it is mules or wizards that ultimately die, it is not. He would like to see. End of this chapter. TXT download address, Funny Reading, Chapter 817 International Wizarding Secrecy Act. Dumbledore's words were like a sharp sword, shattering Marx's superficial knowledge of the magic world, allowing him to re-examine the contradiction between the wizard and the mule. But the more I think about it, the more confused Marx is, because he has no idea how to solve this problem. After all, the wizards are not united, but scattered all over the world, each with its own ideas, and even the most basic decision-making cannot be unified. Even if he can achieve certain results in England in the future, it will be of no avail. The trust he has built so hard may be destroyed by violent wizards somewhere. This is just the trouble caused by the wizards. In comparison, the mole's thoughts are even more troublesome. As an ordinary person, suddenly knowing that there are wizards in this world, they will use all kinds of magical magic and can easily play with themselves in the applause. What kind of ideas will emerge? Envy, jealousy, or fear or hostility? What else will those in power think? Will they regard the power of wizards as a threat, and feel jealous, or even regard the suppression of wizards as a means to please the voters? Thinking of this, Marx's brows wrinkled involuntarily, and he had a vague answer in his heart. Differences caused by different races, religions, genders, nationalities, and countries can even cause people to discriminate against each other, speak bad words, and even trigger wars. What's more, wizards and moles are fundamentally different. Being born with magical talent is certainly an advantage, but this advantage can easily evolve into arrogance, and eventually form a theory of pedigree. No, it should be said that similar ideas have been accepted by many wizards. Even pure-blood wizards like Weasley who are close to ordinary people will unconsciously show the superiority of being a wizard when mentioning moles. If the number of wizards can be increased by 100 times, then Marx has no doubt that moles in the world are only ruled, and the so-called equality of all will become a joke. But it is a pity that the group of wizards is only a minority after all, and the number of moles is at least tens of thousands of times that of wizards. They are the real masters of this world. At the same time, the crowded moles cannot endure threats posed to them by wizards as a minority. This sense of fragmentation may be the root cause of the outbreak of war. That's why, Marx muttered to himself, he had always believed that the existence of the secrecy law largely caused the magic world to lack communication with the outside world, so he set himself up. Now it seems that the advantages of this law outweigh the disadvantages. Because it separated the world of moles and wizards and eliminated the possibility of large-scale conflicts, it is no wonder that this law has been unanimously recognized by the magic world of all countries and continues to this day. It seems that you have already understood that you are protecting both moles and wizards. This is the key to their peaceful coexistence with us, Dumbledore said solemnly. Marx nodded. His previous thoughts were indeed not comprehensive enough. He thought the problem too simplistically and ignored many important things. Of course, this does not mean that Marx agrees to continue to implement the secrecy law. After all, wizards cannot hide their existence forever. From now on, it is better to try to contact and ease the conflict step by step than to be caught out suddenly in the future. At least now the wizard still holds the initiative. Marx was talking about his ideas dit for tat. In his opinion, it will only become more and more difficult for future wizards to hide their whereabouts, because wizards and moles are not without any intersection. For example, in England, young wizards who have awakened their magical talents will receive a letter of admission from Hogwarts, and their families will also learn about the existence of wizards. Some of these people are kind to wizards, and there are Dursleys who hate demons and hate wizards moles. Regardless of their choice, one thing is certain, they will actively or passively spread news about wizards in the mole world. The magical world has not been exposed until now. It is entirely because the mole's means of spreading the news are still very backward for the time being. In addition, the mole government is helping to clean up and cover up the results. Otherwise, the employees of the Ministry of Magic will be too busy. The secrecy law has maintained this balance for more than 300 years. I think this has reached its limit. I am afraid that we will not have another 300 years. Marx said very seriously, unless the world of magic at the same time the wizards exercise stricter control, or they will face this big problem head-on for at most 50 years. Half a century seems to be a long time, but if you want to promote the communication between wizards and moles, this time is obviously not enough. It is better to do it early than late. After possessing the Sorcerer's Stone, Marx's lifespan has been greatly extended, and it is not a problem to live for hundreds of thousands of years, so other people can act as a shopkeeper and throw trouble to future generations to worry. But he can't. Even if the war between wizards and moles will not break out 2 centuries later, he will eventually have to face it. Dumbledore listened quietly to Marx's words, and neither agreed nor opposed. He was very clear that the secrecy law was only a stopgap measure, but he also understood what a change would bring. This will completely break the hundreds of years of tacit understanding between the Mole government and wizards, and make the world into chaos and unknown. In the spacious principal's office, the atmosphere immediately condensed, and Dumbledore's eyes under his half-moon glasses stared at Marx closely. MTLnovel.com. His eyes were full of scrutiny. Marx didn't mean to shrink at all. He possessed a lot of magic power to squander at will, and he was already strong enough to rival the Dark Lord. Although he could not beat Dumbledore holding the old magic wand, the opponent was obviously injured and his fighting strength was definitely will be weakened. After a long stalemate, Dumbledore spoke slowly. Right, McClown, the magic world needs some changes. The heart that Marx had been holding was finally let go, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Dumbledore continued to speak. But you can't give a perfect solution, can you? Increasing the contact between wizards and moles means increasing the risk of exposing the magic world. Since its implementation at the end of the 17th century, hiding has become the consensus of the global magic world. Many people have tried to break this status quo, but they failed without exception. The resistance you need to face will only be much more than you think, Dumbledore said, seemingly meaningful. TXT download address, Fournier Reading, Chapter 818. The plan to dominate the world. Marx vaguely heard what Dumbledore seemed to be suggesting, but the latter did not explain too much about it, but continued to speak. Decades ago, there were people who wanted to change the status quo of the magic world as much as you. Of course, his ideas were much more radical than you. You mean Grindelwald? Marx raised his eyebrows, and almost instantly he guessed who the other party was talking about. Well, it seems that you know him a little bit too? Dumbledore asked, slightly surprised. I have seen Grindelwald's deeds in the great events of modern wizards. It says that he wants wizards to live in this world with fairness and even further rule over moles. Is that true? Marx ban the true half of the test said. Dumbledore nodded first, then shook his head. The same can be said, but it is not accurate enough. Grindelwald believes that there is no possibility of harmonious coexistence between wizards and moles, and the status of a race cannot be obtained by negotiation and tolerance. So sooner or later, war will break out, but sooner or later, the result can only be one side ruling the other. Rather than waiting for the moles to start, let the wizards start the war. While we still have this ability. Dumbledore silently swallowed the last sentence. Grindelwald is consciously confident that he can win moles. To win the war? Marx asked, puzzled. In his expectation, although the wizard's magic is magical, it definitely does not have the ability to defeat the mole world. Grindelwald has spent decades visiting various places to promote his ideas, and has won the support of many wizards. The believers are almost all over the world, Dumbledore said with emotion. His expression was slightly moved, but he soon returned to it. After passing the gods, he continued. Not only that, he also chose the best time to implement his plan. 2 worlds. Wars. Marx muttered to himself. He suddenly remembered when Grindelwald was most active, just before and after World War I and World War II. The moles were hostile to each other and the war was endless. To some extent, it was indeed the best time for wizards to step on the stage of history. So Grindelwald wants to provoke a war between moles, weaken their power, or directly represent the wizard to join one of the forces, wait for the opportunity to control and win over the other's upper-level figures, and then find a way to win the war. Marx guessed as he said. He was also shocked by Grindelwald's generous work. More importantly, this path seems really feasible. Wizards possess magical magic and are the objects that both sides of the war must win over. However, compared to the allies that originally dominated the world order, Germany, as a new force vainly attempting to overthrow the old world, is obviously more in line with Grindelwald's requirements. As a force, the wizard joins the German army that lacks allies, and it is easy to receive official attention. Next, only need to propagate in place, and let the wizards show their talents in the war, and use magic to reverse the battle, and then gradually gain the recognition and support of soldiers and civilians. In the end, of course, it is secretly eroding the upper class of Muls and waiting for the victory of the war. Through the canonization of war exploits, the promotion of blood lineage, and the suppression of power, the group of wizards becomes a privileged class, so as to realize the dream of wizards to rule Muls. Amazing idea. After clarifying Grindelwald's plan to dominate the world, Marx couldn't help sighing. Although he did not agree with this idea, he still admired the fact that Grindelwald could deliberately consider for the wizarding group, find a feasible route, and work hard for it. It's amazing, but it's just a castle in the sky after all. He can't even complete the first step of the plan. Dumbledore said softly. Why do you say that? Marx looked at Dumbledore unexpectedly. Greenwood does not represent all wizards, and there are no fewer people who oppose him than those who support him. Dumbledore's expression was serious. For example, the people of the International Wizarding Federation have been trying to arrest Grindelwald and terminate his evil plan. In fact, they have also achieved certain results. They successfully sent Grindelwald to prison, only because of the unfavorable guardianship, and let him give him escaped. Marx understood in an instant that Grindelwald could not resolve the contradictions within the wizard, and various plans could not be implemented at all. If you rashly join the Axis powers, there will also be a large number of wizards in the Allied powers to help, and the final forces will be balanced. In addition, if he remembers correctly, the time of Grindelwald's defeat was 1945, which coincided with the time of Germany's surrender, and the information contained therein is worth pondering. Marx touched his chin, and suddenly thought that the current situation of wizards at that time might be a bit similar to the mutants in the previous film and television series, divided into doves who advocate peace and eagle cards who advocate war. The result of the constant fighting between the two sides only consumes the little power left by the side, and at the same time causes destruction, making ordinary people hate mutants even more. The only thing Marx felt fortunate was that the wizard mastered the forgetting curse and the Mul expulsion curse, so he could hide in the dark without causing Mul hostility. Then Grindelwald has ever thought about how to reverse this unfavorable situation? Marx looked at Dumbledore and asked. Grindelwald's methods must be extraordinary if he can come up with such a grand plan. So easily surrendered. Destroy Paris. Dumbledore said slowly. Huh? Marx was stunned. Why is it suddenly involved in the destruction of Paris? And the insult is not like this. What do you think will happen if an important Mul city is destroyed? Dumbledore did not answer immediately, but asked instead. In that case, the existence of wizards will be known to everyone, and Muls will panic because of this. But they will never surrender just because a city is destroyed. Novel.com. On the contrary, this will be great. This deepens the Muls' malice towards the wizards, angers them completely, and may even become the fuse of the war between the two sides. Marx tried to infer. Dumbledore nodded. Grindelwald wants to deliberately create such hostility, forcing all neutral wizards to stand on his side. This is a big gamble, and the bet is the future of the entire magical world. It's crazy, Marx said in a speechless voice. Obviously, he failed in the end. The heroes who arrived in time joined forces to stop his magic and avoid the tragedy. Dumbledore said the result indifferently. Marx was not surprised by this, because Paris was fine in history and was not destroyed by fire at all. By the way, Professor, why do you know so clearly? Marx suddenly asked. According to Dumbledore's statement, Grindelwald's carefully conceived plan failed to implement even the first step, and was forced to make considerable changes in the follow-up, deviating from the original route. Then Dumbledore was again how to get the full picture of the plan. TXT download address, Fonia Reading, Chapter 819 Young Ideals and Reality. Because the prototype of this plan was originally thought of when we were young, many years ago, we used to be close friends. Dumbledore was silent for a long time before speaking slowly. A bit of regret and nostalgia appeared in the eyes under the moon-shaped glasses, and his thoughts seemed to float back to that afternoon for more than 100 years. He and Grindelwald were sitting face to face as they are now, discussing the future of the magic world together. At that time, he liked to play chess the most, representing the Mole as the villain and playing games with Grindelwald on behalf of the wizard. In countless contests, they have deduced a roughly feasible route, and have always believed that there are too many moles. If the wizard wants to go to the front of the stage, there is only one way to go. That is to instigate a war between moles, and then use magic as a decisive force to control the weak and defeat the strong, so as to achieve the purpose of reducing the mole population and dominating the world on a large scale. He once naively thought that only this could realize their original vision. Therefore, the moles and wizards who died are all necessary sacrifices, the pain of an Irrel for the greater good. Along with Dumbledore's narration, Mark's eyes became more and more weird. He didn't expect the old professor to be an anti-humanist when he was young. Of course Marx knew that Dumbledore and Grindelwald had a close relationship, and even discussed some evil plan to rule moles in private. But the two of them played too hard. It's hard for Marx to imagine that two teenagers could think so far. In this way, Grindelwald spent decades perfecting our original plan, and then in that evening, he sneaked into Hogwarts to tell the plan, and wanted to invite me to join. Dumbledore said, "You rejected him, didn't you?" Marx said the final result while feeling a little bit emotional. Both Grindelwald and Dumbledore are powerful wizards who transcend the commonplace. If the two can really work together and help each other over and over, maybe they can really realize their various plans. "No, you may have overestimated me, McClown." I hesitated that night and didn't give him any clear answer. Dumbledore shook his head and said with his eyes closed, memories in his mind springing up. He still remembers that night when Grindelwald suddenly appeared in his lounge and told him happily that he had found the Deathly Hallows and gathered enough people. Everything was ready, and they already had it. The powerful force that I dreamed of back then. As long as he nodded in agreement, the two could realize their original vision together. His mood was beyond words at that time, and since Ariana died, he and Grindelwald have been disconnected. The two of them have not seen each other for decades, but the other party still hasn't forgotten themselves, and has even been moving towards the path they once envisioned, and put forward a very complete and practical plan. Dreams that were originally out of reach seemed to be within reach at the time, as long as they are willing to work together to take a step forward. Therefore, Dumbledore hesitated and became excited, and did not immediately reject the other party's proposal. I think anyone facing the consolation of a close friend, and the dreams of his youth may be dazzled. Marx said with relief, emotion is Dumbledore's magic weapon for winning, but it is also his deadlock. Dumbledore nodded noncommittently, and then continued to talk. He did not make a statement that time, but Grindelwald probably regarded his attitude as rejection, and did not contact him for a long time. But it is also just right, because Dumbledore is not sure whether he can resist this temptation again. When the next time we get news from Grindelwald, the other party has become the trembling Dark Lord of the entire European magical world, commanding a group of saints, and preparing to provoke a war between wizards and muggles. In the beginning, I didn't have the idea of being hostile to him. We also vowed never to confront each other. Although Grindelwald's ideas were too radical, I stubbornly believed that this could be a way out of the magical world. Dumbledore added, "Then why did you change your attention in the end?" Marx asked in a puzzled way. Grindelwald played the emotional card and used his youth's wish as a killer. It can be said that he can recruit Dumbledore's weakness. He will probably be ready to fight with enthusiasm. But Dumbledore just held back, and finally killed off his relatives righteously, which really made him feel a little bit incomprehensible, because Grindelwald's plan was not going well. The resistance we encountered was far greater than we had anticipated. It was not only the American and European magic circles that issued an arrest order against Grindelwald, but even the international federations the wizard joined in. He was almost an enemy of the whole world. Dumbledore sighed. Wizards like them are indeed very powerful, and no amount of ordinary errors can threaten their lives. But this kind of power is also limited. As long as there are 10 wizards like McGonagall, Snape, and Flitwick, it is enough to contain them. Grindelwald's power was not strong enough to force wizards who did not agree with him to obey his will. Dumbledore can predict that even with his joining, it will probably be a dead end in the end. I anticipated his failure in advance. The facts are just as I imagined. The situation is gradually getting worse. Facing the encirclement and suppression of the 4 parties, Grindelwald's acting style has become more and more crazy. Countless people have died because of this, becoming more and more indifferent to life. MTLnovel.com even crazy enough to want to destroy Paris. Dumbledore's voice trembled faintly. At that time, I had realized that the wizards and muggles who died in the dispute were not chess pieces that were allowed to play in the palms of our hands. I had endured the loss of a loved one and understood the pain. I couldn't let it go. He continues to spread this pain and create more catastrophes. There was a little guilt in Dumbledore's eyes, partly for those who died in the chaos. He thought he needed to bear a certain responsibility. The other part of the guilt is for Grindelwald. When he played chess with Grindelwald many years ago, he played countless times just so that the wizard group represented by the opponent could finally defeat the mole power he represented. But fate is especially ridiculous. After many years, when they truly mastered the power and confronted again with similar identities, the situation was reversed. He'd personally crushed their previous ideals. Because he thinks it is not practical at all, it can only increase the pain. TXT download address, Fonir reading, Chapter 820. You and I are just for the so-called justice. Marx on the side was completely immersed in the story told by Dumbledore, shocked by Grindelwald's courage, and regretted the final break between the two. You tell me this. Do you hope that I can give up my plan to change the magic world? Professor? Marx pondered for a long time, let out a sigh of relief, and asked. The thoughts in his mind also began to shake. As a troublesome person, Marx didn't want to worry about how wizards and moles should live in harmony all day long. He went to class every day, and the leisure life of studying magic was what he expected. However, contrary to expectations, Voldemort's resurrection completely disrupted his plan, and Fudge's pressing step-by-step forced Marx to make some radical move such as attacking the Ministry of Magic. Unconsciously, the entire British magical world was under his control, and heavier pressure was accompanied by it. After all, he is not Fudge, and he can't just sit back and watch some problems, and ostentatiously throw them to his successors to worry about. Because of this, Marx changed his mind. What he wants is more than just defeating Voldemort. In addition, Marx also hopes to do something real to make up for the damage he has caused to the magical world. But now it seems that wanting to change the status quo of the magical world is more difficult than he expected. It is as stunning as Grindelwald has been fighting for his life, but even the wizard infighting problem has not been solved, which makes Marx start suspecting that what I need to face may be a dead end. Just as Marx was confused about this, Dumbledore's voice suddenly rang. I'm afraid you have misunderstood what I mean, McClown. If anyone can change the magic world, then I think this person will be you. Dumbledore looked at Marx and said seriously, whether this road will eventually lead to heaven or hell. Marx was stunned, then shook his head. You look at me high, Professor. You probably don't understand your own particularity, McClown. You are the most talented wizard I have ever seen. Neither Tom Grindelwald nor me, when I was young, never had such a powerful force. Dumbledore said. Marx smiled sullenly, and didn't reply. His family knew about his family affairs. If there was no system to provide a means to accelerate learning, Marx felt that he was at best the level of an excellent 5th grade student. What's more, your talent is much better than ours. I have never seen anyone who can subdue hundreds of dark wizards and rule the entire British magical world at the age of 14 or 5. Dumbledore crescent the gaze under the shaped glasses stared at Marx, and said slowly, "You did what Voldemort dreamed of." The harmonious atmosphere on the court suddenly cooled down. Marx was silent for a while, did not deny, but asked directly, "You know? Did Professor Snape tell you?" Although Marx had long suspected that Dumbledore might have some understanding of his own affairs, when he really clarified, his heart could not help but become a little nervous. Dumbledore shook his head. "While I was wandering in the magical world, I happened to run into a lost wizard. This poor man had just broken free from the shackles of the Imperius Curse. The memory in his mind was in a mess, even what his name was. I don't remember." "Not?" Exclamation mark. Marx suddenly guessed who Dumbledore was talking about. He didn't expect this guy who had been missing for several days to bump into Dumbledore with such luck. "No, it should be said that I was unlucky." While vomiting in his heart, Marx also retorted, "Not is not pitiful. You should have seen the dark mark on his arm. There are many moles and wizards who died in his hands." "What about the Auror who died at the Ministry of Magic and the innocent wounded clerk?" Dumbledore's gaze became sharper and he said solemnly, "Their sacrifices were exchanged for the lives of 71 elite Death Eaters. Don't forget that once these people successfully escaped from Azkaban and returned to the Dark Lord, they would only cause more damage." Fan responded tit for tat. "You could have ended the lives of those Death Eaters in Azkaban ... instead of taking someone into the Ministry of Magic to kill the current minister, causing dozens of innocent Aurors to die as a result." Dumbledore faintly angry. The white beard fluttered slightly under the magical shock. "Fudge has added enough trouble to the magical world. His continued staying in the post of Minister of Magic will only drag everyone into the quagmire. I killed him to prevent more people from dying because of his stupidity," Marx said firmly, without any concessions. The terrifying long Y constantly escaped from Marx's body, intertwined with Dumbledore's aura. The mahogany table located in the center trembles slightly, and cracks burst one after another on the table. Marx stared at the centenarian facing him without squinting. Anger rose in his heart, and continued mercilessly. "What about you, Professor Dumbledore? Since Voldemort's resurrection, what have you done for the magical world?" "I don't believe that Professor Snape didn't report to you Voldemort's plan to take prison. You had a chance to kill those Death Eaters, didn't you? But you still didn't do it because you think killing them might expose Professor Snape's identity. In your opinion, the undercover placed beside Voldemort is far more than 17 Death Eaters. Novel.com, and the damage they may cause is even more important. Are the wizards who will die in their hands not innocent?" Marx's questioning words were like the sharpest sharp knife, scratching Dumbledore's heart, making the centenarian's figure more and more haggard. "Perhaps you are right, McClown. You and I are only sacrificing those innocent people for the so-called justice in your hearts." Dumbledore closed his eyes and said moved. But only a moment later, Dumbledore opened his eyes again. His withered figure seemed to become straight, and he spoke with a voice like Hong Zong. "Since you insist on your justice, then prove it to me, McClown. It's time to make a decision." Having said that, Dumbledore's blue eyes exuded a different kind of gloom. Those eyes stared at Marx firmly, as if wanting to see something on his face. "Anyway, you planned to do this a long time ago, didn't you? Clear the last obstacle and avenge your father." TXT download address, Fournier Reading, Chapter 820. "You and I are nothing but tyrannical things for the so-called justice." Marx on the side was completely immersed in the story told by Dumbledore, shocked by Grindelwald's courage, and regretted the final break between the two. "You tell me this. Do you want me to give up my plan to change the magic world?" "Professor?" Marx pondered for a long time, let out a sigh of relief, and asked, The thoughts in his mind also began to shake. As a troublesome person, Marx didn't want to worry about how wizards and moles should live in harmony all day long. He went to class every day, and had nothing to study, and study the leisurely life of magic is what he expected. However, Voldemort's resurrection completely disrupted his plan, and Fudge's pressing step-by-step forced Marx to make some drastic measure, such as attacking the Ministry of Magic. Unknowingly, the entire British magical world was under his control, and heavier pressure was accompanied by it. After all, he is not Fudge, so he can't just sit back and watch some problems, and throw it to his successors to worry about them. Because of this, Marx changed his mind. What he wants is more than just defeating Voldemort. Besides, Marx also hopes to do some real things to make up for the damage he caused to the magical world. But now it seems that wanting to change the status quo of the magical world is more difficult than he expected. It is as stunning as Grindelwald has been fighting for his life, but even the wizard infighting problem has not been solved, which made Marx start suspecting that what you need to face may be a dead end. Just as Marx was confused about this, Dumbledore's voice suddenly rang. "You may have misunderstood what I mean, McClown. If anyone can change the magic world, then I think this person will be you." Dumbledore looked at Marx and said seriously, "Whether this road will eventually lead to heaven or hell." Marx was stunned, then shook his head. "You look at me high, Professor. You probably don't understand your own particularity, McClown. You are the most talented wizard I have ever seen. Neither Tom Grindelwald nor me, when I was young, never had such a powerful force." Dumbledore said, "Trimed 1 Gad 2 semicolon catch X." Marx smiled wryly. No reply. His family knew what was going on in the house. If there is no system to provide a means to accelerate learning, Marx feels that he is at best now it is the level of an excellent 5th grader. What's more, your talent is much better than ours. I have never seen anyone who can subdue hundreds of dark wizards and rule the entire British magical world at the age of 14 or 5. Dumbledore crescent the gaze under the shaped glasses stared at Marx, and said slowly, "You did what Voldemort dreamed of." The harmonious atmosphere on the court suddenly cooled down. Marx was silent for a while, did not deny, but asked directly, "You know? Did Professor Snape tell you?" Although Marx had long suspected that Dumbledore might have some understanding of his own affairs, when he really found out, his heart still became a little nervous. Dumbledore shook his head. "While I was wandering in the magical world, I happened to run into a lost wizard. This poor man had just broken free from the Imperius curse, and the memory in his mind was in a mess, even what his name was. I don't remember." "Not?" Exclamation mark. Marx suddenly guessed who Dumbledore was talking about. He didn't expect this guy who had been missing for several days to bump into Dumbledore with such luck. "No, it should be said that I am unlucky." While spitting out in his heart, Marx also retorted, "Not is not pitiful. You should have seen the dark mark on his arm. There are many moles and wizards who died in his hands." "What about the Auror who died at the Ministry of Magic and the innocent wounded clerk?" Dumbledore's eyes became sharper and he said seriously, "Their sacrifices were exchanged for the lives of 71 elite Death Eaters. Don't forget that once these people successfully escaped from Azkaban and returned to the Dark Lord, they would only cause more damage." Fan responded tit for tat. "You could have ended the deaths of those Death Eaters in Azkaban ... instead of taking people into the Ministry of Magic to kill the current minister, causing dozens of innocent Aurors to die as a result." Dumbledore faintly angry, the white beard fluttered slightly under the magical shock. "Trimed 1 Gad 2 semicolon catch X. Fuji has added enough trouble to the magic world, and his continued staying in the post of Minister of Magic will only drag everyone into the quagmire. I killed him to prevent more people from dying because of his stupidity," Marx said firmly, without giving way to the slightest. The terrifying dragon power constantly escaped from Marx's body, intertwined with Dumbledore's aura, and the mahogany table in the center trembled slightly. MTLnovel.com. The tabletop broke apart one after another. Crack. Marx stared at the centenarian facing him without squinting. Anger rose in his heart, and continued mercilessly, "What about you? Professor Dumbledore. Since Voldemort's resurrection, what have you done for the magical world? I don't believe that Professor Snape didn't report Voldemort's plan to take prison to you. You had a chance to kill those Death Eaters, didn't you? But you still haven't done it, because you think killing them might expose Professor Snape's identity. In your opinion, the undercover placed beside Voldemort is far more than 17 Death Eaters and what they might cause. Destruction is more important. Are the wizards who will die in their hands innocent? Marx's questioning words were like the sharpest sharp knife that struck Dumbledore's heart, making the Centenarian's figure more and more withered. Perhaps you are right, McClown. You and I are just sacrificing those innocent people for the so-called justice in my heart. Dumbledore closed his eyes and said moved. But only a moment later, Dumbledore opened his eyes again. His withered figure seemed to rise upright all of a sudden, and he spoke with a voice like Hong Zong. Since you insist on your justice, then prove it to me, McClown. It's time to make a decision. At this point, Dumbledore's azure blue eyes exuded a different kind of gloom, and those eyes stared at Marx firmly, as if wanting to see something on his face. Anyway, you planned to do this a long time ago, didn't you? Clear the last obstacle and avenge your father. Chapter 821 Phoenix Blood. In the evening, Marx stepped out of the principal's office with a black face. Behind him, the ferocious stone beast sank slowly, making dull noises. Glanced back at the closed stone gate, Marx sighed involuntarily, as expected. Dumbledore could not accept his ideas at all. Or to put it another way, I can't accept myself gathering crowds, killing people, and abusing black magic in the name of justice. Marx is very clear about how many crimes he has committed. If he is tried by the arbitration tribunal, he estimates that he will have to stay in Azkaban for a lifetime. Dumbledore didn't do it on the spot when he was in the principal's room, just because it was Hogwarts. If they choose to fight here with their strength, it will definitely cause incalculable damage. Not to mention that it's not the Christmas holiday. There are hundreds of teachers and students in the castle. It would be no good if someone was attracted by the magic wave of battle and caused accidental injuries. This is not what Dumbledore wanted to see, nor did it meet Marx's wishes. So this duel should have been delayed until the Christmas holiday. In addition, they also need to find a place where they will not be disturbed as a battlefield. What are you thinking about, Dumbledore? Marx walked slowly in the corridor of the castle, thinking about the scenes of their conversation in the principal's office just now, vaguely a little strange. Dumbledore actually told him all of Grindelwald's plan to dominate the world, and the details were very unreasonable. If you just want to warn yourself, you don't need to do this at all. Isn't he worried that he will reproduce Grindelwald's actions in the future and start a war between moles and wizards again? Marx frowned, then turned his gaze to the two glass bottles in his left hand, which Dumbledore had handed to him before he left the principal's office. There are wisps of white smoke floating in one of the glass bottles. As a master of Bannock, Marx of course can see that this is a thread of memory, and it is likely to be related to his father. The other glass bottle is filled with crimson blood. If you look carefully, you can see that the blood is glowing with light golden fluorescence. Trimed 1 Gad 2 semicolon catch X. This is the blood of the phoenix. Marx didn't quite understand why the White Wizard gave this thing to himself at first, but when he thought of the words the other party said, he understood a little bit. Dumbledore is an extremely contradictory person. On the one hand, he witnessed the rise of Grindelwald and Voldemort with his own eyes, and he did not want a third Dark Lord to appear in the magical world. On the other hand, as Dumbledore said himself, his talent is very high, and he is the person most likely to break the barrier between wizards and moles in hundreds of years. Killing oneself is tantamount to severing the hope of revolution in the magical world. It was probably because of such a contradiction that the other party would hand this precious phoenix blood to his hand. The meaning of is also very obvious. Dumbledore believes that his strength is very strong, which is not what Marx can match now, so he needs the phoenix blood to fill the gap, and try his best to make the battle evenly matched. instead of overwhelming, really confident enough. Marx muttered solemnly. Since Dumbledore had met Not and used magic to sort out the memories in the opponent's mind, it proved that the White Wizard must know that he defeated Voldemort easily. Under such deterrence, Dumbledore still believes that his strength needs to be improved. This confidence makes Marx a little uneasy, and even wonders in his heart whether to find a place to avoid it. Maybe 10.5 days. In a month, Dumbledore died by himself. Then there is no need to fight this one. 2 days passed in a flash. After that conversation, Marx didn't delay a moment. He didn't even sleep that night. He spent all his energy on making blood fusion potions, even checking those memory threads. No time at all. After all, after the blood of the magic creature is taken off, the activity will gradually disappear. Therefore, the production of the blood fusion potion must be completed within 3 days to ensure the most perfect improvement effect after the blood is melted. As for the legend that the blood melt is still lacking, Marx has already considered it. After the war that shook the magic world, the Dementors who had fled were caught again by the Era, and they were strictly guarded by a large number of elite law enforcement officers. Trimed 1 Gad 2 Catch X. But now the entire Ministry of Magic is under Marx's control, so Marx took the time needed to settle the potion. The place where the Dementors were held, chased them with the shadow of unicorns all night, and finally convinced all the Dementors there is no way. They can't surrender. One is to save their lives, and the other is because they can't be accommodated in other places. The wizards of the British magical world have lost their patience with the Dementors' repeated riots. Many high-level officials have proposed that this evil population should be completely extinct. Until novel.com, and they are the only one. Voldemort, the savior, is now unable to protect himself, and the unfriendly cooperation before has created some gaps between the two sides, so it must be impossible to count on. At this time, the olive branch thrown by Marx became the last straw. While Marx persuaded the Dementor, the long-lost reminder sounded in his mind. Unfortunately, no more legendary points have been added. Marx glanced at the taskbar and said with a little disappointment, he overfulfilled the task, but the reward for the task did not increase accordingly. However, Marx had done similar tests before, so he quickly accepted this result. Anyway, his goal has been achieved. The legendary points accumulated in the system bar have been changed from 4 to 7, which is enough for this. It was thought once. After achieved his goal, Marx had no intention of crossing the river to tear down the bridge. In the early morning, he gave an order to Pierce, who was resting in bed, so that the other party quickly sent someone to transport these prisoners in prison. The Dementors were almost overjoyed. Ever since they were captured by the Eras, they have been kept deep underground, unable to get food at all. After being hungry for several days, they are finally able to eat a full meal. Looking at these crazy Dementors, Marx can't help but feel a little funny. These seemingly evil creatures are really simple and overly simple to some extent, and they are also very good to fool. Casually exhorted the law enforcer in charge of the guardianship. Marx did not leave much interest in the Ministry of Magic. He returned to Hogwarts before dawn in the morning, preparing to complete the last process of brewing the potion. Chapter 822 Fusion of Phoenix Blood. Fall in love with Yaodoshu.com. Hogwarts Blood Wizard. On the morning of the rest day, in the responsive house, Marx solemnly opened the glass bottle and poured the crimson blood into the pot full of potion. The next moment, the two liquids merged together and a wonderful magical reaction occurred. It was like a high-temperature boiling surging continuously, and bubbles emerged, which lasted for several minutes before calming down. At this time, the potion in the cauldron has changed from the original chaos to a brilliant golden red. Marx didn't hesitate much. Dang even put the potion into a bottle and drank it all in one go. Hello everyone. Our public account will find red envelopes of gold and coins every day, and you can receive them as long as you pay attention. Please seize the opportunity for the last benefit at the end of the year. No public. The gold-neared liquid flows down the throat. The smell is very strange, but before Marx tastes it, I noticed a stream of heat rising from the stomach and gradually flowing to the whole body, a bit like standing without clothes. The sauna room is warm all over. The first time Marx discovered that fusion of blood is not necessarily a painful thing, maybe it can also be a kind of enjoyment. However, this idea just came to mind and was forced to annihilate, because Marx soon discovered that there was a large stove in his body, which was continuously dissipating heat, and the temperature was getting higher and higher. In just a few seconds, it reached the point that Marx felt unbearable. The skin and internal organs seemed to be being cooked by the fire, and the phoenix whistling could be faintly heard. Not only that, but the other powers contained in the body also started to move around. It was obviously the new phoenix power that broke the original balance. Enable protection mode. Marx didn't continue to endure, but rather resolutely thought in his heart that the magic power that was almost triad gradually calmed down. With the previous experience of fusion of bloodlines, Marx is already very good at maintaining the balance of power. The 4 activated bloodlines were suppressed before they could explode. But after losing the checks and balances, the power of the phoenix became more and more mad, rushing across the body, and finally rushed into his heart. With the super-perceptual ability given in the protection mode, Marx clearly sees that strands of gold-neared flames are emerging from the surface of the trembling heart, and the strands of flames seem to have received sufficient nourishment. The rapid expansion burned into a big fireball and swallowed the beating heart. Trimed 1 Gad 2 Catch X. Is my heart on fire? An extremely ridiculous idea flashed in Marx's mind. But in the next second he realized that the situation was far worse than he thought. The gold-neared flame stretched out along the veins of the blood vessels after engulfing the heart. In almost an instant, Marx's body was lit into a torch. This kind of change from the inside to the outside made Marx somewhat confused, because under his perception, his body disappeared little by little, gradually turning into the nourishment of the flame. If this continues, it won't be long before he will completely disappear in this world. Marx tried his best to stop it, but unexpectedly found that he was powerless, because he could not freely control this new force, he could only suppress or annihilate it, but once he did so, it meant this bloodline fusion failed. After thinking about the legendary points he had accumulated so hard, Marx gritted his teeth, decided to take a gamble, do nothing, and let the flames swallow his body completely. After all, fire is a hotbed of phoenixes. He has seen the appearance of Fox turning into fire and nirvana. Sometimes death does not mean end, but also means rebirth. With this in mind, Marx gave up resistance in an instant, closed his eyes, and quietly felt the hot flame licking his body, first the internal organs, then the hands and feet, the body, and the last one was hanging alone in the air. His head disappeared without a trace. There was no pain during the whole process. The only thing that surprised Marx was that his brain was gone, but he was still able to think normally. He can even see the surrounding scenes through the escaping magic power, but the perspective is divided into many parts, and there is only a fluttering flame left where he originally stood. Marx tried to do something in this strange state. When he thought of this, the flame slammed into the wall next to him, exploding the flames. Marx immediately felt that his body fell apart and was divided into many parts, but he didn't panic. And when his thoughts moved, the scattered flames automatically gathered. I became a fire? Marx thought to himself, amazed by the magic of magic. He manipulated these flames as easily as he manipulated his body before. After getting used to it a bit, Marx was quickly immersed in this wonderful state, experimenting with his new ability, aiming at the tables, chairs and cabinets in the room, and consuming magic to grow more flames. It was ruined unscrupulously. Trimed 1 Gad 2 Catch X. The protection mode is over. Just as Marx was burning very happily, the system prompt sounded suddenly. In the next second, Marx noticed that his ability to control the flame had dropped drastically, and even showed signs of losing control. This made Marx unavoidably anxious, and quickly interrupted the idea of continuing the experiment, trying to find a way to get back to his original form. After more than a minute of trial www.mentalnovel.com, the flames scattered in the responsive house slowly gathered together. It's a magical ability. Mark's figure emerged from the fire. He looked at his hands and the undamaged robe, and muttered to himself. After confirming that he did not lack arms, legs or burst clothes, Marks hurriedly opened the system bar, ready to see the changes after his blood fusion. Marks McClown. Occupation: Blood Wizard. Blood Fusion, 57. Magic Power Scale, 305. Magic Bar, Transfiguration Curse, Level 7. Occlumency, Level 7. Desire, Level 7. Fire Curse, Level 7. Bloodline Magic, Unicorn Shadow, Basilisk Eye, Boggart Transformation, Dragon Transformation, Fire Control. Legend Value, 323. Academic Points, 240. Control the Flame. Marks looked at the extra blood magic and raised his eyebrows. He just experimented with the newly acquired power. It was not just as simple as manipulating the flame, it could almost be regarded as an incarnation flame. Before, Marks had always admired Voldemort's ability to transform into a fog. It was not only convenient, but also very practical in containing the enemy, running away, and protecting his life. It can be said that the reason why the Black Demon is so difficult to deal with, in addition to the 7 Horcruxes, the most important thing is that he has mastered this special bloodline magic, which can make him immune to most attacks. Now that he has finally obtained similar abilities, although it may be inferior in concealment and containment, the flame is much stronger than the Black Mist in terms of lethality. Chapter 823. The control is fierce. Marks is very satisfied with his newly acquired abilities, but he expects more than that. Since he can control the flames, I don't know if Fierce Fire will work. Thinking of this, Marks started experimenting with excitement, gently waved his wand, and a small group of heart-pounding flames floated out of the tip of the wand. What surprised Marks a little was that there was a bit of gorgeous gold in the original red flame. Is it because of the phoenix blood? Marks realized this as soon as his thoughts turned. If he remembers correctly, the flame whip used by Voldemort with Dumbledore's multiple injuries last time was the same color. Just as Marks was thinking about it, the red fierce fire had completely turned into red gold. But this change did not stop. A cold breath escaped from Marks's body, and the red gold flame changed again, and strands of white fireworks emerged, transforming the fierce fire into a weird one. White. Sensenbeian just floated in the room of responsiveness. Just looking at Marks, he felt a palpitation deep in his soul. He was very surprised why his Li Huo suddenly changed to this appearance. Besides the phoenix blood, are there other powers that can affect Li Huo? Marks frowned and didn't understand. But unfortunately the changes in the fierce fire only lasted a few seconds before it was over. If it takes a little longer, or if he just happens to be in the protection mode of the system, he might be able to see it. What's going on? Since I don't understand it for the time being, Marks didn't mean to continue struggling. Li Huo is essentially the manifestation of the wizard's inner tyranny and killing emotions. The strength and state of the Li Huo summoned by different people will be different. For example, Grindelwald's fierce fire is faintly blue, and now it doesn't seem to be a big deal for his own flame to turn white. Not to mention that Marks can clearly perceive that this fierce fire after the mutation has increased a lot compared to the original version. It has become more threatening, and more difficult to control. Marks tried his best to command the Sensen white flame to surround him, changing into the form of a shield, a whip, or a sword. After spending some time to become proficient, Marks's control of Li Huo became more and more smooth. Stand up. Sure enough, his previous guess was correct. The ability to control fire is also useful to Li Huo. Trimed 1 Gad 2 catch X. After getting used to it, Marks tried to raise the wand, and the alchemy device on his wrist suddenly emitted waves of magical power, and the flames quickly the swelling swelled and turned into a fiery long sword tens of meters long, and it was cut down in the air. A fierce roar immediately sounded, and the tyrannical fiery long knife cut a deep crack on the hard ground. Not only that, the white flames continued to engulf the floor to grow by itself, expanding the crack. The surrounding space also vibrated, and it seemed to become unstable. Because I was worried that Lihua would destroy the entire House of Requests, after Marx experimented with specific powers, he quickly cast a spell to extinguish all Lihua summoned. My current strength is probably not weaker than what I showed that night, Marx muttered to himself, looking at the traces destroyed by the fierce fire. With his current strength, if he can return to the night of Knockdown Alley, I am afraid that there is no need to waste 5 legendary points. Turning on the protection mode of the system is enough to knock the Dark Lord back. The most important thing is that with the Philosopher's Stone, his battery life will not have any problems, and there will be no more owner minute limit. It's just that Marx was not happy for long, because he knew that what he had to face now was no longer the Voldemort who was shrunk in the safe room and did not dare to appear, but Albus Dumbledore, the strongest white wizard in the magical world! The man who defeated the first Dark Lord Grindelwald in the magic world and counted Voldemort to death in the original time and space. Marx never underestimated Dumbledore because of his amiable attitude. Judging from the information obtained from the original time and space, Dumbledore was able to suppress Voldemort and Unknown, even with Harry as a burden, can smoothly repel the Dark Lord. It can also be seen from the verbal confrontation between the two that Voldemort was very afraid of Dumbledore, otherwise he would not dare to approach Hogwarts at the peak of his power. However, Marx believes that he also has the ability to defeat the Dark Lord now. If Dumbledore's power is only as shown in the original time and space, there is no need to be afraid. What is his support? Old magic wand. Marx thought to himself, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. Dumbledore was too confident enough to hand over the Phoenix blood to himself to increase the enemy's strength before the battle. Trimed 1 Gad 2 Catch X. Marx recalled the powerful aura he felt from the White Wizard at the beginning of school, and also thought of Dumbledore's frequent play and disappearance in the past 2 years. There is a guess. Did he accidentally unlock the secret of the Deathly Hallows, gained power from it? Marx thought silently in his mind. In the original time and space, only Dumbledore and Harry had obtained the 3 deathly sacred objects at the same time, but they could not gather all the 3 sacred objects at the same time. Before Dumbledore got the Resurrection Stone, he exchanged the invisibility cloak to Harry, so he only had 2 sacred artifacts at the same time when he had the most hands.untilnovel.com. Not to mention Harry, before he died, he casually threw the Resurrection Stone in the Forbidden Forest, completely losing the possibility of gathering 3 holy artifacts at the same time. But the current situation is a bit different. The invisibility cloak has been missing for more than a year. Maybe it was with Dumbledore. Literature bxwx.go. Of course, Marx didn't believe that the White Wizard would take the initiative to steal Harry's invisibility cloak, but what if it was forgotten somewhere by Harry, and then Dumbledore retrieved it? Exploring the power of the Deathly Hallows is Dumbledore's lifelong wish. With the countdown to life, faced with the temptation to gather 3 sacred artifacts at the same time, would Dumbledore choose to temporarily seize the invisibility cloak for a period of time and privately study the power of the Deathly Hallows? Marx thinks about it. The more I think it's possible, but I don't dare to be 100% sure. Forget it, it's useless to think so much. Marx sighed. This guess would not only let him know that Dumbledore's strength might be stronger than he thought, and increase his pressure on his heart. Too many effects. Of course, he is not completely out of chance. The meeting a few days ago proved that Dumbledore's physical condition was worrying, and coupled with his old age and frailty, he would definitely not be able to maintain his peak combat power for a long time. So what I have to do is to delay as much as possible, increase the intensity of the battle, and let the injuries in Dumbledore's body completely erupt. Ask for 1 day off, make up tomorrow as the title. The angel is not very satisfied with the chapter of today's code. This chapter mainly reveals the past of the protagonist's father. It was originally prepared to describe it from Dumbledore's perspective, But after writing a chapter, I found that there are many important points that cannot be written. It is necessary to change the perspective, so the whole chapter will have to be changed drastically. It is estimated that the changes will not be finished tonight. I will post it tomorrow. 2 more tomorrow. HTTPS. Only 1 second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 824. Does this count as bullying and sick lonely old man? I don't know if this counts as a lonely old man who is bullying and sick. Marx thought maliciously in his heart, but in the next second he threw this idea aside. Dumbledore is not an ordinary lonely old man. Although this method is a bit despicable, the latter is of course more important than the latter. After formulating the corresponding tactics, Marx's tight heart suddenly relaxed a lot, and instead he remembered the memory thread that Dumbledore had given himself, and he hesitated to take out the meditation basin placed in the responsive room. A few days passed in a flash. The Christmas holiday had come, and the crowded and lively castle suddenly became extremely deserted. During this time, Marx was fully prepared for the battle, almost without a half-minute rest, trying to thoroughly integrate the newly acquired capabilities into the existing combat system before the decisive battle. In addition, Marx also spends 1 or 2 hours a day to check the memory threads that Dumbledore left him. Because of the large number, it took Marx several days to sort out the thread. All the information contained in it, just as he thought before, these are all memories of his father, Orlando McClown. Marx threw the last empty glass bottle aside, looked at the waves of water in the basin, and whispered the man's name. It has been 5 years since he crossed over. Although essentially a visitor from another world, Marx has always been very curious about the original father. However, Isaiah always deliberately hides from herself and avoids all topics about the other party, so it is only now that Marx really knows a little about this nominal father. But even after browsing through these memories, Marx still has a little understanding of the contradiction between Isaiah and Dumbledore. Although the death of Orlando McClown was indeed related to Dumbledore, after all, there was a reason for it. If it was just as I saw in memory, Asa would never hate the White Wizard so much. It seems that you have to go home before you can ask clearly. Although Dumbledore did not do anything in his memory, he may have concealed some things. Thinking like this, Marx gently stroked his hand on the meditation basin, the rippling water waves in it slowly smoothed, and the picture presented on it disappeared without a trace. It just so happens to experiment with my guess. After putting the meditation basin in place, Marx muttered to himself, closing his eyes and beginning to sense the power of the phoenix in his body. The scorching flame soon appeared in Marx's body, surrounding him. It's now. Marx suddenly opened his eyes and waved his magic wand. The surrounding flames exploded, and the sky of fire quickly swallowed him in. Along with the circling of the sky, after the flames in front of him dissipated, Marx found that he had left Hogwarts Castle and reached the Wizarding Market in Knockoff Alley. Sure enough, Hogwarts' Antiphantom shifting circle is only aimed at wizards' magic. Marx confirmed this again. He just tried to use the power of Phoenix's blood to assist, but he easily broke through the blockade of the protective circle and successfully performed a spatial displacement. This also proves that the power of the bloodline is not just as simple as it is shown. Combined with Dumbledore's warning a few years ago, Marx guessed that the bloodline magic marked in the system column is only the most basic ability. For example, while the blood of the phoenix gives him the ability to control fire, it also has a certain blessing effect on space magic. If he continues to dig, maybe he can resist the curse of death and rebirth like Fox. But it's a pity that he will fight Dumbledore to the death tomorrow. No matter how great the potential for blood fusion, he has no time to develop these abilities. Can only wait until the battle is over, and then take time to continue trying. Marx thought disappointedly, and walked towards the safe house. Along the way, the law enforcement officers greeted Marx enthusiastically one by one, their eyes full of admiration, awe and fear. Such mixed emotions are naturally due to Marx's record of repelling Voldemort, conquering the Ministry of Magic, and killing the Minister of Magic in public. Marx is very clear about their minds of these people, but he believes that everyone's opinion of him will soon change. With his current strength, he no longer needs to pretend, and he no longer needs to rely on fear to improve his control over his subordinates. Your Excellency McClown, do you have any instructions? After detecting the fluctuation of Marx's magical power, Fren, who was in charge of the guard, rushed over with a few werewolf wizards and cautiously asked, "Where is my mother Asia?" Marx asked. "Mrs. McClown is not in the safe house right now. She probably went back to the magic shop. Do you need me to send someone to inform her?" Fren said. No, I'll go by myself." Marx nodded, not surprised. Although they are still facing the threat of Voldemort and need the shelter of a safe house, the place is dark and cold after all, and it is really not suitable for long-term living. By the way, I heard from Pierce that the Ministry of Magic is currently rectifying and clearing out some high-level officials who are connected with the Dark Lord. Many important positions will be vacant, so I have been working hard recently. I am very optimistic about you. Marx stretched out his hand. Fren patted on the shoulder www.mentalnovel.com and looked at the werewolf wizards and said with a smile. As the first group of people to join him, Furin's ability and loyalty marks are all in his eyes, and the other party is capable of holding some higher positions. It's just that Knockdown Alley still needs manpower to prepare for it in the near future, and Pierce has just stabilized the situation, which has caused panic. It is not good to immediately take action on senior officials in some important departments, so it is delayed. Marx's words made Fren and others excited. After the war at the Ministry of Magic, Dugd, McNeil, Gleason and others all became directors because of their accomplishments. It can be said that they have risen to the sky in one step, making them envious and even faintly jealous. After all, they are not bad at all. They were the first to join. Now with Marx's statement, Fren and others are finally relieved. This shows that Marx didn't mean to cross the river to tear down the bridge, nor would he be treated harshly because of their identity as a werewolf wizard. After pacifying Furin in a few words, Marx went straight back to the magic shop and met with Isaiah. Seeing Marx's return, Isaiah looked very surprised, and happily stepped forward and hugged Marx, nodding his forehead affectionately, and said quite jokingly, "It's really rare. I thought you didn't plan to come back for Christmas this year." HTTPS. Only 1 second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 825 Orlando McClown Christmas. Listening to Isaiah's words, Marx's expression suddenly became a little awkward. After all, this is really the first time he came back to meet us during the Christmas holidays. But even this time, he came with a purpose. Thinking of this, Marx couldn't help feeling a little guilty, and when he suppressed the words that were about to reach his lips, he turned to smile and said, "You have said so many times, I can always remember it once. Yeah. It's rare. But you can apply for graduation this year." Asa also laughed and walked into the house with Marx. In her opinion, with Marx's current level of magic, after this year's OWL exam, she can submit her graduation application, and she won't waste time in Hogwarts at all. If you must get the NEWT certificate, you can also allow the Ministry of Magic to approve an exam. At that time, you can also publicize it, highlight Marx's genius name, and prepare for the future to be in charge of the magical world. Well. Probably, if not surprisingly, this year is the last year. Marx responded with some uncertainty. Just as Isaiah said, the courses taught by Hogwarts are to him. It doesn't make any sense. The reason why Marx still stayed at Hogwarts to attend classes honestly was just to get some grade points. However, as his strength gradually improved, grade points helped him less and less. The two went into the living room while chatting all the way, and Isaiah stretched out the chair to let Marx sit and wait patiently, then walked straight into the kitchen, and the sound of kitchen utensils clanging like a symphony soon came over. About half an hour later, Isaiah came out with a luxurious turkey meal. "I haven't done it for a long time," I hope my craftsmanship has not regressed. Asa put the dinner plate in her hand on the table and said with emotion, since Marx brought Dobby the elf home, she hasn't touched the housework much again, but now Marx finally returns on Christmas Day, and Isaiah is happy to cook it herself. Marx would naturally not disturb Isaiah's interest, and temporarily put all the doubts in his mind aside, picked up the knife and fork and began to enjoy the meal in front of him. During the meal, the two of them avoided those serious topics tacitly. Marx talked about some interesting things in the school, while Asa was very interested in Hermione and asked about the current situation of the little witch from time to time. Check the posture of the account. Marx is one head and too big, only patiently responding to Ashia's question. Dinner ended in such a harmonious atmosphere. When Asha started to clean up the dishes, Marx was also not idle, but hesitated about whether he should speak now while helping. Let's go. Is there any main thing you want to tell me when I come back this time? Asa had long seen that Marx was not coming back to see him, so I didn't wait for Marx to struggle for a long time, so she took the initiative to speak. Asked, no, I just want to know something about my father. Marx no longer hesitated, and said seriously. The expression on Ashia's face suddenly froze. She looked at Marx in a daze, and sighed quietly after a while. That's right, now is the time to tell you, Asius said. She put down the dinner plate in her hand, motioned Marx to sit down, and said with a trace of nostalgia, your father is Orlando McClown. He was once a Gryffindor student just like you. He was gifted in magic and brave. He became Hogwarts in 7th grade, president of the student union. Aya slowly recounted the past. The acquaintance between her and Orlando originated from an accident. At that time, she was just a naughty Slytherin girl who knew some black magic and liked to tease people. Besides the wandering ghosts, most of her objects were students from Gryffindor College. Because of Voldemort's ravages, Slytherin College has a bad reputation, and it is almost isolated. The least they can deal with is Gryffindor. Basically, there will be some big or small friction between the two colleges every year. Sometimes Aya was targeted or implicated by her friends. Fortunately, her magic level was not weak, and she did not suffer from a few conflicts. A fear curse was even seen by many Gryffindor wizards. She only dared to walk around far away. Orlando is the only student in the same grade who can counter her magic and beat her, and they have a lot of conflicts because of this. We have been fighting for 3 full years, and gradually we became familiar with each other and stopped being hostile to each other. On the day of graduation, he suddenly found me and took me to the roof of the castle. Ai slowly said, talking. Then, did he confess to you? Marx guessed. Yes. Very suddenly. Ai nodded. She still remembers how surprised and panicked she was at the time, and she still remembers the anxiety in Orlando's eyes when she pretended to be hesitant. Thinking of these good memories, the corners of Ashia's mouth slightly aroused, and she said again, I don't hate him very much. So I set a test. If he does, I promise to associate with him. Marx looked at Asa, very gossiped to know what kind of test it was. Unfortunately, Asa didn't reveal the meaning, so he skipped this topic. Until novel.com anyway. They graduated successfully. Soon afterwards, they formally communicated, and the relationship became more and more intimate. The 3-hour struggle did not create a gap between each other, but made their feelings more and more deep. However, the form of the British magical world is very nervous, the Death Eaters run wild, and the fear brought by Voldemort descends on every wizard's heart. Asa is not interested in this wizarding war. Her family is not in the British magical world, and her friends have not joined any side of the war, so Asa is more inclined to avoid danger, and even temporarily leave England, and wait for the storm to pass. Do you want to come back? But your father Orlando doesn't think so. He wants to stay to fight, and join his friends. Ai sighed. That was their first disagreement. She can understand the choice Orlando made. After all, the other party is not as unscrupulous as she is, so she finally acquiesced to Orlando's approach and stayed with the other party. At that time, a secret magic organization was expanding its staff. Orlando, who had a good talent and a sense of justice, was naturally invited. And the leader of that magic association is Albus Dumbledore, the most powerful white wizard in the magic world, and the only person in everyone's mind who has the potential to defeat the Dark Lord. HTTPS. Only 1 second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 826 Outbreak of Disagreement. Orlando made up his mind to follow Dumbledore against Voldemort's Legion of Death Eaters, so that the magic world can avoid the terror of the Dark Lord. I really can't help him, so I can only agree to it. So I was at that time. He also became a non-staff member of the Order of the Phoenix. But your father wanted to do more, so he not only chose to join the Order of the Phoenix, he also passed the Ministry of Magic exam a year after graduation and became an Auror. Asa spoke slowly. Afterwards, just like other Phoenix members, Orlando actively resisted Voldemort's forces in the Twizzarding War, and because of Auror's identity, together with Moody and others, became a bridge between the Ministry of Magic and the Order of the Phoenix. At that time, the Minister of Magic, Millicent Barnold, was not as idiot as Fudge. He was a very capable leader. Relying on the Ministry of Magic's protective circle, he repelled several Voldemort's offensives. There was even a lot of opposition. China forcibly passed the allow the Aurors to use the unforgivable curse to deal with Death Eaters in wartime, thereby reducing casualties. With the tacit cooperation of all parties, the Ministry of Magic and the Order of the Phoenix jointly organized several large-scale counterattacks, which dampened the arrogance of the Black Demon. But this kind of joy did not last long, because a beheading operation carefully planned by the Ministry of Magic once again buried their situation that they had finally reversed. Dozens of dead of Voldemort's powerful displays are vividly displayed, and they have also pushed the power of the Dark Lord to the peak. When Secretary Barnold planned this operation, didn't he inform Dumbledore? Marks asked suspiciously. He heard Doug tell about this past 2 years ago, but at that time he didn't pursue the bottom line, and ignored many problems. Now that the Ministry of Magic has mastered Voldemort's movements and deployed so many manpowers, why didn't Millicent Barnold invite Dumbledore to act with him? The entire magical world knows that Dumbledore is the only wizard capable of confronting Voldemort. That's why I hate your principal. A touch of coldness hung on Ashir's face, and then continued sarcastically. During Minister Barnold's tenure, he repeatedly asked Dumbledore to step out of Hogwarts and take over the post of Minister of Magic. Everyone, all wizards in the magical world at that time hoped that Dumbledore could stand up and lead them. Give them hope and lead them to defeat the mysterious people. But every time Barnold's request was rejected or turned away by Dumbledore, the Minister of Magic probably saw through Albus Dumbledore's true face and was completely disappointed in him, so he chose send a large number of Aurors to carry out this beheading plan alone. Aya said fiercely. In her eyes, Dumbledore rejected the post of Minister of Magic simply because he was greedy for life and fear of death. After all, as Minister of Magic, he had to shoulder his responsibility and fight Voldemort desperately. Marks was silent, listening to his Aya's words quietly, but also a little puzzled. He didn't know much about the battle more than 10 years ago, but judging from the situation in the original time and space, the righteous side did prefer to fight separately. Otherwise Dumbledore would not need to secretly form a magic society. It's not as if he hasn't been able to tell a victory or defeat for a full 11 years. At first Marks only thought it was Minister Millicent Barnold who was keen on tactics and was afraid of Dumbledore robbing him of power, so the two sides could not reach a close cooperative relationship, and Dumbledore could only nest in Hogwarts. Here, secretly summoned those righteous men to resist Voldemort on their own. According to Asa's statement, the fact does not seem to be the case. Millicent Barnold is a minister who can see the situation clearly and once invited Dumbledore to succeed him. Marks can imagine that in Voldemort's raging wizarding war, having a Minister of Magic who can fight or even defeat the Dark Lord is absolutely unimaginable for the morale of the Resistance Army. Just like what he did in Knockdown Alley, After defeating Voldemort in public, the prestigious mysterious man fell from the altar in the eyes of the wizards of Knockdown Alley, Malfoy, Crabbe, and other unsettled Death Eaters even more. It's going to face each other immediately. However, Dumbledore decisively rejected the proposal, even though Voldemort was not his opponent at all. Marks couldn't understand the choice of the White Wizard. When talking to him about the First Wizarding War, Dumbledore was especially annoyed because he stood on the sidelines and allowed Grindelwald to slaughter. I saw Albus Dumbledore's hypocritical face clearly after that time. He didn't want to put himself in a life-or-death crisis, but instructed his students and admirers to fight the dangerous Death Eaters. Asa said bitterly, ever since she learned that Dumbledore had rejected the position of Minister of Magic most of the time, she began to strongly oppose Orlando's continued stay in the Order of the Phoenix and serve for such people. But Orlando placed great trust in Dumbledore, so they quickly broke out a second disagreement. This time, I didn't back down, I just withdrew from the Order of the Phoenix, and asked him to leave England with me and go to the unaffected America. So we had a big fight. Aya said with a complex expression. In order to make Orlando give up, he even went to the Resident of the Order of the Phoenix to make a big fuss. But Orlando hasn't changed. Attention.mentalnovel.com. He can't leave his comrades who have fought together for several years as a coward and deserter. What's more, Orlando grew up in the British magical world. For him, this is his home and his country. Orlando can't sit back and watch Voldemort behave arrogantly here. I'm very worried that one day I will receive news of his death, and I don't want you to have no father when you were born. Aya closed her eyes and said in pain. She tried many ways to make Orlando change her mind, but all failed. Her various actions actually made the relationship between them more and more alienated. Does your father know about your pregnancy? Marks suddenly asked. Aya shook her head slightly, and she found that they had a disagreement when she found that she was pregnant. At that time, she was unwilling to show weakness, and she was very clear that Orlando would not compromise because of this, because the situation in the Order of the Phoenix was not unavailable. And the Potters and Longbottoms were good examples. Even though they love their family and their unborn children, they are still willing to fight for the cause of Antidote Devil on the front line. Asa admires their nobility, but unfortunately she can't do this. She is not a wizard from the British magical world, nor does she have such a firm belief. She just wants to survive and be with her husband and children. HTTPS. Only 1 second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 827. Hatred deep into the bones. Marks hesitated for a long time, and he didn't want to comment on the right or wrong choice of the two. When the homeland is in danger, someone always needs to stand up without hesitation. Orlando's persistence is understandable. Just like Sirius, Arthur and others have said, he is a steadfast warrior and a well-deserved hero. In contrast, although Aya seems a bit selfish, she is not a British wizard, nor is she obligated to dedicate herself to the cause of anti-dark magic. What she does is just the instinct of a wife and mother. What happened after that? My father Orlando. How did he die? Marks asked. Aya's voice sounded a little trembling. We had a big fight and we were separated for a long time. I only know that he has been working for the Order of the Phoenix and the Ministry of Magic, fighting those dangerous Death Eaters. I am very worried about Orlando's safety, very, very worried. I desperately want to do something for him. I searched through the ancient books at home, and finally found some records in an ancient alchemy manual. Extreme emotions are the most powerful magic. If an alchemist can inject it into a magic item, it can greatly increase its power, and even make this magic item have enough to resist the death curse ability. Asa said in a daze. So you made that crescent moon pendant? Marks suddenly asked. He had guessed before that the crescent moon pendant might not have been specially prepared for him by Isaiah. After all, Nicola May once told him that this magic item was made more than 10 years ago, but Isaiah kept it in storage until he was in school and gave the crescent moon pendant to himself. Yes. It's the pendant I gave you. Asa nodded lightly, sighed quietly, and continued sadly. It took me 9 months and a lot of materials to finally make it. I have devoted countless efforts to it, hoping that it can replace me to protect your father. During that time, I sent him a letter, waiting for Orlando to return every day with great expectation. I want to tell him that our child is about to be born, and I also prepared a gift for him. Trimed 1 Gad 2 Catch X. At this point, Ashia's emotions are getting more and more excited, and tears are filled in his clear eyes, and his voice becomes more and more trembling. I waited for 2 days and Orlando didn't come back until Albus Dumbledore suddenly found me on the third night, bringing a bad news and a corpse. He told me that when Orlando was on a secret mission, in order to cover his comrades, he was accidentally hit by a killing curse and died in a conflict. Ashia's voice became choked, and the tears accumulated in his eyes flowed smoothly, flowing down his cheeks. She could not forget that dark day, nor could she forget that Dumbledore apologized to her that Orlando was a hero to admire. From that moment on, she hated the word very much. Since the name of a hero is so good, why didn't Dumbledore die by himself? Don't be a hero. Aia's expression was very hideous. She asked Dumbledore fiercely at that time, why Orlando hadn't come back to her for so many days, and why there was no response to the letter she sent to Orlando the other day. However, the response she received made Asa feel like a nice seller. In the days when she was arguing with Orlando, Dumbledore noticed that a traitor had appeared in the Order of the Phoenix, and someone was passing information to Voldemort. For this reason, they lost a lot of members. So I was also included on their suspicion list, because I was a selfish Slytherin, had a big fight in the Order of the Phoenix, and I hate Albus Dumbledore very much. Asa was cold. Said, what about father? Would he believe you? Marks realized that it was wrong as soon as he spoke, but it was obviously too late to change his words. I don't know. Ashia's expression suddenly became a little panic. Probably I did too much when I stopped him from continuing to work for the Order of the Phoenix. In short, he didn't come to see me for months. He just wrote me a letter occasionally, and I bluntly rejected him every time. Maybe he is still angry with me. Or he just loves you and doesn't want you to take risks with him. Marks said comfortingly. It is likely that Orlando also sincerely hopes that Isaiah will leave the Order of the Phoenix, withdraw from the front line of battle, and even take refuge in the safe American magic world alone, come back when everything is over. Trimed 1 Gad 2 Catch X's tight expression relaxed a little, but his body was still trembling slightly. Marks took 2 steps forward and reached out to hug Exia tightly in the arms, give her courage and confidence. It was the first time that he saw his mother's fragile appearance. Even when he ventured to fight against 10 dark wizards alone in the 3rd grade, Asa was more only angry and worried. I hate myself. Novel.com. If I could be tougher and force Orlando to leave with me. If I'm not so stubborn, wait for Orlando to come to me and apologize to me. If I can once again rushed into the Order of the Phoenix to find him and put the necklace on him, then he must definitely survive. Asa leaned on Mark's shoulder and said hoarsely, tears streaming from her eyes. The pupil sheds. She hates herself, and also hates Dumbledore, the white wizard who gathers people to serve him in the name of justice. But he's greedy for life and fear of death. Hates him for suspecting that he is Voldemort's undercover agent, and he didn't immediately hand the letter he sent to the Order of the Phoenix to Orlando. So when Dumbledore came to see her with Orlando's corpse and said the heroic remarks, Asa did not hesitate to do it. She could not restrain the killing intent in her heart, and used unforgivable on Dumbledore. Curse. She knew that she was not Dumbledore's opponent, and she was ready to die. But Dumbledore did not fight back, nor did he dodge. Aia clearly remembered the guilty gaze when the other party looked at him. But unfortunately Orlando's death was irreparable, and the afterthought was even more hateful in Aia's eyes. So even though she was angry, she hoped that the killing curse could hit. She doesn't care about the future of the magic world, and she doesn't care if the mysterious person is uncontrollable. In her opinion, all this is meaningless. At that moment she just wants to kill people. It is a pity that just as the death curse was about to hit and the most powerful wizard in the magical world was about to fall here, Phoenix Fox suddenly appeared in the air and blocked the fatal blow for Dumbledore. Chapter 828 I can definitely win. The Phoenix blocked my spell, and Albus Dumbledore didn't give me a chance to do it again. He reminded me that I have more important things to do. Asa looked at Marks, said dreamily. After learning about Orlando's death suddenly, she was totally devastated. If she hadn't considered the unborn child at the time, she would have lost the belief in living. Marks averted his gaze and avoided Asa's, feeling a little guilty in his heart. He can feel how much Asa cherishes the only child. It can almost be said that that is the only motivation for her to live. But he takes possession of the other person's body. Marks sighed silently in his heart, but his eyes soon became firm. The soul penetrates into this world is beyond his control, and there is no way to change it. In this case, he has only one choice, and that can only live in place of Marks McClown and take care of Asa. The other party's hatred is his hatred. Who is the Death Eater who killed my father? Marks asked. That person was solved by me 15 years ago, Aya said coldly. The cause of Orlando's death, she had learned from Dumbledore and who killed him. The belief in revenge naturally did not allow her to wait for more than 10 years. However, it was at the peak of Voldemort's power, and she was still pregnant, so Isaiah had to hibernate and wait for the opportunity. Fortunately, things quickly turned around. Not long after she gave birth to Marks, the powerful mysterious man suddenly fell. The original arrogant Death Eaters were arrested one after another, and the remaining Death Eaters who had escaped by luck were mostly scattered in the knockdown alley. They were in panic all day long. The wizard who killed Orlando was equally lucky and was not caught by the Auror. But in a sense, the other party may prefer to be imprisoned in Azkaban instead of losing his life. His strength is not weak, and he is inseparable from his two companions. It took me a lot of genius to design to kill him. I accidentally met Doobt when I was looking for the other party's whereabouts. Later, something happened. Just stay in Knockdown Alley, Asa slowly explained. Marks nodded. He had wondered before why an alchemist like Isaiah would stay in a place like Knockdown Alley. Now he finally understood a little bit. So, Dumbledore and Voldemort are the only ones that need to be dealt with, Marks murmured, which is probably the reason why Asa has been reluctant to talk about Orlando with him. Because the Death Eaters who killed Orlando have been sent to hell, there are only two powerful wizards who can indirectly link up. Voldemort, needless to say, he was the instigator of this war, and those Death Eaters also obeyed Voldemort's orders. He must be responsible for Orlando's death. But Dumbledore's situation is a bit complicated. He misjudged Asa as a suspected candidate for a traitor and interfered with her meeting with Orlando. Even though Marks also felt that Isaiah's performance at that time was indeed doubtful, it was ultimately the result of Dumbledore's misjudgment. Otherwise, a crescent moon would fall, and Orlando had a high probability of surviving. Besides, Dumbledore's repeated refusal to serve as Minister of Magic also puzzled Marks. Before Harry was born, Dumbledore was the only hope for the magical world to defeat Voldemort, and it was almost the best plan for him to lead the resistance. Marks couldn't understand it, but he also knew that this was not the time to think about it. No matter the truth of the matter, whether Dumbledore had any difficulties, this battle between him and the other party could not be avoided. Thinking of this, Marks said, I will ask Pierce Carr to send someone to investigate Voldemort's whereabouts and pull him out of hiding, but it may take some time. Until then I will give priority to dealing with Dumbledore. While Marks was talking, Asa gripped his arm tightly, interrupted Marks's words, and said with a complex expression, No, forget it. These things are over. You don't need to take risks anymore. Orlando probably wouldn't want you to seek revenge on Albus Dumbledore. Asa sighed, wiping tears from the corner of her eyes. After Voldemort suddenly appeared in Knockoff Alley to fight Marks a few months ago, she suddenly realized that she cared more about Marks's safety than the so-called revenge. The result of the battle was good. Voldemort was beaten and fled in embarrassment, but no one in the magical world knew how strong Dumbledore was. He was the one who feared Voldemort during his victory. Marx stared blankly at Aya, who had put down his vengeance beliefs, feeling somewhat relieved, but quickly shook his head helplessly. The problem now is that even if he is willing to let Dumbledore go, the opponent will not let him go. What's the matter? Did Albus Dumbledore trouble you at school? Asa keenly noticed the change in Marx's expression. The mood that was originally relaxed suddenly became extremely angry. She didn't expect that she was ready to let go of this past, but Dumbledore was still reluctant. Mentalnovel.com. As for Marx's move to summon the manpower and occupy the Ministry of Magic, it seemed nothing to her. Since Dumbledore Leto doesn't want to take action against Voldemort, and is unwilling to lead the British magic world, so naturally someone else will do it. You think you misunderstood, Mom. I was planning to deal with him in advance. After all, he was the last obstacle. And, have you forgotten? I easily defeated Voldemort not long ago. Dumbledore, there is no such ability. Marx pretended to be confident. Aya was worried. Marx didn't reveal the duel with Dumbledore. He just held Aya's hand in turn and solemnly promised, "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Definitely. Early the next morning, Marx got up on time as usual. He ignored the time agreed with Dumbledore. Instead, after having breakfast with Asa, he found a reason to go to the Ministry of Magic to supervise Pierce. Avoiding it, Asa put on the battle robes and 10 protective rings prepared early and left the magic shop. Dumbledore had found the venue for the duel before he left Hogwarts, in a place far away from the Mole City and the magical world. Marx didn't intend to escape this battle. He also happened to have a question that urgently needs the other party to answer. HTTPS. Only 1 second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 829. You are more dangerous than me, McClown. Remember in 1 second. Apparition. With a period of space replacement, Marx disappeared in Knockdown Alley. When he came back to his senses again, he had already arrived in a desolate small village, and in front of him was a towering church. However, it seems that this place has been abandoned for a long time. The surrounding streets are empty, and there is no half of the human figure. The green weeds extend from the cracks in the stone bricks, and the yellowed walls are covered with moss and vines, revealing a rotten and ruined breath. Marx walked all the way into the church along the steps, and soon saw Dumbledore. After a few days, the White Wizard's physical condition seemed to get worse. His unconscious right hand dropped to the side, the strange curse had eroded to his neck, and his thin body seemed to fall to the ground when the wind blew. The golden-red phoenix fox also appeared in the church, hovering in the sky, and when he saw Marx, he let out loud calls. You came a lot later than I expected, McClown. Dumbledore turned around stiffly, looked at Marx as he walked into the church, and said calmly, "Originally, I didn't want to go to the appointment. Depending on your injury, if a few days pass, we don't seem to have the need to fight." Marx shrugged and joked. "You are right, maybe at this point, I have to thank you." Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. As Marx said, his body can't support for a few days. If Marx deliberately avoids now, he really has nothing to do. Marx sighed. If he could, he didn't want to fight Dumbledore. After all, he was not the real Marx McClown, and he didn't feel so deeply about Orlando's death. "I heard from my mother that Minister Barnold had repeatedly invited you to serve as Minister of Magic and become the leader of the Resistance Army. Can you tell me why you rejected the position of Minister of Magic in the first place?" Marx asked puzzledly. This is something he has never figured out. Dumbledore was silent for a while, staring at Marx, then said slowly, "That's because the most dangerous person in the magical world has never been Grindelwald or Voldemort." "It's me," Dumbledore said softly. His tone of voice was ordinary, and he couldn't hear the slightest arrogance, as if he was just telling a simple fact. Marx's pupils shrank slightly, and he was stunned in place. But Dumbledore's words continued. "A powerful and unconstrained wizard is dangerous, such as Grindelwald and Voldemort. I have more powerful power than them, and naturally more dangerous than them. Dumbledore said frankly, walking down the high platform step by step, and his thoughts became a little wandering. He has always been clear that he is not a selfless, noble person, and he can't remember how many creepy thoughts have appeared in his mind for more than 100 years. After Ariana died, he eagerly sought the Deathly Hallows. One of the important reasons was that he wanted to resurrect his sister who had died tragically, so as to redeem his sins. But the whereabouts of the Deathly Hallows are impossible to explore. In contrast, there is a simpler method that has been kept in front of his eyes, disturbing his will like a devil, that is, black magic. Dumbledore was extremely convinced of this. There were at least 3 kinds of dark magic in his brain that could bring Ariana back to life, but every ritual was extremely evil, demanding of the caster, and dependent on the sacrifice of others to get enough vitality. And he just has enough knowledge of magic to complete these rituals. As long as he crosses that bottom line, he can bring Ariana back to life. Dumbledore could not remember how he got rid of such thoughts, but he clearly remembered the tormented feeling, because this feeling has almost enveloped his life, making him constantly wandering between good and evil thoughts. I used to resent destiny, thinking that I was awe-inspiring, and I should show my talents and do everything I want to do, and let the magical world run under my will. This is not a difficult thing to do, as long as I am willing to step out of Hogwarts and make up my mind to do something. No one in the magic world can stop me, Dumbledore said. He is very aware of the power he possesses. The last time he decided to do his best was the duel with Grindelwald decades ago. In that duel, Dumbledore won very simply. Even though Grindelwald had the strongest wand, he still won. After defeating Grindelwald and obtaining the old wand, his power became even more uncontrollable. Dumbledore keenly discovered that compared to temptation, his limitations are almost negligible, so sometimes his evil thoughts and greed may even overwhelm good thoughts and make some irreparable mistakes. For example, the death of Ariana, or for example, he borrowed the invisibility cloak of James Potter but he was unwilling to return it, causing Harry's parents to lose their only hope of escape. These mistakes made Dumbledore realize how dangerous some of his ideas are. Grindelwald is like his other side, doing what he has always wanted to do, and also warning of what his excessive ambitions will cause. As a result of, for this, I made 3 pledges to myself to curb my growing desire. Dumbledore strode to Marx's face and said solemnly, "There is no need to never contaminate power, no need to never use black magic, no need to never kill people." Precisely because of these 3 points. Carrot Zero remember in 1 second, he would tolerate Fudge jumping up and down in front of him, ignoring Voldemort's stir in the British magical world. It wasn't until the opponent's behavior made him intolerable that Dumbledore cautiously formed an Order of the Phoenix, and guided the wizards with justice in their hearts to confront it. He refused the position of Minister of Magic several times because he knew that he could not keep his heart under the corruption of his power. But today I am afraid I will break some oaths, McClown, because you are more dangerous than me. Dumbledore's steps stopped and his momentum reached its peak. Under the impact of escaped magic, the church it was like a storm hung inside. Marx didn't give the slightest back. Mentalnovel.com. He ignored the magic shock, gently raised his wand, and responded, "I have to say, you are a great wizard. Not many people can do self-restraint like you. But I still have to say one more thing. Fearing your own power is the behavior of the weak." Peas. The guess of Dumbledore's oath comes from the chapter of the original book, King's Cross Station. Old Deng himself said that he could not restrain his ambitions and desires and was not worthy of power. Ignoring Grindelwald doing things in Europe, he was not worthy of holding the old magic wand. Kill. In addition, he is the ceiling of the original's combat power. There is no doubt about it. On the premise of keeping the vow of no murder, this point Voldemort mentioned before the battle with Old Deng, Dumbledore disdained to do such cruel things to himself. With Harry defeated Voldemort with this oil bottle. Judging from the details of the battle, it was a complete victory without suspense. The error-free chapters of The Blood Wizard of Hogwarts will continue to be updated. There are no advertisements on the site. Please collect and recommend it. Love, Hogwarts Blood Wizard. Dear, this chapter is over. I wish you a happy reading. *0. Chapter 830. Burning Church. Cowardly. Dumbledore raised his brows and murmured softly, but he didn't mean to refute. He just continued faintly, "Since you insist on your idea, then prove it to me." Dumbledore's expression became very serious. He raised his left hand, held his wand firmly on his chest, and bowed slightly. Of course, Marks, who was directly opposite, knew that this was the etiquette of a wizard duel. He took a deep breath, erected his wand, and bowed slowly in return. The golden red phoenix flies above the church, sending out bursts of fairy music, as if acting as a witness to this unparalleled duel. At the moment when the fairy music stopped abruptly, Marks waved the magic wand first without any warning, and a series of 3 dark black lights flashed in the air. But such an obvious attack method would obviously not work. Dumbledore just shook his wrist slightly, and a white semicircular shield sprayed out from the tip of his rod to block him. The black beam of light continuously hit the shield, and there was a muffled noise that made people feel, and cracks appeared on the surface of the shield. Reducto, bone shattered. Marks was unforgiving, approaching step by step, and threw a spell again, and the magic shield blocking the front was broken. Dumbledore didn't rush, and the wand he held in his left hand quickly swiped, and the long table on the high platform flew down, blocking Marks's smashing curse. Then he picked the wand slightly, and the broken wooden table was left. According to the guidance, it turned into a sharp steel needle and scattered towards Marks. A large number of crimson flames suddenly appeared in front of Marks, building a thick wall of fire, blocking Dumbledore's counterattack. After Marks increased the output of magic power, a head-sized fireball continuously poured out from the wall of fire, slamming into Dumbledore like a cannon. "That's all for the temptation," Dumbledore said suddenly, and the wand held in his left hand burst out with a golden light. With a light sweep, the wall of fire blocking his advance was cut apart, and the fireball in the sky was even more fierce. All annihilated. He is tired of such tentative fights. If it's just this intensity, I'm afraid they won't be able to tell the outcome until tomorrow. Marks naturally understood this, so the wisps of flames quickly floated out from the tip of the stick. The difference is that these flames are not commonly reddish-red, but appear strangely white. They are exposed to the air. Then it quickly expanded to several times the original. Confringo, thunderbolt explodes. With fierce fioras yiping, Marks released the most powerful magic he could control. The white fierce fire ran across the wall of fire, taking everything as nourishment, and gradually transformed into a strong flame dragon in the constant expansion, carrying a billowing heat wave, roaring forward. Dumbledore's always calm face became a bit solemn for the first time, and he could clearly perceive the threat posed by this flame. "All curses are over," Dumbledore said. The incomparable magical power extended in all directions around Dumbledore, like a circular wall, blocking the terrifying fire. The two terrifying powers were intertwined in an instant. The violent explosion made the entire church shake, and the sky of fire almost covered everything in front of you. But Marks is very clear that Dumbledore has not been swallowed by his fierce fire, and the magical barrier constructed by the special magic of all curses is stronger than he thought. Although the range of the defensive barrier is gradually shrinking under his attack regardless of the consumption of magic power, it still looks solid as a mountain. Dumbledore in the Sea of Flames, as if he was teaching a class, slowly explained. "All curses are end curses. This is a spell specially developed to deal with such extremely dangerous black magic." Marks heard Dumbledore's potential meaning. All curses are all over to deal with fire curses. It is unrealistic to rely on this to break through the protective barrier. "Really? What about this?" Dumbledore's words did not affect Marks's mood, and his low voice rang in the church the next moment. "The cross is flying." Just as Marks's voice fell, on the white wall behind Dumbledore, a metal cross decorated with a length of about 5 meters was forcibly pulled down under the traction of magic, like a giant steel sword. Mixed with it, the flying dust and rubble fell at an unspeakable speed. Dumbledore, who needed to maintain his spellcasting, had no time to turn. The cursed eroded right half of his body made his every move particularly difficult. In less than a second, the heavy cross ran into the protective barrier through the sea of flames. The mantra's ending specifically for spells is too weak to deal with physical damage, and the seemingly indestructible defenses are shattered almost instantly. The fierce fire around it was like a raging ocean wave, and it rushed over quickly. The huge cross was mixed in the flames, and it was licked and melted by the tongue of fire. Facing this desperate situation, Dumbledore's complexion remained calm. The billowing heat shook his robe. Before death came, without any movement, Dumbledore's body disappeared out of thin air. In the church, Marks did not expect Dumbledore, who was forcibly interrupted to cast his spell, still had spare power to use apparition. A well-prepared blow was missed again. MentalNovel.com. The heavy cross fell heavily on the floor stone tiles, sinking deeply into the groove that was smashed out, and then the fiery dragon hit to melt it into a ball of molten iron. When he sensed Dumbledore's sudden disappearance, Marks quickly looked around, and the badly damaged church was empty, and Dumbledore's figure was not visible at all. Is the phantom spell? Marks silently thought in his heart that in order to avoid his attack just now, Dumbledore definitely used apparition, but he definitely didn't leave the church. He should have hidden himself. After all, this duel was forced by Dumbledore, and the opponent would never escape. Just as Marks thought, a powerful wave of magic power suddenly passed from behind. Marks suddenly felt a chill in his back, and quickly turned around, only to find that Dumbledore had appeared not far behind him for some time. A golden-eared beam is already close in front of him. It was obviously too late to cast the spell. The golden-eared beam easily penetrated Marks's body, blasting a deep hole in the ground behind. But the weird thing is that there is not a drop of blood flowing out of the open wound. On the contrary, Marks's whole person directly collapsed into a large flame, and within a second, he reunited in human form. HTTPS. Only 1 second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 831. The Scream of the Phoenix. In an instant of effort, Marks walked between life and death. His face pale, and the power of the spell Dumbledore released was far beyond his imagination, and it seemed to contain the opponent's will. Even if it was incarnation of flame, Yi Fan did not completely resist it. Dumbledore took another step forward, pointing his wand flat, and several crumbling chandeliers on the church ceiling fell down. Marks waved his magic wand to explode the fallen chandeliers, and then dodged the second curse. When he reappeared, he had already appeared in the middle of the sea of fire. Sensenbeion kept surging around Marks's body. After devouring a large amount of nourishment, the rising sea of fire has covered half of the church, but Marks is still dissatisfied. Instead, he adds fuel to the fire, drawing a steady stream of magic power from the alchemy device on his right wrist to continue to increase his fierce power. A large number of flame mimicry monsters kept howling and surging in the fierce fire, and then swarmed towards Dumbledore as if they were being guided by some kind of guidance. After learning the lessons of the last time, Marks's goal this time was very wide, covering the entire church, preventing Dumbledore from using apparition to avoid it again. Unless the opponent is willing to leave the church directly, but this is equivalent to actively violating their common default rules, and there is no need to continue the battle. Totau, the magic flames overwhelmed the sky, impacting down with an unstoppable force. Dumbledore stood there quietly facing the heat wave, as if he had given up resistance. However, at this moment, Phoenix Fox, who had been hovering above the church, suddenly uttered a loud song and stopped in front of Li Hua with his mouth wide open. There seemed to be a violent wind blowing in the church. In Marks's shocked expression, the white sea of fire was twisted into a whirlpool, and it was all sucked into Phoenix Fox's mouth. However, Li Hua that has undergone many mutations is not so easy to digest. As Li Hua continues to be drawn into his mouth, the golden flames burning on Fox's body are gradually extinguishing. In contrast, his body is rapidly expanding and expanding. It's like a large turkey that has eaten up. Marx couldn't tolerate that the fierce fire that he had consumed a lot of mana condensed disappeared like this, even when he waved his wand. Sectum Sempra. The invisible and shadowless blade of magic power passes through the barrier of the sea of fire, like a broadsword slashing towards the phoenix that is devouring fierce fire. Dumbledore's wand was lightly picked, and a broken stone pillar flew up, blocking the front of Fox. But he obviously underestimated the power of Shinfeng Yu Ying. The powerful magic blade directly cut the stone pillar in half, and the remaining edge directly pierced Fox's body. The golden red blood poured down, and the severe pain caused this arrogant phoenix let out a scream. The scream of the phoenix made Dumbledore a little angry. Numerous golden and red light spots emerged from the wand in the left hand, condensed into a light whip and drew towards Marx. Marx's figure flashed, and once again used apparition, disappeared into the church. Dumbledore immediately closed his eyes and let go of perception. At the moment he noticed the fluctuation of magic power. He quickly waved his magic wand, and the slender light whip pulled straight toward a clearing behind the side. Marx's figure just appeared, and the light whip was already on his body. Fortunately, the protective ring he carried with him blocked the blow for Marx. One after another magical barriers surrounded his body, and burst open instantly. When Marx stepped back to avoid the range covered by the light whip, the protective ring worn on 10 fingers had been shattered in half. Marx couldn't bother to think about why Dumbledore could see through his apparition, because the injured Phoenix Fox suddenly ran into him like a mad. White flames are constantly emerging from Fox's body. This Phoenix, which has expanded several times in size, has obviously been supported to the limit, as if it will explode in the next second. What made Marx feel that the soul was violent was that the golden whip trembled again. The situation reversed in an instant. This time Marx was forced into desperation. Apparition has been seen through by Dumbledore once, and he can't bet on whether the remaining protective ring can help him withstand the attack of the light whip next time. However, the rich combat experience in the past allowed Marx to remain calm even in such a desperate situation. At the moment when the light whip was about to appear, the alchemy device on Marx's right wrist suddenly became extremely hot. This is the magic. A large number of signs drawn in a short period of time. Oolong out of the cave. Marx shouted sharply. After consuming a full 50 ticks of magic power, a terrifying python rushed out of the thick black fog. The gold-neared light whip hits under the thick scales, like a blunt knife into the flesh. The smelly blood of the snake spills all over the sky. The skin of the snake's body is smashed, but the horrible big snake just ignores it, and will directly speed with one bite. The coming phoenix swallowed it. A loud phoenix chirping sounded in the church, and Dumbledore quickly waved his wand, transforming a semicircular golden shield in front of him. The next moment, endless light and heat erupted from the huge snake body. Even the biological cage constructed by consuming 50 magic scales could not restrain this terrifying power. Marx had only time to control the snake body of the giant snake and crash into Dumbledore, and a strong backlash has already arrived. www.metalnovel.com. The upper half of the snake body of the giant snake exploded, and amid the huge roar, a lot of white mixed with the golden red flames, it swept away in all directions in the form of shock waves. The flames burst into the sky, and the nearby wooden tables, chairs and stools were all lifted out. The surrounding glass couldn't withstand the violent vibration and burst open. The protective barrier that Marx had built in a hurry also shattered. It took more than a minute before the explosion subsided. The protective ring on Marx's 10 fingers had burst. In the end, he barely resisted the aftermath of the explosion by relying on the elaborate magic robe. Struggling to wave his magic wand to disperse the flames beside him, Marx glanced around. The dilapidated church was in a mess. The ground seemed to have been plowed fiercely. The 2 strong supporting pillars broke in two, and the whole church it seemed to be crumbling, and one wall collapsed suddenly. Dumbledore's figure faintly emerged in the firelight, and a brilliant golden mask was buckling upside down around him, completely separating the flames from the outside from the falling gravel. But Marks was keenly aware that Dumbledore was not as relaxed as he showed. On the contrary, the other party's face was ugly and scary, and the falling right hand was exuding a faint black mist. Excessive use of magic power seemed to have brought his body to its limit, and he could no longer restrain the outbreak of the curse. HTTPS. Only 1 second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 832. The end of the old age. Marks hesitated for a moment, and didn't immediately make a move. He thought that the fighting had reached this level and it was no longer necessary to continue. But Dumbledore obviously didn't think so. He waved his wand again with a calm face, and the stone bricks on the collapsed wall quickly rose. A 6-meter-high stone giant rose from the ground, exuding an unspeakable aura. The soles of the feet formed by the base of the stone platform were extremely heavy, stepping on the broken bricks, and stepping on the obvious marks, and rushing towards Marks. Marks didn't intend to waste too much energy on a deformed creature. He pointed his magic wand at random, and the headless python, whose body was broken off by half on the ground, stood up again, and the long snake tail struggling to hit the stone giant with one stroke. He staggered. What is even more strange is that under the action of magical power, the head of the giant python, which had already burst, regrown, and the 4 sharp fangs pierced deeply into the shoulder of the stone giant, and the huge snake body was directly rolled up. The 2 behemoths just rolled to the ground, entangled together. Marks didn't share the mentality of this contest between deformed creatures, and his eyes were always on Dumbledore. He understands that today among the 2 of them, I am afraid that only one can get out of this church alive, bone to pieces. After a brief confrontation, Marks took the lead to break the tranquility, and a slender beam of light flew out from the tip of the stick and flashed in midair. Perhaps because of the need to be distracted to suppress the injury on his right hand, Dumbledore was not wasting his magic power to make a shield this time. Instead, he picked up a fist and rubble on the ground to block the curse beam that was flying over him. Drill the heart and cut the bone petrificus. All petrochemical. Marks's continuous attacking did not leave Dumbledore even a chance to breathe, and soon forced the opponent to the point where he could only defend. Dumbledore was like the most dexterous master of tricks, waving his wand lightly and using only some basic spells with low mana cost. He easily resisted Marks's rounds of offensive. Marks was not impatient, and once again increased the intensity of the offensive. The terrifying fire emerged from the void and condensed into a fireball, bombing wildly in the dilapidated church. Dumbledore could only conjure a few stone guards again as shields to block the aftermath of the explosion. Such a large-scale draw of magic power made Dumbledore's injuries worsened again, and the burnt black scars quickly spread to his right face, making his originally smooth spellcasting movements appear sluggish for a while. Shenfeng Yu eyeing. Marks keenly grasped this fleeting fighter plane and started the final wave of offensive. An invisible and shadowless magical blade flew out from the tip of the staff and slashed straight towards Dumbledore. Under the pressure of death, Dumbledore no longer distracted to suppress his injuries, and struggling to wave the stone guard beside his wand automatically disintegrated, transforming into a stone shield and lying in front of him. The slash of the magic blade exploded on the stone shield with a toothless muffled sound, and the 2 burst together after a stalemate for a while. Dumbledore stepped back a few steps, avoiding the rubble splashing on the ground, and in the smoke and dust from the explosion, a crimson light beam suddenly flew over without warning. Disarming curse? Dumbledore did not expect that in such a battle, Marks would actually intend to cast such a non-lethal magic to end himself, and then he wanted to perform apparition in a flash. However, Marks' voice rang at this moment. The soul is out of the body. A vague and wonderful feeling began to occupy his mind, as if to pull the thought from his brain. As a master of panic, even though his condition was extremely poor, Dumbledore managed to break free from the influence of the Imperius Curse in less than a second. However, every moment in the fierce battle is particularly important. Although Marks's marks did not take effect, it had achieved its core purpose, and Dumbledore's apparition was forced to stop. The backlash brought about by forcibly interrupting the cast has completely lost the possibility of the last counterattack for Dumbledore. The crimson light beam hit the target, and Dumbledore, who was standing solemnly, was immediately knocked out. His thin body was floating in the air like a dead leaf, and it hit the real load-bearing pillar so hard, and his wand was also tightly held in his hand. Get out, whirl in midair and plunge directly into the sea of fire. The magic wand is coming. Marks was taken aback, and hurriedly cast a spell. A scorched magic wand quickly flew out of the sea of fire. Marks didn't care about the hotness. He reached out and grabbed the wand in his hand. Only then did he realize that when Dumbledore was fighting, the wand used by the opponent didn't seem to be the one he expected. Before Marks could think clearly, the whole church began to shake violently. The 3 load-bearing columns used to support had already broken and collapsed in the previous battle, and Dumbledore just hit the last one, the load-bearing column. The weak balance was instantly broken. The church had been supported to its limit after being severely damaged continuously. The wall quickly cracked, and heavy stones were continuously falling from the ceiling. Marks did not want to be buried in the rubble. After a bitter battle, his spirit was weakened to the point where he was unable to cast spells to delay the collapse of the church. Marks simply grabbed the shivering fox in the corner after grabbing Nirvana, stuffed it into the pocket of the wizard's robe, and then used magic to hold up Dumbledore, who didn't know his life or death. And the central began to locate the space apparition. At the moment when the church completely collapsed, Marks quickly waved his magic wand, and his whole person was drawn into the crevice of the space. After the fierce battlefield, he was buried by heavy rocks. In Nocturne Alley, in an empty house with no one, Marks's figure emerged from the void. Just standing still, Marks eagerly walked up to Dumbledore to investigate. But the result of the investigation was that he shook his head helplessly. Novel.com No breathing, stopped heartbeat, and disintegrated magic. Marks looked at Dumbledore, who was lying on the ground with his eyes closed and his robes clean and only stained with dust. He sighed. After all, he could not stop Dumbledore's death. Although he had a foreboding of this scene before the duel, such a result was obviously not what he wanted to see. The Phoenix chick struggled to crawl out of the pocket of Marks's wizard robe, flapping her hairless wings awkwardly, and fell to the ground with a sad whisper. Marks listened to sorrow and joy silently, and after recovering some magic power, he started the aftermath work. He put his wand on the magic mark on his right hand and conveyed a sad message to Acting Minister Pierce. The principal of Hogwarts, the greatest wizard of England, Albus Dumbledore, was murdered by Voldemort in the process of tracking the whereabouts of the Dark Lord, and unfortunately died. Latest URL. Note: if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft error content, the book is broken and other issues, please log in. Chapter 833 There is no Voldemort in the magic world, or everyone is Voldemort. After sending the message, Marks stood in a daze at a loss. The strongest man in the magical world died in his hands like this, and for a moment Marks felt as if he was in a dream. During the fight just now, he clearly felt that Dumbledore's understanding of magic was far superior to himself. If it hadn't been conspired by Horcrux before, causing the opponent's state to be very poor, he would have no chance of victory in this battle. Thinking of this, Marks looked down at the scorched black wand in his hand. Because it was burned by the fierce fire, the specific wood was no longer identifiable, but from the system's inventory, Marx could clearly see that it was a magic wand made of phoenix tail feathers, and the core of the old magic wand should be the tail feathers of Yi Chi. Marx frowned. He couldn't understand why Dumbledore didn't use the strongest and most convenient wand in the duel. Don't you want to get this Deathly Hallows? From the perspective of Dumbledore's character, this is not impossible. In the original time and space, he had thought of dying undefeated, dying in the hands of Snape without resisting, and becoming the last owner of this magic wand. And if he remembers correctly, when they talked about Grindelwald in the principal's room last time, Dumbledore didn't even mention the Deathly Hallows, which was obviously premeditated. It now appears that the old magic wand was probably hidden or destroyed by Dumbledore. You really have to guard me when you die. Professor Marx sighed helplessly. He still had some ideas about the strongest wand. He had personally experienced the power of the old wand 3 years ago. It would be a pity that such a powerful Deathly Hallows would sink in this way. Marx immediately decided to look for it in the principal's office after the aftermath was completed. Just as Marx was thinking about it, suddenly there were a few soft noises from the door outside. Marx turned his head and looked at it, but Pierce was the one who came. After receiving the news from Marx, the acting minister immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. He didn't even dare to take one of his subordinates, so he rushed over by himself. After seeing Dumbledore's body on the ground, even Pierce, who had been expecting it, couldn't help taking a breath. Your Excellency McClown, what the is going on? How could Dumbledore? Pierce glanced at the corpse on the ground, then looked at Marx, and asked cautiously. Voldemort killed him. I rushed over as soon as I received the news, but unfortunately I was late and could only bring back his body. Marx interrupted Pierce's words and decided on the matter. Set the tone. He didn't want to finally stabilize the situation, because Dumbledore's death and rebirth caused a large number of people of justice to riot. The magic world can no longer bear such a loss. Voldemort again? Pierce's A's on Marx became very weird. He wanted to say that there were no outsiders here, but in the extremely cold eyes of Marx, Pierce wisely swallowed the words that came to his lips. I understand, Your Excellency McClown. I will immediately send someone to issue a wanted order for the mysterious person in the British magical world. Pierce is the acting minister, and he will soon make a decision. Although Voldemort attacked the headquarters more than half a month ago, the opponent was already listed on the Ministry of Magic's wanted list, but that was just a gesture, and not many errors were sent out to find Voldemort's whereabouts. But the current situation is different. After only half a month, Voldemort once again committed the crime, killing the White Wizard Albus Dumbledore, who had a major influence in the magical world. The nature is extremely bad. The previous method can't be fooled. Pierce immediately decided to go back and asked the Errors to post notices about Voldemort wanted on every street, in order to show that the Ministry of Magic attaches great importance to this matter. As for the truth, it doesn't matter. Pierce even suspected that Voldemort was not resurrected at all, because most of the people who claim to have seen Voldemort are under Marx McClown, and the opponent happens to be a master of memory manipulation and a master of disguise, and they have planned the conspiracy of the mysterious man to attack the Ministry of Magic. How similar the mysterious man's attack on Knockdown Alley more than half a year ago. Thinking of this, Pierce couldn't help but shudder. Perhaps Voldemort didn't exist, or everyone could be Voldemort. Shrouded in sadness, Marx failed to notice Pierce's brain replenishment, and directly agreed to the other party's move to want Voldemort. Also, remember to prepare for Dumbledore's funeral tomorrow. To be grand, Marx reminded solemnly. Pierce nodded hurriedly, remembering Marx's order in his heart, but when he left, his face became even more weird. On the 4th day of Christmas, in Hogwarts Castle, hundreds of students spontaneously returned to school. They gathered in the open space outside the castle wearing the robes of their respective colleges. The professors were standing at the forefront of the queue. McGonagall kept a calm face, staring closely at Dumbledore's corpse on the stone platform ahead, shaking slightly. Flitwick and Sprout were standing next to her, and everyone's face was in disbelief. No one wants to believe that the gentle principal who can bring them infinite confidence has just fallen. Suddenly, a slight whimper broke the calm. The big Hagrid stood in the center of the crowd, holding a square handkerchief, and sobbing in a low voice, with big tears falling down his cheeks. Thousands of wizards who came to watch the ceremony were also infected by this emotion. Several members of the Order of the Phoenix also sobbed in a low voice. Jasmine fell on Mr. Weasley's shoulder, tears wet his clothes. Moody turned his face and sighed. Lupin and Sirius endured their grief and comforted Harry. Only Snape looked at Dumbledore's corpse with a dull expression, a hollow in his pupils. When everyone was there, a small man with thick hair and a plain black robe stood up from his seat, stood in front of Dumbledore's body, and began to give a speech, belonging to Dumbledore's past achievements. The mermaids are constantly wandering around the lake. MentalNovel.com singing in a strange tone, as if seeing off this respectable white wizard. After the speech, Pierce, as the acting minister, stood up, looked at the people in front of him, and said solemnly, "Albus Dumbledore is a great headmaster. He has dedicated his life to fighting against dark magic and has defeated the powerful dark wizard Grindelwald." When the mysterious man came back from with the intention of making a comeback, Albus was also the first to stand up and warn us. Today he is gone, but his spirit still inspires each of us. Albus Dumbledore is with us. Pierce turned around, slowly took off his black suit hat, buttoned it on his chest, and bent over to pay tribute. End of this chapter. Latest URL. Note: if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft terror content, the book is broken and other issues, please log in. Chapter 834 The Funeral of the Great Wizard. At the funeral, more and more people made the same actions as Pierce, taking off their hats and bowing to express their respect for the Great White Wizard. The low sobs became louder and louder, and as Dumbledore's body was buried, many people cried and couldn't hide their emotions. For a time, the entire Hogwarts was shrouded in a sad atmosphere. Marks was mixed among the students, looking at Hermione and the others who were sobbing quietly beside him, feeling very complicated. He could not imagine how his friends would think of themselves if they learned that Dumbledore died in a duel with him. Although it was Voldemort's black magic attached to the Horcrux that took Dumbledore's life in the end, in a sense, he also accelerated the death of the opponent. Thinking of this, Mark's heart was a little more gloomy. The funeral lasted a whole afternoon. After the tedious ceremony, Marks had no intention of staying in the castle. Dumbledore's death left him with a lot of problems and questions, which he needed to solve one by one. Wait, McClown. Just as Marks finished the dinner and was about to leave the hall, a wild voice suddenly rang behind him. Marks looked back, but Moody walked over here with a cane. "What's the matter, Professor Moody?" Marks's face remained unchanged, and he was a little wary in his heart, and asked very puzzled. "I heard Pierce say that you were the first to find Albus' body, isn't it?" Moody walked quickly to Marks, stared at Marks closely with his magic eyes, and asked, "Yes, that's right." Marks nodded, and replied slightly sadly, "I hope you can give me a detailed description of what happened at that time." Moody's expression was very serious, and after a pause, he continued to speak. "I read the notice issued by the Ministry of Magic this morning, but there are many things on it that are very vague. To be honest, I can hardly believe that Albus died like this. When the Ministry of Magic notified me last night, I almost thought they were joking with me. Yes, this is indeed too sudden. We want to know the whole thing." Flitwick and Lupin also walked out of the auditorium together, with a deep sadness still remaining on their faces. Professor McGonagall's eyes are even slightly red, and he probably cried secretly in private. "Actually, I don't know much." Marks looked at the members of the Order of the Phoenix, couldn't help sighing, and then said, "You should all be aware that at the end of last school year, after Voldemort's resurrection, because of my mother Isaiah, I rejected Professor Dumbledore's invitation and did not go to your safe house. Probably to ensure my safety, Professor Dumbledore left me a magic to contact him urgently, but I have never used it. But just yesterday morning, I suddenly received the coordinate information from Professor Dumbledore, so I rushed over. Marx talked eloquently about the rhetoric he had already thought of. In view of the fact that it was so wrong, Marx only told Moody and the others that Voldemort had already escaped by the time he got there, and Dumbledore was about to die. "You mean, Albus was still alive at that time?" Moody asked hurriedly. Sirius and Lupin were also surprised. "Yes, Voldemort is not Professor Dumbledore's opponent. When I arrived, the professor had already defeated him," Marx said with certainty. "Then why?" Lupin just wanted to ask. Marx's voice came over first. "Professor Dumbledore's body, you should have seen it. Obviously he was conspired by the dark magic of the mysterious man. When I got there, he didn't have the strength to move the bullet." Hearing this, Moody and the others nodded. They all checked Dumbledore's corpse, and half of their body was corroded by black magic. "Then the principal ordered you anything?" McGonagall asked hurriedly. "Why would he appear in an abandoned village church and fight with mysterious people?" "Professor Dumbledore only told me that he was looking for the whereabouts of something. But it is a pity that the news he has is a trap deliberately left by Voldemort. As for the more specific, I don't know." Marx slowly shaking his head. He said that when he found Dumbledore, the other party was dying, and it was difficult for him to even speak, and he could not leave much information. "What is he looking for?" Moody frowned, muttering to himself. Lupin and Sirius looked at each other, faintly guessing. Could it be the soul of the mysterious man? Sirius was about to blurt out subconsciously, but fortunately Lupin gave him a quick glance and asked him to hold back the last word. "Do you know?" Moody keenly noticed the strangeness between the two, holding Sirius' arm tightly with his empty left hand, and questioned. "If I guessed correctly, it should be that." "No wonder we haven't seen Dumbledore's figure recently," Sirius said solemnly. In his opinion, the only thing Dumbledore could spend so much energy searching for was the Horcrux of the mysterious man. This can also explain why Dumbledore suddenly appeared in such a remote place, because Voldemort would definitely hide the Horcrux in a hidden place. "Don't say anything like a guessing, Sirius. What exactly is Albus looking for?" McGonagall looked at Sirius with dissatisfaction and asked, "Excuse me for not being able to say it clearly, Professor McGonagall. After all, this is related to the secret of the mysterious immortality. Dumbledore once asked us to keep it strictly confidential." Sirius' face was a little hesitant. "But now Albus is dead. MTLnovel.com You don't need to keep it secret anymore." Moody knocked on his cane heavily and said angrily, "We must figure out the situation and figure out the mysterious man." Flitwick and Pince also stared at Sirius, and they all agreed with Moody's. Lupin on the side said with a wry smile, "I think Principal Dumbledore has done the right thing. The less people know about this evil black magic, the better. Not everyone can resist this temptation." Seeing Lupin and Sirius seemed to be determined to conceal, Moody was furious. Both eyes were rounded. "He has been an Auror for decades, and the dark magic he has seen is definitely better than all the people in the room combined." "Many." Professor McGonagall shook his head helplessly, then with a thought, he suddenly turned his head to look at Snape, who had been silent, and questioned. "What do you say, Severus?" "It's about mysterious people. Don't you know nothing about it?" Latest URL. Note: if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft terror content, the book is broken and other issues. Please log in. Chapter 835 Helpless Snape. McGonagall's words reminded everyone present. Moody, Sirius, and Lupin immediately turned to look at Snape. They all knew that Snape was the undercover Dumbledore sent to Voldemort. Although the loyalty of this former Death Eater was questionable, the other party was indeed the only one who might know some clues. Marx also looked over, with a look of scrutiny in his eyes. Before sending Dumbledore's body back to Hogwarts, he had already tested Snape's reaction, but Marx was not sure whether the opponent would suddenly counterattack at this time. Under the gaze of everyone, Snape was silent for a while, then took a deep look at Marx and said, "McClown is right. Dumbledore has been looking for something hidden by the Dark Lord these past few months. This is really related to the Dark Lord's undead secret." Listening to Snape's words, Marx secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and it seemed that things were not going to the worst. However, before Marx was completely relaxed, Moody asked aggressively, "But didn't you tell us before that you don't know where Albus is, Severus?" "That was an order from Principal Dumbledore. He asked me to conceal this and not to tell anyone. I just obeyed his orders," Snape explained calmly. "You mean Albus is hiding it from all of us and only telling you about this?" Professor McGonagall couldn't help but raise his tone of voice a little bit. The color. Sirius also said categorically, "This is absolutely impossible." "But that's the truth." "Obviously Dumbledore thinks I am more trustworthy than you," Snape said sarcastically. Lupin and Moody glared at Snape, and Sirius pulled up his sleeves and seemed to want to punch him hard. Snape seemed to know that if this continued, he might be beaten. So he spoke again before everyone's tolerance reached the limit. "Because I saved his life and let him live for a while." Sirius and others were stunned. Professor McGonagall hurriedly asked, "What did you say? Did you save Albus?" Snape didn't answer the question right away, but turned the subject. 3 years ago, there was a riot in Hogwarts. Do you remember this incident? McGonagall, Flitwick, and Mrs. Pins nodded. Although Sirius and the others were not at Hogwarts, they probably heard about it. Marx said with lingering fears. Yes, it was Voldemort's ghost that time. He controlled Lockhart through a powerful black magic item, and even I was deceived by him. Snape's face turned a little weird. He seemed to want to say something, but finally resisted it. Lupin comforted. That's not your fault, McClown. You were so young then. Even an adult wizard can't resist the magic of a mysterious man. Sirius agrees with this very much. When Black's old house destroyed the pendant, he was influenced by Voldemort's Horcrux and almost made a big mistake. Probably unable to bear this awkward feeling, Snape continued to speak soon. In short, after that time, Dumbledore discovered the secret of the Dark Lord's immortality, which is probably related to those powerful black magic items. So he has been tracking down the whereabouts of those things. About a year ago, he successfully found one of the dark magic items hidden by the Dark Lord, but when he destroyed that thing, he unfortunately touched the trap set by the Dark Lord. Dumbledore was seriously injured at the time and almost died. I made a potion that temporarily suppressed his injury. Snape said slowly, he needs me to continue my life. And he also needs me to provide him with information on the Dark Lord, so he told me a lot. Albus was so badly injured more than a year ago. Why didn't he tell us directly? McGonagall frowned and asked, Tell you? How can you help? Snape said abruptly, he doesn't want you to mess around, and don't want the Ministry of Magic and the Dark Lord to know that his condition is bad. McGonagall, Sirius and others choked immediately. Dumbledore was recognized as the strongest white wizard in the magical world. His magic level was unmatched. Although Snape didn't like them, his potion level was beyond doubt. If even two of them can't crack the mysterious man's magic, then they are equally powerless together. That's all I know. Principal Dumbledore rarely contacted me this school year, but I think he is probably going to do something for the magic world while he can still move. Snape finally added. The people of the Order of the Phoenix were completely silent, and combined with Marx's words just now, they had already made up the original appearance of the matter. Dumbledore must have wanted to find out and destroy all the black magic items made by the mysterious man when he could still suppress his injuries. But it is a pity that the mysterious people probably also noticed this. They met and fought a battle for some unknown reason. Dumbledore repelled Voldemort with difficulty, but the injuries he had barely suppressed before broke out. Poor Albus. He shouldn't take all dangerous things on his shoulders. We can also help find the whereabouts of those dark magic items. Professor McGonagall sighed. She knew that it was definitely a very dangerous job, otherwise Dumbledore would not have died tragically because of it, but they were also not afraid of sacrifice. Dumbledore had given enough to the magical world. Thank you for telling us this, Severus, Moody said relievedly. But he said again soon after another. Just how do you prove that you are telling the truth? Alastor, we shouldn't doubt him so much. Lupin frowned in dissatisfaction. Don't forget, Severus didn't give us any warning when the mysterious man attacked the Ministry of Magic last time. Moody interrupted Lupin's subsequent words. Because the Dark Lord has never attacked the Ministry of Magic. Snape almost didn't lift it up in one breath, his face almost unstretched. He looked at Marx very resentfully www.mentalnovel.com and then helplessly explained. Voldemort doesn't trust me much. Probably because he found traitors among the Death Eaters, and was afraid that I would reveal the news to you. Moody thought for a while and didn't refute it. Snape stayed at Hogwarts from time to time, and no one was sure which side he was on. Voldemort's big game. Only a short time before being able to capture the Ministry of Magic and realize the evil plan to rule England, it is natural to be careful. The fact is, just as Snape said, Lucius' defection had mixed up Voldemort's well-arranged plan, which directly led to the death of a large number of elite Death Eaters in the Ministry of Magic. Perhaps because he was worried about being asked about something unnecessary, Snape threw out another shocking news. As far as I know, Dumbledore made a will during his lifetime and stored it in Gringotts in the form of a magic contract. It will be officially announced in a few days. Latest URL. Note: if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft terror content, the book is broken and other issues, please log in. Chapter 836 Snape, so hard the will. Professor McGonagall looked at Snape in amazement, but he quickly recovered. Since Principal Dumbledore knew that he was going to do so soon, of course he would arrange all the follow-up affairs in advance. Those Sirius who were also aware of this, their tight expressions suddenly relaxed a lot. The news of Dumbledore's death came so suddenly that they were a little overwhelmed, and they didn't know what to do next and how to fight the mysterious man. Now that they have a will, at least they won't be clueless anymore. But this is not good news for Marx, because he is not sure what kind of message Dumbledore will leave in his will, whether it is bad or good for him. How many things are you hiding from us, Severus? Moody looked at Snape, dissatisfied. Actually, I don't know more than you. Snape shook his head and continued. Even if I don't talk about the will, you will know in a few days. After successfully dispelling the doubts of Moody and others with Dumbledore's will, Marx finally got rid of the embarrassment that everyone in the Order of the Phoenix had been asking about. In view of the unexpected amount of news that Snape revealed this time, Marx temporarily extinguished his thoughts of leaving school directly. When bidding farewell to Sirius and the others, he gave Snape a wink alone and immediately walked towards the top of the tower. Walking all the way to the rooftop, Marx waited patiently for a while, and about 10 minutes later Snape pushed the door and walked in. Is there something to come here specifically for, McClown? Snape asked. Marx didn't answer immediately, but gently waved his wand, erected a sound barrier around him, and then spoke. I didn't expect you to speak for me just now. I have no choice, don't I? Black and the Werewolf Lupin trust you so much, even if I say something, they may not be willing to believe it. Snape narrowed his eyes and slowly explained. Of course, what is more important is that he is very aware of the current situation, regardless of the fact that the Order of the Phoenix has many people. But Snape is very sure that all of them together cannot be Marx McClown opponents. It is not that difficult to make a choice between life and death. Sometimes there is no choice. It is the best choice. But you should tell me that you just spoke specifically for me, so maybe I will be especially grateful to you. Marx said jokingly. Compared to these illusory things, I believe in some real exchanges. Snape replied calmly. So it seems that you still know some interesting information? Marx raised an eyebrow. The Dark Lord ... Do you want to find his hiding place, right? Snape said with certainty. Now that Dumbledore is dead, the only thing that could threaten the British Ministry of Magic is Voldemort. Marx did not refute this, but nodded directly. Yes. Do you know where he is hiding, or who is the secret person in that place? As early as half a month ago, Marx had already learned about Voldemort's current situation from Lucius and others, so he also knew that the Dark Lord was hiding under the protection of the Scarlet Loyalty Curse at this time. Only because of the limitation of this spell, Neither Lucius nor Crabbe could directly tell the specific location of that place. I don't know yet, but I might be able to find ... After all, there are not many people who can trust the Dark Lord. Having said that, Snape was somewhat emotional. The famous Dark Lord, the strongest in the British magical world. Oh, no, now the second most powerful Dark Wizard has fallen to such a miserable state. There are only 20 Death Eaters under their hands, and there are only 20 people left, and they all have their own minds to rebel. In other words, you plan to continue to be a Death Eater to pass on information about the Dark Lord for me, just like you did when you were with Principal Dumbledore. Marks looked at Snape carefully. You can think so, Snape said, and after a pause, he pleaded. In exchange, you hope that after killing the Dark Lord, you can wash my identity. This is natural. Marks nodded and agreed directly. At that time, you will be the greatest hero in defeating the Dark Lord. It's not necessary. I just hope that I can live a normal life without being disturbed in the future. Snape said non-committal. Marks smiled and did not respond, but instead asked while deflecting the words. Since you work for me now, then I have one thing I need you to answer truthfully. Snape looked at Marks in surprise, not quite understanding what he meant. What did Principal Dumbledore do in the past few months when he disappeared? Besides, did he specifically ask you something? Marks said word by word, his eyes fixed on Snape's every move. He seemed to want to see something on his face. In recent times, Dumbledore's performance is really strange, especially this semester, except for the day when school starts. The entire Hogwarts can't find the principal at all. Even if the Ministry of Magic impeached his council, Dumbledore didn't care about it, and Marks couldn't imagine what could have caused the White Wizard to push all important work aside. If it were in the original time and space, it could be explained by finding the whereabouts of the Horcruxes, but now Voldemort was beaten by him to almost autistic. Marks did not believe that Dumbledore would still be so attached to the Horcruxes. What puzzled Marks the most was the strength that Dumbledore showed during the duel yesterday, which can only be described as very outrageous. In the case of taking the initiative to give up the old magic wand and suffering severe injuries, Dumbledore was able to suppress himself steadily. This far exceeded Marks's greatest expectations of Dumbledore's strength. If the strongest White Wizard really has such strength, when they meet with Voldemort at the end of the school year at .mythlenovel.com, the two of them can work together to capture Voldemort directly and bring him to the Ministry of Magic for trial in public. Thinking of this, Marks looked at Snape, the only person who might know the truth. Under the pressure of Marks's vaguely revealed aura, Snape said with difficulty, "McClown, I have explained it before. I really don't know the whereabouts of Principal Dumbledore. He has never actively contacted me during this period of time." Really? Marks was skeptical, but he knew how much Dumbledore trusted Snape. If the opponent left behind, Snape would definitely be one of the insiders. Marks's questioning gaze made Snape feel very helpless, and then, as if suddenly thinking of something, he spoke again. "Right, there is one thing I can tell you. The potion I made for Principal Dumbledore on a regular basis had completely expired before the summer vacation of last school year. Normally, he would never be able to sustain it for so long." Latest URL. Note: if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft error content, the book is broken and other issues, please log in. Chapter 837 Call of the Dark Lord. Snape's words immediately caught Marks's attention. As the best potion master in England, Snape's judgment is still worthy of trust. And this is also in line with his previous estimate. "You mean, Dumbledore might have died long ago?" Marks muttered to himself, but soon felt that it was impossible. If this were the case, who would have dueled with him before? Not to mention, he had confirmed Dumbledore's body. Such serious injuries could not be disguised. No, I mean he might have used other methods to temporarily stop the outbreak of the injury. Snape shook his head, rejected Marks's guess, and explained again. "A few months ago, Dumbledore told me that he might have a way to do this." "Is that so?" Marks touched his chin, lost in thought. Fiction. If Snape hadn't lied to him, Then Dumbledore must have done something during the disappearance, thereby delaying the arrival of death, and Dumbledore's overwhelming strength in the duel might also be the same. It's about will be the Deathly Hallows. Marx's thoughts moved, and he hesitated, because Dumbledore hadn't even used the old wand during the duel. In addition, he had never regarded these so-called Death Hallows very much before. After all, judging from the information of the original time and space, except for the old wand, the performance of the other two sacred artifacts can only be described by pulling the hips. For example, the role of the invisibility cloak is to make the carrier invisible. Although the effect is much better than that of ordinary phantom spells, there is still a risk of being seen by others. The resurrection stone is not to mention. It can only make people see some specious magical illusions with the memory of the body, not the real soul, nor can it resurrect the dead. Marx thought for a while, but didn't have a clue at all, and finally had to look at Snape and continue to ask. "You haven't answered my other question, Professor Snape. Did Principal Dumbledore tell you anything in particular?" "He told me, if you win this duel, let me cooperate with your actions as much as possible. The British magical world can no longer withstand the next Wizarding War," Snape explained. Marx nodded, which is good news. So it seems that Dumbledore's will should be beneficial to him, and even clear his suspicions. Trimed 1 Gad 2 catch X. Besides, Dumbledore also intends to let me be responsible for guiding Potter to learn occlumency, so as to prevent him from being affected by the Dark Lord's magic. Snape said, his face turned a little ugly. "Harry?" Marx was stunned, vaguely thinking of something, but before he could ask a question, Snape continued to add, "But I am not interested in teaching him. In contrast, I think Potter would probably be more willing to learn from you." "What else?" Marx skipped the topic and asked casually. Tanline novel tanlegs.com. "Only these," Snape said affirmatively, and after a pause, he spoke again. "Dumbledore is dead. He can't help me. I don't need to hide anything from him." Marx looked at him for a while, then said flatly, "I hope this is the best. I know what to do, and I can see the current situation." Snape solemnly replied. Marx nodded, and said directly without embarrassing Snape, "If this is the case, then follow your previous assumptions. I will give you half a year to find the secret person. You need to bring him to me as much as possible, or you can find a way to gain Voldemort's trust and become the secret of that place. As for Harry, Principal Dumbledore wants you to be responsible for teaching him, so let's do it. I may not have this time, and you are the best occlumency master I have ever seen," pointedly added. Snape opened his mouth as if he wanted to argue, but in the end he reluctantly agreed. "Aren't you going to ask me why Dumbledore would trust me?" Snape asked suddenly. "No, that's not necessary. I have a reason to trust you, and I believe you will protect Harry." Marx patted Snape on the shoulder, and then no longer cared about Snape, who was stunned. Walked straight to the gate of the rooftop. Marx turned his head and remained at last until he pushed the door and left. Trimed 1 Gad 2 catch X. By the way, Professor Snape, although your occlumency is very good, I still want to remind you, don't underestimate Harry. If your mind is countered, revealing some memories that shouldn't be revealed, then it will be difficult to do. "I'm not too bad for a kid," Snape said irritably. "It's good if you have confidence. In any case, pay more attention." Marx shrugged, and he just mentioned it casually. Snape was counted when he was teaching Harry in the original time and space. It was purely careless. He underestimated Harry's ability and did not expect that the opponent would suddenly release the Iron Armor curse. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Now with his own reminder, Snape shouldn't make the same mistake again. "Then, see you next semester, Professor." Marx nodded slightly, and then walked along the door into the deep corridor without looking back. When Marx's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, the calm expression on Snape's face suddenly became very ugly. He didn't expect Dumbledore to tell Marx McClown about himself and Lily. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why Marx McClown specifically mentioned that he believed he would protect Harry. Snape clenched his fists, somewhat angry. Dumbledore once promised him that this past will be sealed forever, but now the other party undoubtedly broke the contract. What made Snape even more annoyed was that now Dumbledore was dead. No matter how angry he was, it would not help him. The other party could never get up from the grave to answer his question, and he would not want to burn it to vent his anger. Dumbledore's corpse. Just as Snape was thinking, a hot tingling sensation came from his arm, and the irritated expression on Snape's face immediately calmed down. He unzipped his sleeves, and the dark mark engraved on his wrist was slightly red. The big snake wandering out of the skull seemed to be alive. Immediately afterwards, an instruction was passed to his mind out of thin air. Snape understood that this was the Dark Lord summoning himself, when he used magic power to stir up his black robe, jumped down from the top of the tower, and flew into the distance like a huge bat. But he didn't see it. On the rooftop, Mark's figure came out of the shadow again. Chapter 838 Voldemort. I have never seen such a brazen person in the evening. At Riddle's mansion, a black figure fell from the sky slowly like a dead leaf. After neatly tidying the meters in front of the door, Snape opened the door and walked straight in. Nagini, the big snake sleeping in the living room, woke up when he heard the movement of pushing the door, erected his long snake body and made a strange hiss. Snape turned his head and glanced, but quickly turned his gaze back, lowered his head slightly, and asked respectfully, "Master, are you calling me?" On the main seat of the living room, Voldemort's body emerged from the shadows, a pair of flushed snake pupils staring at Snape, and his pale face looked strange. "I heard that rumor. Dumbledore is dead?" Voldemort asked directly without any greeting. "Yes, Master," Snape said cautiously. "I followed your instructions and handed the knot to Dumbledore." "What happened after that was just as you expected. They had a conflict and finally fought a battle. But as far as I know, Marks McClown is incapable of killing him." Voldemort interrupted Snape's words and said with certainty. Dumbledore's strength could not be more clear to him. "If you really want to fight to the death, I am afraid that you may not even be your opponent. It is almost impossible to kill such a powerful wizard head. Even if Dumbledore is lost in battle, no one can keep him. Unless unless Marks McClown has once again grown in strength in this short 6 months, and has even reached an incredible level." Thinking of this possibility, a trace of fear surged in Voldemort's heart. Normally, it is not easy for a wizard to increase the upper limit of his strength. It usually takes a long time to accumulate knowledge, or experience extremely dangerous magical transformations. He himself is a good example. As the most talented wizard in the history of the British magical world, most of the black magic spells usually only take a few minutes to master them. Got the inheritance of Slytherin in the 5th grade, and after completing the first blood fusion, his strength has greatly increased and he has a magical level that exceeds that of an adult wizard. But even so, he only had the strength to dominate England at the age of 25. In order to obtain such power, he gave everything, even taking great risks many times to carry out magic transformation experiments, transforming himself into a complete monster. In contrast, Marks McClown growth trajectory can only be described in an unbelievable way. At only 15 or 6 years old, Bayan has the strength to rival him, and even to be even better. Trimed 1 Gad 2 catch X. What makes him feel envious and jealous is that the other party seems to have mastered a risk-free method of fusion of blood, which may be that the opponent's strength has increased so quickly. Reason. Snape didn't know Voldemort's thoughts, but he knew that he couldn't let the Dark Lord fall into despair, so he replied, "Master, I think the same as you. Marks McClown is absolutely incapable of killing Dumbledore, so he could only use some improper means." "Tell me." Voldemort narrowed his eyes, and suddenly became interested. "When I was inspecting Dumbledore's body, I accidentally discovered that his body had been corroded by dark magic." Snape half drew and half faked the previous inspection of Dumbledore's body. Hearing this, Voldemort's tense expression relaxed a lot. He also knew this weird black magic. It was one of the legacy he got from the Slytherin collection when he was in the 5th grade. There is no way to crack it for the time being. And once contaminated, even a powerful wizard like them will not be spared. Of course, the conditions for the release of such a powerful black magic are also very harsh. Under normal circumstances, it can only be attached to a magic item and used as a trap. When activated, the opponent needs to touch this magic item and input magic power into it. It is activated. Because of this, he hadn't used this black magic against Dumbledore before. After all, the White Wizard's knowledge in alchemy is not low. Voldemort didn't think he would not be able to see it when he touched a magical item, and he stupidly took the initiative to input magic to activate it. I just don't know what means Marks McClown used to achieve this. Thinking of this, Voldemort's face gradually became gloomy. He suddenly discovered that the kid was not very old, but he was even more slippery than himself. The attack on the Ministry of Magic a few months ago almost didn't make him angry. A total of more than 70 loyal Death Eaters have been planted in the Ministry of Magic. The most important thing is that he inexplicably put on his back to attack the Ministry of Magic, and turned his back on the infamy of fleeing the battle. Voldemort's heart seemed to be dripping blood, but he still looked at Snape and said with relief, "The information you provide is valuable, Severus. The Dark Lord will not treat anyone who is loyal to him wrongly." "Thank you, Master," Snape said excitedly. "I'm afraid I can't go back to Hogwarts now." "So, you have been exposed?" Voldemort frowned and asked sharply. "Did Lucius Malfoy reveal your identity?" Trimed 1 Gad 2 catch X. "Yes, Master." Snape nodded quickly and continued. "But Marks McClown didn't trust those traitors very much, so I told him that I had actually been working for Dumbledore, passing information about you to the Order of the Phoenix. Then you betrayed a lot of Dumbledore's information to make him believe that you have turned against him again?" Voldemort asked with a sneer. "Marks McClown thinks he is in control of the entire magical world, and I am a person who knows current affairs." Snape nodded hesitantly, and added quickly and eagerly, "Of course, I'm loyal to you, Master. I'm afraid this will not be kept for long. If Marks McClown knew that I was instigating Dumbledore to deal with him behind his back, he would never let me go off." "Don't worry about it, Severus," Voldemort interrupted Snape's words. "Until novel.com I know Dumbledore, he shouldn't tell Marks McClown about you. If so, you won't be able to live till now. So you are safe, safer than anyone. Don't forget, Marks McClown probably used the information you gave to kill a great enemy, and he should now be very sure that you have deserted Dumbledore. Stand on his side." Voldemort slowly sorted out the current situation for Snape. "In other words, you have successfully gained his trust, and you can continue your job. I believe you have such a talent, Severus. Just like you used to fool Dumbledore. As long as you can get more information for me, I will give you everything you want in return, whether it's reputation, strength, or immortal." Voldemort said in a bewildered tone, accentuating his tone. "This is something Marks McClown would never share with you." A bit of fear and greed appeared in Snape's eyes, but more hesitated. Voldemort also didn't care about Snape's hesitation, because the other party has no chance to look back now. "Apart from Dumbledore's death, what else do you have to report to me?" Voldemort continued. Snape hesitated for a long time, as if he was thinking about whether he should say it or not. It was not until Voldemort was a little impatient that he replied carefully. "Marks McClown seems to want to push the killing of Dumbledore to your head, and the Minister of Magic Pierce is also preparing to order you to be wanted in England." Chapter 839 Ecstatic Voldemort. Before Snape had finished speaking, a strong momentum came over. "I killed Dumbledore." Voldemort was suddenly grinned. His face was distorted and looked a little scary. He said word by word, "Very good." He dared to fool the Dark Lord again. Another time. Voldemort waved his wand angrily, and the wooden tables and chairs beside him instantly exploded. Sawdust fell from the sky, and Snape couldn't help but shivered, feeling a little regretful in his heart, whether he was too exciting. Fortunately, Voldemort was angry, but he didn't mean to vent his anger. After exploding a pile of furniture, he kept pacing in the living room. "McNeese, Gore, Crabbe, Lucius. and Marks McClown, it won't be long before I will make them all pay. Voldemort counted the list of betrayers one by one, and then condensed all the hatred on Marks's body. If he could not wait to immediately kill them, to knock down Ali and smash these people into pieces. But he also knows that he is not the opponent of Marks McClown, and if he rashly fights with the opponent, he is likely to repeat the same mistakes. Another big defeat. Master. Master. Snape couldn't help but call out softly when he saw Voldemort's erratic thoughts for a long time. Severus, do you have anything else? Voldemort regained his consciousness, frowned and asked. He was very worried that he would hear bad news from Snape again. This time it's about Dumbledore. Didn't you ask me to track his recent movements? Snape asked. Voldemort nodded. Snape reported to him some time ago that Dumbledore had been erratic since the beginning of school, and even Dumbledore refused to participate in the council where the Ministry of Magic impeached him. This made him feel very much curious. It's just that now Dumbledore is dead, and he doesn't understand why Snape suddenly brought up the topic again. Master, I'm afraid I have found Dumbledore's powerful secret. It's just that I'm not sure if my guess is correct, Snape said hesitantly. Dumbledore's powerful secret? Voldemort whispered, then looked at Snape and said, you can speak freely in front of me, Severus. I will never punish you, right or wrong. Trimed 1 Gad 2 catch X with Voldemort's guarantee. Snape slowly took out a thick book from his robe pocket and put it in front of Voldemort. He then explained, Dumbledore has returned to Hogwarts several times during the 6 months since Dumbledore disappeared, and every time he summoned me, he read this book in the principal's office. Voldemort lowered his head and glanced. His brows frowned quickly, because it looked like a very ordinary storybook. Probably because it was flipped frequently, the pages were a little yellowish, but it could still be seen clearly from the cover. To the eye-catching title of the book, A Bedtime Story, Voldemort looked a little impatient. Are you sure Dumbledore is not going to read a few storybooks to appease the Hogwarts kids? If it wasn't for Snape to take out this book, his Avada would have been ready for it. Master, please believe me. I found this book from Dumbledore's robes before he was buried. Dumbledore has been wearing it next to his body. Snape hurriedly explained. Voldemort was only interested in it. The thing that Dumbledore kept so carefully shouldn't be an ordinary book. In addition, I stole Dumbledore's wand while they were holding Dumbledore's funeral. I think it may be related to a legend in the storybook, Snape said as he moved from his sleeve. He took out an elderberry wand and displayed it in front of Voldemort's eyes. The moment Voldemort's pupils narrowed when he saw the wand. He had dealt with Dumbledore many times, and it was natural that it was Dumbledore's wand. Unexpectedly, you even got this, Voldemort said appreciatively, and reached out his hand to take the magic wand. The moment he touched it, Voldemort suddenly felt that his magic power seemed to resonate with this magic wand. More importantly, he could feel the power beyond his imagination in the wand. Blood to pieces. Voldemort couldn't help but waved his wand to experiment, and a beam of spells with the thickness of an arm flashed in midair. The next moment, the wall on the right blasted open, and the whole mansion was shaking slightly. Looking at the collapsed wall, Voldemort's expression was astonished to the extreme. He didn't expect that it was just an ordinary smashing spell, which could show such destructive power under the blessing of this magic wand. Trimed 1 Gad 2 catch X. Voldemort casts the spell again, and everything is like going backwards in time. The debris of wood and stone bricks all over the ground quickly gathers together. The wall that has just been blown up. It returned to its original appearance in just 1 second. Novel.com. Not bad, very good. This is what I have been looking for, the strongest magic wand. Voldemort grinned and carefully stroked the branches of the old wand, his face filled with excitement. Since the night of his resurrection, the phoenix wand in his hand suddenly lost control. He had the idea of replacing a wand. So during this time, he didn't do nothing. On the contrary, he searched a lot of British historical collections and legends, and found some clues from a few words, but he hadn't had time to officially act. But now it seems that the magic wand in front of me is so similar to the legendary expression. Perhaps he should have thought of it. Without such a powerful wand, how could the old Dumbledore be his opponent? Voldemort became more sure of his guess, but at the same time he didn't forget Snape's words and turned his gaze to there. This book can make Dumbledore attach so much importance, probably because it records some legends related to this strongest wand, and even the way to use the power of this wand. Thinking of this, Voldemort's eyes became eager. He didn't choose to ask Snape, but couldn't wait to pick up the fairy tale book and flip through it quickly. Voldemort's gaze swept across the pages quickly, and finally froze on one of the pages, and his pale and slender fingers ran across the description of the page. Old Wand. Fate Wand. Deathly Hallows. Voldemort muttered to himself, his expression almost mad. So, it's no wonder that this magic wand has such a powerful magical power. Chapter 840. Anyway, I want to see you again. You did a good job this time, very good, Severus. Voldemort was excitedly pacing in the living room with the poetry story collection, thinking about the story over and over in his mind. The old magic wand ... the invisibility cloak ... the resurrection stone ... the three sacred artifacts made by the of Death, possessing great power. It is rumored that holding three of the Death Hallows at the same time can become the master of the of Death. And conquering death is precisely his dream all the time. Do you think this story will be true? This magic wand is the legendary Elder Wand made by the of Death himself? Voldemort carefully looked at the old wand in his hand and asked in a confirming tone, Master, I can't be sure about this. But the legend of the three brothers has a long history in the British magical world. The story of poetry Weng and Pitou only included it. I think it might be true. Snape answered cautiously. Yes, the legend always has some basis. Voldemort muttered to himself, completely convinced in his heart. After all, he had just experienced the power of the old wand, which was definitely beyond the scope of normal magic items. More importantly, Voldemort eagerly hopes that this legend is true, because he saw the possibility of defeating Marks McClown. The fiasco that night in Turnover Alley has always been a shadow in his heart. Voldemort still remembers how high-spirited he was when he was resurrected. The entire magical world was at his fingertips. But it was just one night's effort. He seemed to have fallen from heaven to hell. Marks McClown used his unimaginable power to destroy himself. All of his ambitions have been broken. This is different from the one 15 years ago. The other party was not the lucky boy Harry Potter, but actually beat him head-on. No matter how many times he came, I'm afraid it won't change this fact. So at some point, Voldemort even thought pessimistically that he would never have the opportunity to wash away this shame in his life, but the legend of the three sacred artifacts gave him new hope. However, while feeling excited, Voldemort did not completely lose his mind. Although the increase in power brought by the old wand was beyond imagination, it was far from the point where he could easily defeat Marks McClown. In addition, he was keenly aware that when he was casting a spell just now, the magic wand seemed to faintly resist his power. Voldemort's brows wrinkled involuntarily. It stands to reason that Dumbledore, the original owner of the old wand, is dead. With his strength, he should be able to trend freely. Maybe it has something to do with Dumbledore's death in the hands of Marks McClown. Snape reminded. Master, in the legends I know, there is only one way to change the owner of the Elder Wand, and that is through a duel. Only the winner and the strongest are worthy of the strongest wand. Voldemort understood Snape's meaning in an instant, and his expression suddenly became gloomy. Although he very much agrees with the idea of choosing the owner of the old wand, if this is the case, doesn't it mean that the current owner of the old wand is Marks McClown? Voldemort's face was as ugly as he swallowed a cockroach. Originally, he expected that with this strongest wand, he would not need to fear that kid. Now it seems that he has to think about it for a long time. Holding a wand that has already recognized the Lord, and going head to head with its owner, he still can't do such a stupid thing. However, Voldemort was somewhat fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, Marks McClown didn't understand the legend of the Three Hallows and sneered at the old wand, otherwise he would have to face an opponent who would never be defeated. Where are the other two Deathly Hallows? Severus, do you know their whereabouts? Voldemort turned his head and looked at Snape, and asked eagerly, since the old magic wand is so powerful, what magical functions will the other two Deathly Hallows of the same name have? Voldemort suddenly felt that he had found a new goal in life, that is, to gather the three holy artifacts of death and become the master of death, thus defeating Marks McClown and dominating the entire magical world. However, what disappointed him was that Snape shook his head hesitantly, saying that he did not know the information of other sacred artifacts. The flames in Voldemort's heart cooled down a bit, but he was not too frustrated. Dumbledore's search for the Deathly Hallows so eagerly in recent times meant that the other party must have learned some news. In addition, the old magic wand that fell in his hand is also an important clue. Ollivander, the long-standing wand-maker master, might also know the inside story. With this clear, Voldemort had a new plan in his mind. Severus, you continue to return to Marks McClown, monitor him, and find a way to enter the principal's room and Dumbledore's bedroom to search for clues about the Deathly Hallows. Voldemort said. I understand, Master. Snape nodded, but he didn't agree with him. After discussing the so-called plan with Voldemort, he left Riddle's mansion alone. As he pushed open the door and walked outside, Snape's tight heart slowly relaxed. His palms and the clothes on his back were soaked with sweat. Since Malfoy and other mutinies took refuge in Marks McClown, the Dark Lord's suspicion has become very serious, to the point where it is almost pathological. Even though he had almost perfectly completed every task arranged by Voldemort, Snape could still feel that Voldemort still had doubts about himself. Every time you enter and exit Riddle's mansion, it is like wandering between life and death. Snape faintly regretted agreeing to Dumbledore to carry out the plan. However, he understood that even if he did it again, there would be no change in the result, because he had no right to choose from the beginning to the end. A gleam of haze flashed in Snape's eyes, and he recalled the story of the three brothers in the poem Pidu Tales. www.mtnovel.com Death Hallows. Resurrection Stone. Snape whispered. The self-talk. Dumbledore once told him that the so-called Deathly Hallows are just a few powerful magical items, and the Resurrection Stones can only let people see the memory fantasy formed by magic. Their only function is to guide people to pursue death as bait. Snape didn't believe Dumbledore's rhetoric. He still had a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Dumbledore was just fooling himself and didn't want him to be fascinated by this power to reverse life and death. Thinking of this, Snape couldn't restrain his excitement, clenched his fists, his nails embedded in the flesh. Anyway, I want to see you again, Lily, even if I just apologize to you. End of this chapter. Latest URL. Note, if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft terror content, the book is broken and other issues, please log in. Chapter 841 Hufflepuff's Gold Cup. Per week passed in a flash, and the mysterious man's assassination of Dumbledore was raging in the magical world. Many people could not believe that this recognized as the strongest wizard had just fallen. An emotion called panic gradually shrouded everyone's hearts. The powerful Dark Lord seemed unstoppable, and some pessimistic wizards almost desperately believed that the British magical world had lost hope. Fortunately, the new acting minister Pierce was not discouraged by this. Instead, he showed unimaginable courage in such a crisis. On the day of Dumbledore's funeral, he announced that Voldemort was listed as the most wanted criminal of the Ministry of Magic and dispatched a large number of people go out to search for Voldemort's whereabouts and capture him at all costs. Any wizard who provides news about Voldemort can get a huge bonus. However, as many people feared, Pierce's tough move soon attracted a backlash from the Dark Lord. Under the recommendation, the novel app I am using recently, Mimir Reading app Android and Apple phones support it. A week after Dumbledore's funeral, Voldemort took action again and personally led a large number of Death Eaters to attack Gringotts, which was said to be absolutely unbreakable. Hundreds of goblins were injured as a result, and many Gringotts officials died under the Avidaso curse of the mysterious man. Fortunately, the Urus from the Ministry of Magic provided timely support and did not allow the Dark Lord's conspiracy to succeed. Instead, Voldemort's spirit was once again frustrated, and a dozen Death Eaters who had no time to escape were arrested. As for the result of this war, Pierce is naturally a big book and special book, publicizing the Ministry of Magic to defeat the mysterious man again. The Daily Prophet has also kept posting articles to boost the confidence of the British wizards in these days, trying to make everyone understand that as long as they are united, the Dark Lord is not invincible. Under such bombarding propaganda, the various initiatives of the Ministry of Magic quickly gained support from all walks of life. Pierce even used Gringotts' staff to forcibly arrange for some ministry officials to temporarily replace those vacant positions, so as to maintain the normal operation of Gringotts. Not only that, but the 20 Urus that Pierce had brought in the past also stayed in Gringotts to take charge of daily defense work, in case the mysterious people attack here again. After such a combination of punches, relying on the threat posed by Voldemort, the power of the Ministry of Magic has become more and more powerful. After several centralization bills have been passed, Pierce, as the acting minister, is naturally proud. It can be said that no minister has ever had such a huge power. Fortunately, Pierce was not dazzled by the power in his hand. The magic mark on his arm reminded him of his position at all times. Therefore, after finishing the Gringotts, Pierce rushed immediately. Go to the safe house located in Knockdown Alley and meet with Marx. Your Excellency McClown, I have obtained what you ordered to find. Pierce held a box, placed it on the table in front of him, and continued. According to your request, I asked the people of the Department of Mystery Affairs to make a Magisicillating storage box in advance, and put it in the first time I found it. No one touched it during this period. Very well, your caution is correct, Pierce. This is a dark magic item made by a mysterious man himself. It is very dangerous. Marx nodded and gently waved his wand to unlock the protection on the storage box. The magic wand, a simple golden trophy, appeared in front of him. After thousands of years of wind and frost, this Hufflepuff's relic is still gorgeous. The golden cup is engraved with various exquisite magic runes, which looks shining under the light of the noon sunset. Marx didn't reach out to touch it, so he watched it for a while. The waiting Pierce complained to himself in his heart. In his opinion, Marx McClown simply took this precious magic item into his bag in the name of a mysterious man. Just as he was thinking about it, a grey-white flame suddenly ignited on the wand held by Marx's right hand. A feeling of heart palpitations suddenly surged into Pierce's heart, and then before he could wait for the Hufflepuff golden cup placed on his reaction table to feel threatened, it trembled violently, and then the endless black mist came from the cup. The mouth gushed out, and the whole room was enveloped in dense mist in an instant. Pierce was taken aback by this sudden abnormality. He drew out his wand in a panic, only to find that he could not see anything but the black mist around him, and he could not tell where the danger came from. And these weird black mists seemed to have magical powers, mapping out what Pierce desires most, so that he has the idea of destroying this place directly, and even killing Marx McClown. Killing him. I am the real Minister of Magic. Just kill him. The malice in Pierce's heart became stronger and stronger, but before he could act, a harsh scream rang out in the room, and the thick black mist began to gradually dissipate. After about 5 seconds, the whole room changed back again. It turned out that everything that happened before was like an illusion. Pierce was stunned in place. www.mentalnovel.com. It took a long time to wake up, remembering the thoughts that had appeared in his mind before, and his body shivered involuntarily, and his eyes flashed when he looked at the Hufflepuff golden cup. A touch of fear. Your Excellency McClown, that was? Pierce asked cautiously. Obviously, Voldemort has arranged a powerful black magic on this thing, which can evoke the evil thoughts in people's hearts. Marx did not mention the Horcrux, explained casually, and then took the wand away. Come. On the wooden table in front of him, Hufflepuff's golden cup had an extra round hole that was burnt out, and the exquisite magic inscriptions became extremely dim, and this magic item had been completely damaged. It is a pity that Marks put the golden cup in the cupboard, and it may be possible to fix it in the future. Pierce on the other side was caught in fear for a while. Fortunately, he was somewhat restrained and was not completely bewitched. Otherwise, once he did it, the consequences would be disastrous. But Pierce didn't know that Marks knew everything he did and even thought, but Marks didn't care. After all, he had seen the ability of Horcruxes to affect emotions, and coupled with the fact that the acting minister had been suppressed by himself for so long, it was impossible for him to have no thoughts at all. But as long as the other party has some brains, it can be thought that there is only one dead end to rebel against oneself, because now the high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Magic are all their own, and the most elite striker is in the hands of Fren, away from himself. The so-called Pierce the acting minister is the polished commander, and no one will listen to him. Not to mention, after Dumbledore's death, Marks has become the veritable strongest in the magic world. His power alone is enough to match a wizarding army. This is why Marks is relieved to let Pierce, an outsider, be in power. Chapter 842 Shut up. The Dark Lord is not your tool, man. You did a good job this time, Pierce. You helped me get Hufflepuff's relic in just a week, which is much faster than I thought. Marks said appreciatively. I just acted according to your instructions, Your Excellency McClown. Pierce didn't mean to claim credit at all, and responded humbly. Half of these words are flattery, and the other half are sincere. After all, the group of goblins in Gringotts is simply a model of money and death. In order to complete the order given by Marks, he spent a lot of time negotiating, wanting Gringotts to cooperate with the Ministry of Magic to open Bayer's vault and take out Hufflepuff's gold cup. For this reason, Pierce even told them bluntly that there is a very dangerous magic item in Bayer's vault, which may cause serious consequences if it is not handled properly. But those elves simply ignored his acting minister's decree and took a very tough attitude, claiming that private property is sacred and inviolable. Unless Bella or her designated successor personally come over, they will open the vault. Otherwise these properties will remain in Gringotts forever. Such remarks that almost challenge the authority of the Ministry of Magic are naturally intolerable by Pierce, but the power of the goblin is spread all over the world, and the surprising unity can be said to affect the whole body. Even if he is the Minister of Magic, it is not easy to persecute hard. Fairies compromised. As a result, the two sides were in such a stalemate, and Pierce's concept was not changed until after accepting Marks's instruction a few days ago. The inability of the Ministry of Magic to do it does not mean that the Dark Lord cannot. To understand this, Pierce planned an attack immediately after returning. As Marks said before, after a riot, the fairies became more honest, and even voluntarily asked the Ministry of Magic to send us to patrol Gringotts, which would have been impossible before. After cooking Gringotts easily in this way, Pierce is like opening the door to a new world. As long as he plans properly, he can use Death Eaters to clean up some political enemies, or use the Dark Lord's deterrence to pass some important bills. Strengthen the Ministry of Magic's rule. Please help me. Mimi reading app can steal book tickets like stealing food. Come steal the book tickets of your friends and vote for me. Pierce talked to Marks endlessly about his many new ideas. The latter rolled his eyes. He did not expect that Pierce would have developed so many uses of the Dark Lord in just a few days. The situation in the magical world is messy enough now, Pierce, so you'd better stop some in the near future. If you accidentally cause a large-scale panic, it may cause some wizards to leave England. Marks couldn't help but stop. Reminded of his words. The matter of using Voldemort as a tool man is one thing. The Dark Lord of the Association made England only a last resort in order to stabilize the situation in this special period. Marks did not want to be distorted by Pierce into a reign of terror. More importantly, if someone is caught out, it will be embarrassing. After mentioning a few words from Pierce, Marx turned to ask again. "Where is Dumbledore's will at Gringotts? Have you got it?" "I already brought it." Pierce Stang even took out a tightly fitted envelope from the pocket of the wizard's robe, handed it over, and then continued to speak. "I asked someone from the Department of Mysteries to check that magic was applied to this letter, and only certain people can open it." Marx nodded, accepted it, and tentatively input some magic power, and the closed envelope was automatically torn open. The inner space seemed to have been extended by the curse, and there were 2 letters and an exquisite style inside, something similar to a lighter. Seeing that his magic power was effective, Marx couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, letting go of the last trace of worry. First took out the lighter and looked at it a lot, and found that it should be a light extinguisher. Then took out the letter and checked it. Dumbledore's will is very brief, not as long as Marx expected. In the first letter, the White Wizard simply mentioned the handling of some private property after his death. All personal assets, including the private library and magical instruments, were donated to Hogwarts, and the remaining part related to the Dumbledore family was transferred to Aberforth. There are 3 relics left exclusively for Hermione, Ron, and him. Strange. There is no place for Harry. Marx frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled, but he continued to watch with patience. First, the light extinguisher was reserved for Hermione Granger. Marx thought about it for a while. If he was not mistaken, Dumbledore secretly used magic on this thing in the original time and space, guiding Ron back to Harry and Hermione's side. Novel.com let the trio reunion. But now Dumbledore actually left this thing to Hermione. Marx subconsciously picked up the small light extinguisher and opened the system's inventory to check it. Magic item, lights out. Magic, low. Item description. This is an exquisite magical creation. Press the button to automatically absorb nearby light sources to replenish energy. With it, you don't need to turn off the lights at night. Note: producer Albus Dumbledore attached an interesting little magic to it. Marx's gaze swept over the description of the item, and then turned to the description of the remarks. As expected, Dumbledore did something with this item, but it was a pity that the specific effect was not in the item. Mark it out in the column. But Marx wasn't worried at all. It was good to know that there was a problem. With his current alchemy level, he could always find something after a few days of patient research, and then decide whether to hand it over to Hermione. Thinking of this, Marx put the ingenious light extinguisher aside and looked at another folded letter. In Dumbledore's will, this letter was given to Ron, and it also had protective magic on it. Probably only Ron himself could open it. Once it was cracked forcibly, the letter would automatically be burned. It's really troublesome. Marx was in a depressed mood. Dumbledore would have to make so many twists and turns to leave a will, just like guessing. Why bother? Who is this guarding against? Voldemort can't see. Marx murmured a few words secretly, and finally turned his gaze to the end of the letter. The relic that Dumbledore was going to give him was the Sword of Gryffindor, and he also brought a statement. Don't try to pursue those illusory things. The power of knowledge and belief is the root of the power of wizards. Chapter 843. There can only be one Dark Lord in the magic world. Seeing this sentence, Marx couldn't help but stunned, and then he realized that Dumbledore said that it should be the Deathly Hallows. In this way, the disappearance of the old wand is not an accident, but the result of Dumbledore's careful arrangement. It's just that Marx is a little hard to understand why Dumbledore did this. In the original time and space, the principal was worried that Voldemort would be uncontrollable after his death, so he took great risks and set up a set of Voldemort drills. The 3 sacred artifacts played a very important role in it, and indirectly contributed to Voldemort's death. However, in Marx's view, luck accounted for at least half of Harry's victory at that time. With the current situation, Dumbledore didn't need to engage in these plots by luck at all, because Voldemort was not his opponent. Had it not been for this guy to stay in the safe house all day, his life-saving ability was almost full, and there were 2 Horcruxes that had not been dealt with, he would have hit the door to solve this last threat. Wait, the safe house. Marx thought of a possibility. If Voldemort got this old wand, would he be full of confidence and take the initiative to leave the safe house to find his own revenge? It would be interesting if it were so. The characteristic of the old wand is that once the holder is defeated, the ownership will be transferred. It stands to reason that he is now the owner of the old wand, and all the magic that Voldemort uses with that wand cannot be effective on him. The more I think about it, the more I think this is possible, but Dumbledore's many actions made him vaguely feel that things may not be so simple. After all, the Horcrux problem has not been resolved. Voldemort is almost immortal at this stage, just defeating the opponent. It doesn't make much sense. Marx thought about it for a long time, but he didn't sort out his clues. The only thing that was certain was that Dumbledore's plan was not against him, otherwise he would not specifically remind himself in his letter not to pursue those vain things. Your Excellency McClown, did Albus Dumbledore say anything in the letter? Pierce asked, curiously, seeing Marx holding the letter, his expression changing. Let's see for yourself. Marx turned the letter in his hand and passed it directly. Pierce took it with interest, and after a few glances, his face became more and more unexpected. He originally thought that Dumbledore had left a will specially, and he deliberately arranged a lot of protection must be to take the opportunity to expose the evil face of Marx McClown to the people, or simply to call on the righteous wizard to revolt. But I don't want this letter not only did not mention these, Dumbledore even prepared to donate Hogwarts Gryffindor sword to Marx. Such a turning point really caught him off guard. Pierce read the letter carefully, and then raised his eyes to Marx. He very much doubted whether Marx McClown had secretly tampered with this will without paying attention. Marx saw Pierce's thoughts at a glance, shook his head, and said angrily, I told you that the person who killed Dumbledore was Voldemort, and I still have a very good relationship with the principal, so he would give me the Gryffindor sword. Is that so? Pierce was at a loss. Could it be that he really misunderstood? Marx explained again lazily, waved his hand, sent Pierce away, and asked him not to make Dumbledore's will public for the time being, and it would not be too late to announce the relics after he confirmed that there was no danger in them. Pierce naturally didn't dare to have any comments, although he was full of doubts. He left the room neatly. Soon there was only one person left in the empty room. Marx put away the two letters and the light extinguisher, and then focused his attention on the taskbar of the system. The Rise of the Dark Lord. Mission: to rule the British magical world. Task progress: 89%. Legendary value: 4. Mission description: your evil plan has achieved unprecedented success. In the foreseeable future, the entire magical world will be shrouded in your shadow. Remarks: the rebels still hide in the dark and wait for opportunities. There can only be one Dark Lord in the magical world. Looking at the description in the taskbar, Marx really didn't know how to complain, or that he was basically used to it. In addition, after attending Dumbledore's funeral, he also gained a little extra legendary point. This is not a new legend, but the title of the Dark Lord has been upgraded again. Why don't you ask the Dark Lord to develop a system? Marx whispered secretly in his heart, but he was somewhat disappointed to see that the task had not been completed. He did not expect Voldemort's life and death to occupy a tenth of the proportion of the task of ruling England. However, it is not easy to completely eradicate this threat. The Horcruxes that were easy to handle were all solved by him. McClonovel.com. The remaining serpent Nagini was hidden in the safe house, and the human-shaped Horcrux Harry was a big trouble. What's more important is that no one can guarantee that Voldemort will be frantic and come up with the 8th Horcrux. This is not completely impossible, because Tom's brain circuit is simply incomprehensible to ordinary people. But anyone with a bit of IQ would not take the initiative to cut the soul into so many pieces. Normally, a Horcrux is sufficient to prevent accidents from happening. Maybe you also need to understand some Horcrux knowledge before you can find the corresponding cracking method. Thinking of this, Marx no longer hesitated, and gently waved his magic wand, and the decryption of advanced black magic placed on the bookshelf was recruited. A few days passed in a flash, but Marx's research on Horcruxes was greatly hindered. It was almost the deepest and most dangerous magic he had ever seen, and it was related to the essence of a wizard's soul. Even the records in the decryption of advanced black magic were very limited, and Marx had to read more black magic books to find only a few words about Horcruxes. The more in-depth research, Marx finds this matter more difficult. Because Voldemort's distracting soul was attached to Harry when he was a child, it can be said that he grew up with Harry. Now more than 10 years have passed, and the two are too deeply entangled. If they are separated by magic, it will cause irreversible damage to Harry's soul 100%. No wonder even the magician Dumbledore can't come up with any solution. Program. Marx had originally thought of letting Edmund swallow the part of Voldemort's soul in Harry's body. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid it's difficult to do it. Then it will definitely be sucked out with Harry's soul. Chapter 844 The So-Called Hero. Main text. Chapter 844 The So-Called Hero. While the research on Horcrux was stagnant, Marx made good progress in the exploration of the light extinguisher. He successfully deciphered Dumbledore's magic attached to it, but the results made him speechless. After the light extinguisher is full of magic power, you can communicate with people at a long distance, as long as you think about the other party in your heart. This looks a bit like a gadget for couples to enhance their relationship. Of course, it can also be used to transmit information. But this thing has no effect on Marx. After all, the function of the light extinguisher conflicts with his magic mark, and it can only be left as a souvenir for Hermione. As for the other relic of the Gryffindor sword, it was also taken from Hogwarts by the Ministry of Magic, but Marx was not in a hurry for Pierce to send it, but retorted it together with the light extinguisher and letter. After the Ministry of Magic, they asked them to come to Hogwarts at that time and announce their will under the witness of everyone. The Christmas holiday ended soon. On the first day of school, the little wizards returned to Hogwarts one after another by special trains, but compared to the active atmosphere of previous years, this year's Hogwarts seemed to be cast over a shadow. Dumbledore's funeral just ended a few days ago, and the Dark Lord was even more frantically evil. Even the Ministry of Magic and Gringotts were not spared. Many people even guessed that Voldemort's next goal was Hogwarts. For this reason, many parents of students are not at ease to let their children come back to class. Fortunately, Pierce issued an announcement through the Daily Prophet in a timely manner, promising to ensure the personal safety of every student. And the Ministry of Magic will also send a large number of Eliters to Hogwarts to open the school's protective barrier. Make it a fortress that can never be conquered. In view of this, parents of students have to let their children return to school on time. In order to soothe people's hearts, Dawlish announced various measures of the Ministry of Magic in public at the dinner on the first day of school, and announced Dumbledore's will by the way. After the dinner, Marx was deliberately left behind. There is a part of Dumbledore's will that is related to you. To be precise, he left you a few relics. Dawlish walked to the front of Marx and the others and said, "You mean us? Did Principal Dumbledore leave me a relic too?" Ron was surprised. He hadn't expected this at all. Harry and Hermione were also a little unexpected, and they looked expectantly in their gazes. "Yes, Mr. Ron, including you, of course, as well as Lord McClown and Miss Granger," Dawlish replied. "What about Harry?" Hermione asked suddenly, keenly aware that Dawlish did not say Harry's name. "I'm sorry, but Mr. Harry Potter didn't leave anything in Dumbledore's will." Dawlish shook his head, acting like a businessman. "It's impossible." Ron couldn't help shouting loudly. Everyone in the wizarding world knew how much Professor Dumbledore cared about Harry. Hermione also nodded in agreement. Professor Dumbledore left something for them, and it would never be possible to leave him alone. Harry looked at Dawlish with a look of confusion, obviously also a little puzzled. "It's not true. The Ministry of Magic has confirmed this again and again. If you really don't believe it, I can apply to the above and show you Dumbledore's will," Dawlish said with certainty. After getting Dawlish's confirmation, Harry's performance suddenly became a little disappointed. He didn't quite understand why Professor Dumbledore didn't mention himself in his will. Could it be that his performance over the years made this person? The principal was very disappointed. Maybe Professor Dumbledore forgot. You know, the professor is over 100 years old this year, and his memory is definitely not very good. Ron hurriedly exhorted. Yes, it must be. Hermione said. Perhaps. Harry replied casually, but in his heart he knew that Dumbledore would never forget this. He smiled reluctantly, and then changed the subject. Captain Dallas, you haven't said what the professor left Ron and them. Ah, yes. Dawlish slapped his head, even out of the wizard's robe pocket, took out a small, delicate, lighter-like object and handed it to Hermione. This is a light extinguisher, and Dumbledore said in his will that he hopes you can make good use of it. Hermione took it carefully, and after fiddling with it, she quickly found a way to use it. With just one flick of the light extinguisher with her right hand, the candle in the auditorium was absorbed in an instant. It went dark. Oh, sorry. Hermione hurriedly cast a flame curse and lit the fireplace in the auditorium. The flames strung up high, and the flames remapped everyone's figures. It doesn't matter. This light extinguisher was probably made by the Lord Dumbledore himself, and you can't see it elsewhere. It is a memorable thing, Dawlish said with a smile, and then turned to look at Ron, handed out a letter. Then you, Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore left a special letter for you. It was enchanted and no one but you could open it. Novel.com. Ron quickly picked it up. Come over, and then opened without hesitation. What did the professor say in the letter? Marks asked curiously. He knew all the relics left by Dumbledore, and only the content of this letter was a secret to him. Harry and Hermione also turned their heads and waited for Ron's answer. Well, the professor said in the letter that he chose me as the prefect this year is the result of careful consideration, and he also believes that I can do a good job. Ron said with some embarrassment. Of course, you have always been great, Ron. You are the best prefect. Harry encouraged. Ron nodded nonchalantly. In fact, his work as a prefect this year was a mess. Many of the little wizards in Gryffindor would not listen to his orders at all. They even said privately that they only recognized Marks Halsey was the prefect, which made him very embarrassed for a while. So much so that he himself doubted whether Dumbledore had typed the wrong name in the prefect appointment letter. Now this suicide note dispelled his doubts. It was indeed Dumbledore's deliberate decision to accept his order as the prefect. Ron was very moved by this heavy trust. In addition, the content of the letter and the second half he did not say it in public. Dumbledore told him in the letter not to limit his vision to one aspect. Everyone has something suitable for him to do. Marks and Harry are excellent, but because of this, they can't focus on some ordinary things, and many times these things are just as important. The so-called hero does not necessarily mean what a great cause to do. Those who work silently behind the scenes, inspire people to regain their confidence and unite them in times of crisis, are equally worthy of respect. Still looking for Hogwarts Blood Wizard free novel? Baidu direct search, easy to read novels. It's easy to read novels. Chapter 845 Sword of Gryffindor. Text Chapter 845 The Sword of Gryffindor. Your Excellency McClown, Principal Dumbledore has also left you a gift. After Dulx delivered the letter to Ron, he turned around and gave an object wrapped in a long cloth strip from the hands of Anura. Take it over. Marks stretched out his hand to take the thing, and after untied the cloth strip, a gorgeously decorated sword appeared in front of everyone. The ruby inlaid on the hilt of the sword was shining brightly under the light of the fire, and the name of Godric Gryffindor was imprinted on the body of the sword in the last mana. This is the Gryffindor sword? Hermione shouted in surprise. Yes, Principal Dumbledore gave it to Lord McClown in his will, Dawlish explained. In fact, according to the rules and regulations, Dumbledore did not have the right to gift Gryffindor to others. After all, this belongs to the entire Hogwarts asset, not his personal possession. But who made this special approval by Minister Pierce, so no one would jump out unfamiliarly and say that this is not compliant. Compared to the surprised Hermione and the others, Marks seemed very calm. because he had read the will a long time ago and knew that Dumbledore would leave the Gryffindor sword to himself. Of course, this is the first time I really got it. Marks was also a little curious about this famous sword. He held the hilt and tried to swing it. The sharp body of the sword swept across the air, bringing up a crisp sound of the sword, and easily slamming the sword on the table. The candlestick was cut into 2 pieces. After more than 1,000 years, this sword is still so sharp, and the fairy's craftsmanship is indeed well deserved. Marks stroked the smooth blade, then opened the system bar to check it. Magic item, Gryffindor sword. Magic. Very strong. Item description. This is a magic sword carefully crafted by the fairy artisan master over 1,000 years ago. It can absorb all beneficial factors to strengthen itself. Note 1, please throw away your magic wand. This is the weapon that wizards should use in duel. Note 2, only the real Gryffindor can summon it. Marks directly ignored the remarks. Looking at the description in the inventory, he was a little surprised. The Gryffindor sword was actually evaluated by the system as a magic item with extremely strong magic power. You must know that he has only seen 3 things so far. Similar evaluations are the old magic wand, the invisibility cloak, and the magic stone in his hand. But it's right to think about it, a sword that can be infinitely strengthened. It can't be overestimated. Unexpectedly, Professor Dumbledore gave it to you. I heard that only the real Gryffindor is qualified to own this sword. Ron looked at the Gryffindor sword in Marks's hand. His eyes were full of envy. Although the principal left something for him and Hermione, they are not valuable items. I am afraid that this sword is the real relic, and the others are just some bonus items. Hermione was correcting Ron's words. Perhaps it is because Professor Dumbledore believes Marks is the real Gryffindor that he gave this sword to him. I didn't say it was. Ron said helplessly. Everything has been given to you. If you have no other questions, then I will leave first. The Ministry of Magic still has a lot of things to deal with, Dallas said very politely, and gave Marks a special look before leaving, confirming that he didn't have any special instructions, and then led the Aurors out of the hall. Why does that Auror seem to respect you very much? Hermione looked at the back of Dawlish leaving, then turned to look at Marks, and asked suspiciously, probably because I am more famous. Marks shrugged and explained casually. Hermione was dubious, but didn't ask much. She took out the light extinguisher that Dumbledore gave her and studied it again. She felt that it must not be as simple as it seemed on the surface. Professor Dumbledore will not leave us something for no reason. There may be a way to defeat the mysterious man, Hermione said vowingly. Ron also got a little bit of energy, reopened the letter and checked it word by word, as if trying to find out the password or secret code hidden in it. Marks on the side shook his head. He felt that Dumbledore would not pin Harry, Ron, and Hermione on Harry, Ron, and Hermione, like the original Time and Space. Just thinking of the missing old wand and the magic that Dumbledore had set on the light extinguisher, Marks became a little uncertain. Finally, Marks turned his gaze to the Gryffindor sword in his hand, thinking about why the other party would give him this thing. Do you expect him to become a qualified Gryffindor with all kinds of good qualities? You don't want to let yourself take this sword and fight Voldemort unknown, right? He is a wizard, not a berserker. The sword of Gryffindor does not slash the basilisk like the original Time and Space, so it has no effect on the Horcrux. Not to mention, Li Huo is much more convenient than this sword. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Marks's mind. Since I didn't understand www.untlenovel.com, Marks temporarily left it behind and turned to Harry, who was still a little depressed, and thought for a while. Said afterwards, Harry, Professor Dumbledore still cares about you very much. The last time he met with me, he even chatted with me about you alone. What did the professor tell you? Harry hurriedly asked. He is going to let you and Professor Snape learn Occlumency, Marks explained. What? Snape? Harry jumped up directly from his seat. His words were full of disbelief, his eyes were rounded, he held a glimmer of hope, and he said slyly, "You must be joking with me, right, Marks?" "Of course not." Marks looked at Harry, who was startled. and continued to explain. Professor Snape is the best Occidental cerebral master in England. Even I am not as good as it is. If you really want to get rid of Voldemort's troubles, it is the fastest to learn from him. I can learn it by myself too. I have read the notes you gave me last time. Otherwise I can master this magic by myself. Harry interrupted Mark's words awkwardly and said stiffly, "And Snape wouldn't want to teach me, he hates me so much. If given the opportunity, he would even wish to give me to Voldemort." But Snape had agreed. Marx opened his mouth, but in the end he swallowed the sentence. He understood that Harry's misunderstanding of Snape was so deep that he would not be able to eliminate it for a while. After venting a bit, Harry couldn't stand the solemn atmosphere in the auditorium, and said to Marx and others that he would go back to the bedroom first, and then walked out of the hall without looking back. Still looking for Hogwarts Blood Wizard free novel? Baidu direct search. It's easy to read novels. Chapter 846 The Phoenix Reappears. Text Chapter 846 Phoenix Reappears. Probably to prevent Marx, Hermione, and Ron from coming out to find himself, Harriet walked in the opposite direction and quickly walked to the edge of the Quidditch pitch. It was late at night and there was no one on the court, and the cold wind slowly calmed his excitement. It's just that Harry still couldn't understand why Professor Dumbledore planned to let himself follow Snape to learn occlumency. He knew how much the Professor of Potions class hated him. Not to mention that Snape did a lot of things for Voldemort. Harry couldn't help thinking that when he had dreamed of Voldemort recently, Snape always stayed beside him every time. They seemed to be looking for something very urgent. But he couldn't tell anyone this information, because Marx, Hermione, and Sirius had repeatedly reminded him not to believe everything he saw in his dreams. If he revealed what he had dreamed of, they would have been talking non-stop. As for Professor Dumbledore not mentioning himself in his will, Harry had already looked away. This is not something incomprehensible. After all, Marx is much better than him, and he is the most likely person to defeat Voldemort in the future. In contrast, what can I do for myself? He just escaped from Voldemort's hands by luck. Just as Harry was thinking about it, a familiar fairy music suddenly came from above. Harry looked up curiously. A golden red bird was falling on the treetop, staring straight at him. Fox! Harry shouted in surprise. The proud phoenix flew down from the treetops, and after a circle around him, flew towards the Forbidden Forest. "Do you want me to follow you, Fox?" Harry subconsciously took a step forward and asked uncertainly. The phoenix hovered in the low air and screamed, as if to confirm his conjecture. After getting the confirmation, even though he had a lot of doubts in his mind, Harry did not hesitate to follow. The road ahead became more and more skewed, and Harry felt that he had entered the depths of the Forbidden Forest, and the surrounding darkness was dark, and the sound of insects made him more uneasy. Fortunately, Fox did not continue forward, and soon stopped in front of a huge banyan tree. Harry walked a few steps out of breath. Under the dim flame of the phoenix, a silver-grey, liquid-like thing, hanging on the branch of the banyan tree. "This is my invisibility cloak." Harry recognized it instantly, and muttered to himself in surprise. The joy that was lost and regained made him too late to think about why this dress appeared here. Dang even drew out his wand and shouted loudly. Torn apart. A slender beam of magic spell flashed in midair, interrupting the branches of the banyan tree, and the invisibility cloak hanging on the treetop suddenly slipped down. Harry hurriedly took the dress, and only then did he discover that a square card was sticking to the surface of the invisibility cloak, and it was written in a handwriting familiar to him. "I thought for a long time and didn't think of what should be left for you, so I could only find your invisibility cloak. I'm sorry that I kept it privately for a few months. I couldn't find it the first time I found it. Give it back to you." The end of the card was empty, without any signature. But Harry guessed from the phoenix and the handwriting that brought him here, it must be Professor Dumbledore, But why didn't the professor simply write this in the will and send the invisibility cloak along with the other relics? Harry was very confused. He faintly realized that Professor Dumbledore might only want him to see this invisibility cloak, otherwise he would not put this thing in such a remote place and leave Fox alone in him. Bring him here. Harry's idea was quickly verified, because there was another sentence written on the back of paper. Don't tell anyone about this. Try to trust Severus if necessary. It was Snape again. Harry was somewhat depressed, and he couldn't help wondering if Professor Dumbledore believed him too much. At the same time, Harry was keenly aware that another meaning hidden in the messages left by Professor Dumbledore was that someone he knew had turned to the Dark Lord. Only in this way could he explain Dumbledore. Why don't you want others to know that you have recovered your invisibility cloak? But who could this man be besides Snape? A figure flashed in Harry's mind, but he couldn't believe that any of them would choose to abandon everyone and throw themselves into the arms of the Dark Lord. Harry didn't care much about Dumbledore's words on the card that he kept the invisibility cloak privately. He didn't use it some time ago anyway. On the contrary, he was very grateful for the invisibility cloak that Dumbledore could accidentally loose. Find it again. This is not easy. Seeing the darkening of the sky, Harry stuffed the invisibility cloak into his robe indiscriminately, and then put the card in his pocket. .mentalnovel.com and prepared to follow the light of the castle in the distance to return. The hovering Phoenix Fox flew slowly down from midair and landed directly on his shoulders. Is there anything else you want to tell me, Fox? Harry turned his head, looking at the golden red phoenix and asked curiously. There was a deep joy in Fox's mouth, but Harry was confused. He could not understand Fox's bird language. The latter probably realized this too, and simply didn't waste any effort on Harry's body. A flame was ignited on his body, and Harry was wrapped in it, so that one person and one bird disappeared out of thin air. When Harry came back to his senses again, he had already appeared in the boys' dormitory. For some reason, it looked empty here. Marks and others were not there, and Harry looked around and didn't see Fox. At this moment, Ron's voice suddenly came from the door, and Harry thought of Dumbledore's instructions on the card, and hurriedly stuffed the invisibility cloak hidden in his robe under the bed. The next moment, the door of the bedroom was pushed in, and Marks, Ron, and Neville walked in through the door together. All three of them were surprised that Harry had already returned to the dormitory, and Ron took a step forward and complained. Where did you go, Harry? We went to Hagrid to find you, and you were not there at all. Sorry, Ron, I just want to be alone. Harry replied apologetically, hesitating in his mind to tell him about his previous experience and let Marks, Ron and Neville help him analyze who is Voldemort's undercover agent, but after thinking about it, he still couldn't speak. Still looking for Hogwarts Blood Wizard free novel? Baidu direct search. It's easy to read novels. Chapter 847 Marks. I don't really understand what you guys think. Text 847th chapter Marks. I really don't understand the thoughts of you little ghosts. I understand, Harry. No one would want to learn magic from that old bat. I really don't know what Professor Dumbledore thinks. Ron patted Harry sympathetically on the shoulder and said comfortingly. Marks on the side stepped forward and interrupted the conversation between the two. By the way, Harry and Ron, the current situation in the magic world is very unstable. Voldemort may attack each of us at any time. So I recently developed a magic that allows us to communicate with each other and communicate information. Do you want to try it? What magic? Ron suddenly became interested and asked eagerly. Harry was equally curious. It's a kind of imprint magic. Mark Stang even explained the various effects of the magic imprint. As early as the beginning of the school year, he thought of engraving magic marks on Harry and others, lest Voldemort, who was mad, would pass his hatred to these friends. Only worrying about being misunderstood, coupled with the fact that Dumbledore would still be alive, could provide protection for Harry and the others. It has been delayed until now. Carve a logo on the arm, like the mark of the Dark Devil, Ron said subconsciously after listening to Marks. This kind of imprinting magic itself has no right or wrong, it just depends on how we use it. Marks explained patiently. But before he could finish speaking, Ron started to speak excitedly. "This is awesome." Marks was stunned, and his gaze at Ron became a little weird. He realized that he didn't quite understand what these little ghosts were thinking. Ron didn't notice Marks's weird gaze, and continued excitedly. "I always felt that we should also set up a magic organization to fight against mysterious people together, just like the Order of the Phoenix." "Order of the Phoenix? What Order of the Phoenix?" Seamus, who had just entered the door, looked at the people in the room with a confused look. We're just saying what name should be given to the newly formed secret organization." Ron hesitated to explain. Only then did he remember that the news about the Order of the Phoenix needs to be kept secret. Seamus didn't doubt anything. His attention was quickly turned to this so-called secret organization, and when he learned that Marks had developed a special magic mark, he also yelled for Marks to get one for himself. Marks was a little bit dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that things would develop so smoothly, and all the rhetoric that he had originally prepared suddenly became useless. But it's okay to spend less time. After Marks explained how to use the mark to Harry, Ron, Seamus, and Neville, he drew out his wand and started casting the spell. In just a few minutes, it was gorgeous. The imprint of the sleeping dragon appeared on the wrists of Harry and the others. "Cool." Seamus touched the lifelike fire dragon pattern on his arm, shouted excitedly, and then cautiously asked as if he had thought of something. "You said, what if we cheat on it?" Ron and Harry were shocked by Seamus's bold idea, but when they thought about it, they unexpectedly discovered that this seemed to be a feasible move. Since they can communicate with each other without barriers through the magical imprint, wouldn't they also be able to use it to deliver the answer? "That's not good, Seamus," the good boy Neville said weakly. But Seamus didn't want to talk to him at all, and discussed their cheating plan with Ron enthusiastically. "You'd better dispel this idea. I heard that this year's Owl's exam is very strict. The Ministry of Magic will send summoners to oversee it. Maybe there will be instruments to detect magic. If you are caught, you will definitely be expelled." Marks said very solemnly, but felt helpless in his heart. He didn't expect that Seema and others, after learning about the effectiveness of the magic seal to transmit information, the first reaction was to cheat with it. Under Marks's warning to drop out of school, Seamus and Ron had to regret giving up their cheating plan and instead talked about what to name their secret organization. In a blink of an eye, February came. In the nearly 1 month since the beginning of school, the magical world seemed very calm. Many Voldemort who had been worried and afraid seemed to have disappeared, and there were no expected attacks on Hogwarts happened, which temporarily relieved the hearts of some parents. The Daily Prophet attributed it to the Ministry of Magic's credit, because Pierce sent a large number of errors to search for Voldemort's whereabouts, causing the Dark Lord to be exhausted and unable to regenerate the incident. The wizards who have experienced the last war all sneered at this statement. They all knew how powerful Voldemort was. The average error could not be Voldemort's opponent even in groups. In contrast, they were more willing to believe in the dark. The demon is hiding in the dark, planning a conspiracy to subvert the magic world. However, the tense atmosphere before has eased a lot. MiddleNovel.com. After enjoying a period of peaceful life, the little wizards at Hogwarts temporarily put the danger brought by Voldemort behind them. Most of the attention was focused on the upcoming exam. Every weekend, those 5th graders facing the Owl's exam and 7th grade graduates always crowd the school library. Under such an urgent learning atmosphere, even Harry and Ron don't like to learn very much. People also put off their playful thoughts, and honestly sat in the lounge with books in their hands and reviewed them over and over again. Only Marks is incompatible with the atmosphere here. At this time, he is holding a top with gems, carefully looking at it, tapping it with a magic wand from time to time, seeming to be exploring something. "Marks, don't you plan to review it? The Owl's exam is about to be taken in more than a month, and you told me before that you plan to take this year's ultimate test, strive to pass all subjects, and apply for graduation in advance, right?" Hermione put down the book and couldn't help but reminded. "I've reviewed it before, And besides, it's just some ordinary exams, and he'll confess it. Marx almost missed his words, and hurriedly put down the crown, and said to Remedy, "Ahem, I mean you can live with your eyes closed." Harry and Ron, who were carrying the book, rolled their eyes, wanting to complain. Can they not make these exams so easy, so that they don't have any motivation to review? The O.W.Ls General Wizard test is a very important and difficult subtest, not to mention the NEWT Ultimate Wizard test. The level of results directly determines whether they can find a good job in the future. Still looking for Hogwarts Blood Wizard free novel? Baidu direct search. It's easy to read novels. Chapter 848 I won't teach defense against the dark arts. Text Chapter 848 I will not teach defense against the dark arts. On the side Hermione was also choked by Marx's words, but was unable to refute. Professor McGonagall once said that with Marx's magic level, he could have graduated from Hogwarts a long time ago, and the Owl's exam may be really difficult. Can't hold him. But this also means that Marx will leave Hogwarts next year. Thinking of this, Hermione's mood has become a little frustrated. Although her grades are also very good, she is not sure that she can pass the higher grades with excellent results. Newt exam. Naturally, Marx saw this, and he said amusedly to comfort him, "I'm not a student, but it doesn't mean that I won't be at Hogwarts in the future." "Are you planning to come back to teach after graduation?" Hermione immediately guessed Marx's thoughts, then thought about the vacant position, and said tentatively, "Defense against the dark arts class? No, no, no. I can't teach this course for anything." Marx was taken aback, and hurriedly interrupted. He hasn't lived enough yet. In the past 5 years, Marx has witnessed the horror of Voldemort's curse. Those who have served as a defense against the dark arts class professor will always be unlucky for various reasons. So far, they have been able to leave their job in a peaceful situation. Lupin is the only one. But even Lupin failed to attend a full year of class, and at the end of the semester he chose to voluntarily resign due to some reasons. Although Marx has outstanding strength, he will not make fun of his personal safety. Hermione spit out her tongue, apparently also thinking of the curse of defense against the dark arts class from Marx's startled reaction. However, apart from the vacancy of the professor for this course, it seems that there is no other course to choose from. It is impossible for Marx to be the principal, right? I heard that next year their Ministry of Magic wants to increase your ability to face risks during this special period, so next year a new course will be added to train your fighting skills. Marx said half-truth. Trainers like a dual class? Harry and Ron asked with enthusiasm and interest. Normally, when they hear that the Ministry of Magic will add a course in the coming year, they will groan and complain. But if this course allows them to take up their wands and fight, it becomes much more interesting. Almost, Marx slapped his mouth. In fact, he hadn't figured out how to teach. But, will the Ministry of Magic approve you to be a professor? Hermione said hesitantly. Marx will only be 16 years old next year, and he will not even be an adult. The Ministry of Magic is unlikely to let an underage wizard be a professor. Don't think the Ministry of Magic is so pedantic. Believe me, the new acting minister Pierce is a very open-minded person. Marx promised. Although he had not had time to discuss this matter with Pierce, he believed that the Ministry of Magic would not reject this proposal. However, Hogwarts does not need to think too much, because the position of the principal is still vacant, and the 12 school directors who can influence the decision are all their own. The only thing that needs to be considered is the opinions of parents. But Marx already has a way to deal with this, that is, let the Prophets daily publicize his genius name. It is best to make everyone aware of his leapfrog graduation, and then re-exhibit his previous great achievements. With this genius name, the Ministry of Magic specially hired him to become a professor at Hogwarts to teach a new course that is temporarily not included in the exam, and there will be no more opposition. In fact, if possible, Marx even thought about whether he should simply become the new headmaster of Hogwarts. After all, there are some system tasks that can be easily completed with the help of the headmaster's identity. However, after careful consideration, Marx dismissed the idea. The 16-year-old Hogwarts principal is too ridiculous, and he has no experience in managing schools, so Marx can only choose to start as a professor, and be promoted to the position of principal after a year or two. To change the status quo of Hogwarts education has to be done step by step. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were dubious. They all felt that the Ministry of Magic would probably not agree to let Marx, a minor wizard, be a professor. Marx shrugged and did not continue to explain, but instead looked at Harry and asked, "Did you decide whether you want to learn occlumency with Professor Snape these days?" "Harry, I'll talk about it later," Harry replied with a headache. Recently, he has been busy reviewing every day and it is enough to make his heart tired. Harry really does not want to face Snape's big face while reviewing. That would definitely make him crazy. "You should be more concerned about this, Harry. Have you forgotten? The mysterious man sent a lot of wrong information to Professor Dumbledore through your dreams during the last school year." "Maybe, the mysterious man." "Going through your memory now." Hermione solemnly told Harry about the necessity of following Snape to learn occlumency. The latter couldn't bear Hermione's babbling, and finally had to agree to ask Snape when he was free on Friday.mtlnovel.com to see if he would like to teach himself. Harry thought optimistically, and Snape would definitely reject his proposal without hesitation. Just when Harry was having a headache for this, Ron leaned in front of Marx, curiously watched Marx fiddle with the crown in his hand, and asked, "What is this?" "A crown? This is Ravenclaw's crown. It was previously made into a powerful black magic item by a mysterious man. It was the result of Lockhart's attack on students 3 years ago." Marx simply got himself. The story of the crown was said again. Hearing about the mysterious man, Ron suddenly felt his scalp numb, but after knowing that Marx had repaired the damaged crown, he immediately became interested. He had also heard about the rumors of the Ravenclaw crown. "It is said that the crown brings wisdom to people. Can I try it with me?" Ron asked. "Of course." Marx handed the crown indifferently. Ron took it without expectation, buckled the crown on his head, then opened the book and read it, wanting to try the effect. However, after reading the book carefully for a few minutes, Ron took the crown down with great disappointment, because he found that this thing could not improve his memory, nor could it make him incredibly smart all of a sudden. Marx shook his head and took the crown back. He was not surprised by Ron's reaction, because he had done various experiments before, but no matter what method was used, it seemed to be just a gorgeous decoration. However, the systematic evaluation clearly told him that Ravenclaw's crown is a powerful magic item that can increase people's wisdom. Still looking for Hogwarts Blood Wizard free novel? Baidu direct search. It's easy to read novels. Chapter 849 The Crown of Growing Wisdom. Maybe Helena Ravenclaw will know something. Marx's heart moved and thought of the ghost lady who hadn't seen him for a long time. He was busy dealing with the Ministry of Magic before and almost forgot the other party. It seemed necessary to meet Helena again. In the middle of the night, in the Tower of Ravenclaw, an owl quietly got in from the open window, and after landing, it changed into a human form again. Marx looked around, and soon found the ghost lady in front of the white marble bust of Rowena Ravenclaw. Helena obviously also noticed the arrival of Marx, but she pretended not to see it, and moved her body towards the depths of the corridor. Marx frowned and felt a little strange, but he still followed in stride and greeted him. "Good evening, Ms. Helena." The erratic female ghost reluctantly stopped her steps, turned her head, cast a weary look at Marx, and said casually, "Good evening, McClown. It's been almost a year since we met last time. I didn't expect you to come to me. Is there anything else you haven't figured out?" Marx touched his nose. How could this inexplicably have a sense of sight of a saddler seeing his ex-wife? Fortunately, from Helena's few words, Marx also found the reason for the other's cold attitude, and a little apologetic suddenly appeared on his face. "I'm sorry, Ms. Helena, too many things have happened at Hogwarts during this time. which has affected my energy. And I want to surprise you too. The white gold crown studded with gorgeous sapphires was taken out. Helena's gaze was instantly attracted. She slowly floated in front of Marx, looking at the crown in Marx's hand intoxicated, her eyes full of nostalgia and sadness. And finally she gently extended her hand as if she wanted I want to lift up the crown, but it is a pity that my arm passed directly through it. At this time, Helena suddenly remembered that she was a ghost, unable to touch things in reality. Helena sighed low, but she also keenly noticed that this crown didn't seem to be as badly damaged as Marx said before. Have you fixed it? Helena asked in a slightly surprised voice. Yes, this is the reason why I waited so long to come to you. Marx nodded, and then talked freely and told Helena that he had made various attempts to repair the crown. It failed, and finally found a way to fix it from Ravenclaw's laboratory. I accidentally broke it 3 years ago, so I always wanted to repair the crown before returning it to you, but I didn't expect it to be so long. Marx spread his hands and added helplessly. It turned out to be so, I don't know, I thought. Helena said glutinously, with a look of embarrassment on her face. I thought I was the same as Tom Riddle. I left you aside? Marx asked with a smile. It seems that I misunderstood you. Helena's cold face flushed slightly. After learning that Marx had been trying to repair her mother's crown for nearly a year and fulfilled her wish, the anger and resentment accumulated in Helena's heart immediately disappeared. She did not doubt that Marx's words were true or false, because during this year, she had also asked the students of Ravenclaw to learn about the past 3 years ago, which is no different from what Marx said. In addition, Marx had asked her about alchemy before, so Helena knew very well that the young wizard in front of her had extraordinary attainments in alchemy, and it was not impossible to repair her mother's crown. Thank you anyway, but I have lost one of my wishes, McClown. Helena said gratefully. Since I promised that you will bring it here, I have to do it. Besides, you helped me before and told me many secrets of this castle, didn't you? Marx raised his brows, replied with a word. Helena smiled lightly, her erratic figure shining brightly in the moonlight. You should smile more. It's much better than your usual cold look, Marx said jokingly. Helena was stunned for a moment. The smile on her face narrowed a little, and she said slightly angrily, you should keep these words to the little girls who are still alive. Marx shrugged non-committal, and when Helena was in a good mood, he asked about business. By the way, Helena, I heard that the golden diadem left by your mother can increase people's wisdom. Is this true? Of course it is true. I stole it to become smarter than my mother. Helena sighed. Then, did you succeed? Marx did not rush to ask how the Ravenclaw crown was used, but asked curiously. To be honest, it is hard for him to imagine that relying on a magic item can make a person incredibly smart. I succeeded, but maybe I also failed. Helena slowly floated to the bust of Ravenclaw, staring at it www.mentalnovel.com after a long time before suddenly speaking. Have you been to the laboratory in the responsive room? Marx nodded, but he didn't understand why Miss Ghost mentioned this suddenly. Helena ignored Marx's confusion, but said to herself, my mother, Rowena, is a very smart witch. It should be said that she was the smartest person in the magic world at the time. But it is precisely because she is so intelligent that she is fascinated by the magic of magic, and wants to explore the mystery of magic. And even unsatisfied to make a golden crown that can make people smarter. Helena faintly talked about the past. As the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw, she was full of expectations since she was born. It's a pity that compared to the mother of Tanzong Wizard, her talent is only the level of an ordinary genius. No matter how hard she tries, she can't match her mother's in case. Probably she was disappointed with her performance. After she became a little sensible, Rowena devoted most of her energy to the study of magic, and the time she spent with her became less and less. This made the young Helena feel resentful, and she also envied her mother's incomparable wisdom. No matter where she went, she could always get praise from others easily. At the time, I was stubborn that if I could become smarter and more prestigious than my mother, then she would probably be willing to look at me more. Helena said in a low voice. So you stole the crown? Marx asked. Helena nodded gently, then turned to look at the golden crown in Marx's hand, and said with emotion, when I wore this crown, I knew I was wrong. It was very wrong. But I don't want to be soft to my mother. I want to prove to her that what she can do, I can do the same. Chapter 850 The Magic of Increasing Wisdom. Later, my mother became ill and became very ill. Although I did something unfilial, she still eagerly wanted to see me again, so she sent Barrow to find me, and it turned out. Helena's eyes were filled with pain and regret, and she couldn't continue speaking. But Marx already knew the follow-up. The blood man Barrow failed to bring back Helena, who was still a rebellious girl at the time, and he was jealous of her freedom and stabbed Helena to death in a rage. After realizing the mistake he had made, Barrow also committed suicide in annoyance. In a sense, Helena will end up like this all by herself, even with Barrow, who loves her to death, and makes Ravenclaw founder Oina depressed. However, Marx would naturally not say these words, otherwise Helena would have turned his face with him. In fact, Miss Rowena has always regretted that she was too focused on research and neglected your feelings. Marx hesitated and said comfortingly. The painful expression on Helena's face suddenly eased a lot, and she turned her head slightly to look at Marx in confusion. I have been to that laboratory, and I saw a striking stone stele at the door with a sentence engraved on it, Marx explained. But before he could finish speaking, Helena spoke for him. That sentence. Extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind. This is what my mother says most often. She has always liked smart people. It's a pity that my performance has always disappointed her. Helena's words showed some resentment. Do you really think that? The stele was destroyed when I went to the laboratory. Probably Miss Rowena's hand, Marx said calmly. Helena was stunned for a moment. Marx's words continued. He looked at Helena and said word by word, I think your departure made her realize that she once had something more important than wisdom. Family affection. Helena's body trembled violently. Her eyes were filled with crystal tears. She gently covered her mouth with her hand, as if she wanted to block the whimper from her mouth. Drips of tears slid down her cheeks next, but before landing, it turned into dots of fluorescence and dissipated in the air. I want to announce that Mimir Reading app is really good. It is worth installing. After all, there are many books, all books, and fast updates. Marx turned around very wisely, pretending to be looking at the scenery outside the window, and let Helena let out the emotions he had accumulated for a long time. I don't know how long it took. The deep crying slowly subsided. Helena wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and muttered to herself, if we could all understand this earlier, maybe things won't get so bad. People always have to lose before they can understand what is most important, Marx said. Helena sighed and nodded, and then took a deep look at Crown, and said rather reluctantly, you take it away. Are you not going to keep it? Marx asked somewhat unexpectedly. He could see that Helena had a deep obsession with this crown, so when he took out the Ravenclaw crown, even the preparations have been made to return the things to their original owners. No, it doesn't make any sense for me to hold it, Helena said with a wry smile. She is now a ghost and doesn't even have the ability to hold a crown. Marx did not pretend to be any more, because he was afraid that if he refused to say more, Helena would temporarily change her attention. Then how should I use it? Just bring it like this. Marx fiddled with this gorgeous crown and asked. He had tried various methods before, but he couldn't get any feedback. You still lack a spell to activate it. Helena laughed and floated in front of Marx, gently resting her palm on top of the crown, slowly muttering something in her mouth. Marx clearly saw the famous quote engraved on the inside of the crown light up, and then the entire crown glowed with light blue fluorescence. This abnormality only lasted for a moment and disappeared without a trace, but Marx could feel that the crown in his hand was a little different from before. He even guessed that the spell that activates the crown is the phrase excellent wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind. But it has to use the old British saying thousands of years ago. No wonder he didn't get any movement no matter how he tried this thing. Fortunately, Thinking about it from another angle, since he hadn't discovered this, the young Voldemort probably didn't have this ability, or else he wouldn't violently use the crown as a high-level material for making Horcruxes. Now you can take it for a try. Helena put her hand back and said encouragingly. After getting confirmation from Helena, Marx couldn't wait to buckle the crown on his head. He was really curious whether this thing is really as magical as the rumors say. As long as you bring it, you can make a person incomparable. Clever. However, at the moment when the crown was buttoned www.mtlnovel.com, Marx's expression suddenly stopped. His face was full of amazement and disbelief. Helena was a little strange to Marx's reaction, but she didn't think too much, and asked with a smile, "How is it, surprised? Do you feel that you have become a lot smarter?" "Yes, I'm very surprised." Marx returned to his senses, and muttered, gently taking off the crown, staring at it, with a little thought in his eyes. Ravenclaw's crown did increase his intelligence, but the feeling that the speed of thinking and the ability to understand greatly improved made Marx feel extremely familiar. This is very similar to the increase he usually gets when he turns on the Gzwibo experience card, but the effect is not so obvious. This discovery greatly exceeded Marx's expectations. Could it be that every time he used the experience card, the system also increased his thinking ability through some kind of alchemy, like this crown? What about the so-called protected mode? Could it also be the effect of some kind of magic? Countless thoughts flashed in his mind one by one. Marx felt that he was very close to the truth, but he was not sure of his guess. "Hal McClown, what's the matter with you?" Helena saw Marx standing on the spot holding the crown. As if the devil was startled, she stretched out her hand and shook it before his eyes. "No, nothing, I'm just a little too surprised," Marx said with emotion, clutching the crown in his hand. No wonder Miss Ravenclaw was called the wisest person in the magical world by people at that time. Judging from the information he has learned, Rowena Ravenclaw is an extremely clever witch. In addition, she has produced this magic crown, allowing her to enjoy the increase in thinking all the time. The most intelligent sentence: the evaluation of is by no means an exaggeration.